Chapter 1000. Yi Qinghan, what's the meaning of this? The South Mountain sovereign had to show up. His descendants were about to be slapped to death. If he didn't show up, he wouldn't be a sovereign anymore. He thought that Yi Qinghan was just scaring them. At first, he wanted to watch the show from the side and see the hearts of his subordinates. Solitary Ing Chung made him look at him in a new light. This kid's temper was as stubborn as his. He was glad that the sovereigns of the South Mountains didn't leave. No matter what, he had succeeded as the South Mountain sovereign. However, Yi Qinghan had made him very unhappy. You didn't care about your identity as a sovereign and bully people in South Mountain City. You actually dare to kill them? Do you think I'm a fake sovereign? When I became one of the 8 sovereigns, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. Inkue, what's the meaning of this? Your descendants kidnapped my father-in-law and mother-in-law and refused to release them. Since you don't want to show up, I can only teach these unfilial descendants a lesson on your behalf. Yi Qinghan's lazy voice resounded. Since the South Mountain sovereign had called him by his name, and his tone was a little unfriendly, it was obvious that he didn't care about him when they first met. He wasn't going to be polite anymore. He was always like this. If others respected him, he would return the favor tenfold. Although he was a sovereign, his character hadn't changed. My descendants don't need you to teach them a lesson. The South Mountain sovereign's tone became even colder. Yi Qinghan's words didn't give him any face. If Yi Qinghan wasn't related to Lord Devour, he would have started a fight already. Did he really think that just because he had comprehended the eternal space by luck, he could be compared to the real sovereigns who had broken through using the ultimate mystery? He suppressed the anger in his heart and said indifferently, "For Jiao Wu's sake, retreat. I will treat it as if nothing happened today." Yi Qinghan was silent, but he started to send a message to Lord Devour. Although he was using the space power and heaven and earth energy to create a giant face, Yi Qinghan's body didn't change. He was just hiding inside the giant face. Sovereigns all like to be mysterious. Of course, he would not destroy the image of a sovereign in the hearts of ordinary martial artists for no reason. The moment Yi Qinghan fell silent, all the cultivators in Nanling City became excited. What did this mean? This showed how domineering their sovereign was. With a single sentence, he was able to scare the arrogant, frigid knight sovereign. Countless people even began to imagine how Yi Qinghan would escape from Nanling City with his tail between his legs. Yi Qinghan didn't mind it. He simply told Lord Devour what had happened. Lord Devour's reply came fast, with only a few words. "If you want to fight, let's fight." Yi Qinghan was shaken. Lord Devour never lied. When he said it, he meant it. Of course, he was sure that he wanted to fight. Not to mention that Lord Devour had given him so much confidence. Even if he didn't have Lord Devour's support, he would still do it. He was indebted to the Empress of Rain. Furthermore, she was his woman. When he was still the 7th son of the Yi family, he dared to use a brick to knock out the 2nd young master of the Yi family. Right now, the Southern Mountain Sovereign was a lower rank 9. He was also a lower rank 9. What was there to be afraid of? Therefore, he said, "Hand him over. I'll leave immediately." "I gave you face, but you don't want it." The Southern Mountains Sovereign cursed. Actually, he was very clear about this matter. Since Yi Qinghan took Blue Rain away, it was equivalent to him losing face. Now, he still wanted him to hand him over. Wasn't this telling the entire immortal world that he, the Southern Mountain Sovereign, was afraid of Yi Qinghan? Did he still want his face? Without face, the hearts of the people would scatter. How could he lead the team? "Yi Qinghan, leave." The Southern Mountains Sovereign raised his voice and emphasized the word leave. Even a fool could hear the anger in these words. It was obvious that the Southern Mountains Sovereign was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. The fact that he didn't flip out was already giving Yi Qinghan face. "Ha ha." An ear-piercing laughter rang out in the sky above the Southern Mountain Sovereign. As soon as the Southern Mountain Sovereign finished speaking, it immediately rang out. The laughter came from the giant face in the square. It was extremely loud and resounded throughout the entire Southern Mountain City. Even the mountains in the distance echoed. The monsters hidden in the mountains in the distance fled in all directions in fear. The birds flew away in all directions. The southern mountains' sovereign's expression changed. Others couldn't see it, but Yi Ching Han could feel it. A sovereign controlled the power of space. He didn't need to use his divine sense. Just the power of space alone could sense every movement in his surroundings. This was also why it was difficult for a sovereign to be ambushed. No matter how you ambushed him, the space would still fluctuate, right? Lonely Ying's expression changed. The expressions of the over 20 supremacies changed. The expressions of the tens of millions of martial artists below the city changed. The laughter was ear-piercing. Even a pig could feel the mockery. It was a blatant slap in the face and a declaration of war. Slapping the Southern Mountain Sovereign's face made them feel even more uncomfortable than slapping their faces. If it was a declaration of war between two sovereigns when the nest was overturned, how could the eggs remain intact? The laughter finally stopped. Yi Qinghan's domineering voice was accompanied by a powerful prowess that enveloped the entire Southern Mountain city once again. He only said 2 words. However, these 2 words were abnormally firm and without any intention of negotiation. Hand over the person. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Come to the east of the city. If you slap me to death, you will have the final say in the entire Southern Mountains continent. The Southern Mountain Sovereign couldn't tolerate it any longer. He was very experienced and had a strong backing. He didn't care about many of the sovereigns in the immortal world. If any random sovereign came over and slapped him in the face, how could he continue living in the immortal world? Therefore, his words were filled with boundless killing intent. It was a direct declaration of war. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid. He was even a little excited when he spoke. He wanted to experience a battle between sovereigns. Just as he was about to control the giant face to move, an indifferent voice interrupted his actions. "In Kuei, give me face and forget about this matter. Let him go." The voice belonged to a man. It sounded abruptly and very faintly. Under everyone's astonished gaze, another giant face appeared in the south of Southern Mountain City. Many people were unfamiliar with this face, but Yi Qinghan and Ing Kuei were very familiar with it. Jita actually came. The Southern Mountain Sovereign was preparing to go out of the city to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Although he wouldn't slap him to death, he would slap him until he was half dead. That woman probably wouldn't say anything. He didn't expect that the peacemaker would come. Jita actually came out personally for Yi Qinghan. "Jita, it's not that I don't give you face. It's the Frigid Knight's sovereign who doesn't give me face. Naturally, I won't give him face." The Southern Mountain Sovereign was in a pinch. Since someone was going to be the peacemaker and Jita was here, Yi Qinghan obviously wouldn't casually make a move. Since that was the case, he had to show his stance. Then are you going to give me face?" Just as the martial artists below were incomparably shocked, excited, and glad that they could see 3 sovereigns at the same time, an emotionless female voice sounded again. Then, in front of everyone's stupefied gazes, another giant face condensed. This giant face didn't wait for the Southern Mountain Sovereign to reply and said in an incomparably domineering manner, "Hand him over, or else. Southern Mountain City will be turned into ashes." The 4 sovereigns had gathered in Southern Mountain City. Lord Devour had arrived. His appearance was still incomparably domineering. He was even more domineering than the Toyota tyranny. Chapter 1001. The Soul Emperor had many women under him, and 2 of them were the most famous, Enchantress and Dancing Maiden. The Enchantress charms the world and kills people invisibly. The Dancer is cold-blooded and merciless. She kills people like slaughtering dogs. Devour Butterfly Dance. This name was given by the Soul Emperor. Back then, the Butterfly Dance battle god had caused the god bandits of the Wandering Sea to tremble in fear. She had never left anyone alive. She was the Soul Emperor's #1 killer. After the Soul Emperor died, Lord Devour changed her name to Devour Butterfly. She told the divine world that this butterfly of hers wouldn't fly anymore. In truth, after the Soul Emperor had died, Jiawu had rarely killed anyone. The only time she had fought were for Yi Qinghan. Today, Lord Devour bared her fangs one more time. It was also for Yi Qinghan. As soon as she opened her mouth, she said that she wanted to massacre the entire city. If Yi Qinghan didn't give the Southern Mountains sovereign any face, then Lord Devour was slapping him in the face without giving him any face at all. The beating was loud and clear. The South Mountain sovereign's face changed completely. He had always disliked Lord Devour, so naturally, he didn't treat Yi Qinghan well either. He also knew that Lord Devour didn't like him. However, he didn't expect that Lord Devour would tear all pretense of cordiality and bully him. However, he didn't know how to respond to this. If he released him, he would lose all his face. If he didn't, should he? This crazy woman was capable of anything. It was possible that she would be the first sovereign to die in the divine world in the past several million years. Yi Qinghan kept silent. Since Lord Devour was here, it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything. The ethereal monarch also kept quiet. He knew that the real boss of the ethereal continent was this woman. In this world, the strongest fist was the absolute truth. Nanling City was completely silent. Even the sound of someone farting could shake the surroundings. Of course, even if someone wanted to fart right now, they would hold it back. Buzz! Apparently, Lord Devour wasn't that patient. The space fluctuated, and Lord Devour's face disappeared, replaced by a big hand, a big, beautiful hand that was even bigger than the square of South Mountain City. But that wasn't important. What was important was that this giant hand was slowly descending towards the front of the city lord's mansion. This crazy woman. The South Mountain's sovereign cursed in his heart. This crazy woman really dared to kill without any warning. He hurriedly roared, "Jiao Wu, stop!" Loning Chang let. Bang! Before he could finish, his words were replaced by an earth-shattering sound. After Lord Devour appeared, Solitary Ing wanted to release them, but Ing Kuei didn't say anything. At this moment, he also wanted to release them, but he couldn't. The South Mountain sovereign's bellow didn't make the gigantic hand tremble or stop. Instead, it slammed down on the square. Coincidentally, there was a finger that covered the 5 venerables of Lone Cherry City. Dust flew into the air, and the entire Nanling City shook. Countless tall buildings collapsed, and on the huge square, a huge and clear palm print covered the entire square. This palm strike was very particular, it was very imposing, but it didn't kill many people. Only 5 died, the 5 supreme experts of the Ing family. However, the South Mountain sovereign's heart was bleeding and his face was twitching. However, he didn't dare to move. He couldn't even speak properly. This was because Yi Qinghan and the Misty Monarch moved. The 2 giant faces turned into 2 giant hands, and 3 giant hands appeared in the sky. The South Mountain sovereign knew that if he dared to move just now, he would probably be the next one to attack, and it would be 3 simultaneous attacks. In the Misty Continent, there was a crazy woman. Now, there was an even crazier person than Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and from the looks of it, Jita was also led astray. Lord Devour's cold voice floated over again, still incomparably domineering. "You said it too late. Let me ask you again, are you going to let them go?" "Let them go." The South Mountain sovereign's 2 words were almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. The anger and coldness in his words weren't concealed at all. Yi Qinghan and the other 2 could feel that the South Mountain sovereign's face had already turned black. Aggrieved. Incomparably aggrieved. This was the 3rd time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. The first time was when his woman was snatched away, so he killed that person's entire family. The second time was even more unbearable. After becoming a sovereign, no one dared to be disrespectful to him, except for this woman, this crazy woman, and now, Yi Qinghan. Although his heart was already burning, he didn't act rashly. Not to mention Lord Devour. Just Jita and Yi Qinghan were enough to make him suffer. He was a sovereign, yes, but there were 3 of them. They were quickly brought out. Lan Yu's parents were both god emperors, but from the looks of it, they were god emperors that refined divine crystals. The 2 of them were terrified. Ever since they knew that solitary Ing Chung had come out of seclusion and became the Ing family head, they had been terrified. At this moment, they were looking at the giant palm on the plaza and the 4 giant faces in the sky. They were scared out of their wits, and their bodies were trembling. Buzz! Yi Qinghan's giant face disappeared, and Yi Qinghan slowly flew down. He smiled at the two of them and said, "Uncle, Auntie, I frightened you. Lan Yu asked me to bring you back." Lan Yu's father moved his lips, but he didn't dare to speak. He looked like an honest farmer. On the other hand, Lan Yu's mother wiped her hands and said with a trembling voice, "Lord, do you know our little Yu?" The two of them didn't have a high position in the family, and it could even be said that they were no different from servants. However, they were from big families, and they had seen important people before. They were very confused. Didn't the giant faces in the sky represent sovereigns? But there were 4 giant faces just now. Could there be 4 sovereigns? The two of them didn't dare to believe this. Moreover, this smiling young man in front of them seemed to be a giant face, and he was still calling them Uncle and Annie. At this moment, Nanling City was so strange that the two of them were a little confused. However, Lan Yu's mother felt that calling him Lord wasn't wrong. Yi Qinghan didn't know how to explain, so he directly sent a message to Yao Ji and had Lan Yu come out. Yao Ji immediately sent Lan Yu out. The mysterious place of the Dream Palace was revealed once more. As long as Yi Qinghan was there, he could instantly lock onto his coordinates. As soon as Lan Yu appeared, she saw her haggard parents. She burst into tears and threw herself into her mother's embrace. Lan Yu's parents were clearly very excited. They thought that Lan Yu had died. Not long ago, they heard that Lan Yu had appeared in the Misty Continent. Then they were suddenly captured. Now that they saw Lan Yu, how could they not be excited? "Father, Mother, Blue Rain has caused you to suffer." Lan Yu knelt on the ground. Her mother also knelt on the ground. The two of them were a complete mess of tears. Blue Rain's father looked here and there anxiously. He was nervous, excited, and mostly afraid. "Lan Yu, tell your parents not to resist." Yi Qinghan smiled as he looked at Lan Yu. This wasn't a place to chat. Since they had kidnapped and killed people, it was best to retreat first. After sending the 3 of them to the Dream Palace, Yi Qinghan was just about to send a message to Lord Devour when he discovered something strange. Lord Devour and the Misty Monarch weren't there. The sky was just a condensed image. He couldn't lock onto them, so he could only send a message. Go to the Dream Palace and then directly come back. After receiving Lord Devour's message, Yi Qinghan nodded. He waved his hand at the Southern Mountain Monarch, as if saying goodbye. Then, he disappeared and entered the Dream Palace. As Yi Qinghan disappeared, the 2 giant faces of the Misty Monarch and Lord Devour also gradually faded. They quietly left, just like they had quietly come. They didn't leave a single word, but they left behind a handprint that covered the entire plaza. It was as if they were mocking everyone. Chapter 1002. Bang! The South Mountain Sovereign's face also disappeared. What was left was a huge hand. Of course, he didn't slap down towards the city. Instead, he slapped towards the towering mountain in the east of the city. There was a huge mountain in the east called South Ridge Mountain. It was 10,000 meters tall and was once a famous scenic spot in the South Ridge continent. It was also one of the symbols of South Ridge City. Under the South Ridge Sovereign's rage, the entire mountain was slapped in half. Mud and stones flew everywhere, and countless low-level demonic beasts were smashed into powder. The scene was extremely shocking. The millions of people in the city heard the roar in their ears. They all knelt on one knee in fear. They knew that the South Ridge Sovereign was furious and aggrieved. In fact, they were equally furious and aggrieved. Of course, there was also a tinge of relief. But what could they do? There were 3 sovereigns over there. Moreover, there was no right or wrong in this matter. In the God world, experts were respected. Even if Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and Kid killed the South Ridge Sovereign and turned South Ridge City into ashes, no one in the God world dared to say anything. No one in the God realm dared to say anything. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame Ing Kuei, who asked him to snatch a woman from the Frigid Night Sovereign. Having the strength to snatch a woman was domineering. Without the strength, it was courting death. The world was just that cruel. After the slap, the South Ridge Sovereign didn't care about South Ridge City anymore. The giant hand suddenly disappeared, and so did his body. He started to teleport towards the Star Sea. His teleportation speed was very fast. The space in the South Ridge continent was rather stable. After a while, he arrived at the Star Sea. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued teleporting. The distance he teleported did not change, as though he didn't see the space cracks in the Star Sea. Monarchs had the ability to control space, so they could indeed ignore these small cracks. Even if they were sucked in, they could just come out. Moreover, they were extremely sensitive to space. How could they be sucked in so easily? Li Kong, open the barrier. I want to see Lord. Inkue appeared above the Supreme Island in an instant and frowned as he looked down at the flickering barrier. He knew about this barrier. Even if he wanted to enter, it would be impossible unless he forcefully attacked. Therefore, he could only rely on the power of space to lock onto Li Kong and transmit his voice. Li Kong had been in a bad mood recently. How could he be in a good mood after someone died in his family? His most beloved son had died. There were originally 3 venerables in the family, but now there were only 2. Most importantly, his Saiyan Netherworld battle armor was gone. It was a super supreme grade battle armor that could defend against any venerable's attack. The reason why he became the number 1 venerable was because of this battle armor. The God Realm's one and only set of battle armor, god damn it, was smashed to pieces by Yi Qinghan. At this moment, he was sitting in a newly built courtyard, cursing and cursing Yi Qinghan. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly spread the rumor and call him by his name? He subconsciously wanted to curse, but his body shuddered. His fat head bounced up and down as he knelt down on one knee. Li Kong greets South Ridge Sovereign. Activate the shield. The South Mountain Sovereign used his divine senses to lock onto Li Kong. Of course, he knew what Li Kong was talking about. He transmitted his voice once more with an extremely cold tone. Li Kong hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, "Sir, it's not that I don't want to open it, but the monarch has given a death order. Unless someone attacks Supreme Island, he is not to be disturbed. If I disturb him, he will kill me. Also, I think he might not see you now." The South Mountain's sovereign's face darkened. His eyes flickered before he snorted and teleported towards the north. The north of the God Realm was the Wind Moon continent. At the northernmost part of the Wind Moon continent was a sea. In the sea, there was an island. The island was huge, almost a quarter the size of the Misty continent. But not many people in the God Realm knew about this continent, because ordinary people couldn't find this continent at all. It was obvious that Inkue wasn't an ordinary person. After teleporting for a day, he arrived at an island covered in ice and snow. The God Realm didn't have lightning or rain, let alone ice and snow, unless it was created by an artifact like the Flying Snow Island. But this island was made of real ice and snow because there were countless ice blocks and icebergs floating on the surface of the sea. In reality, this wasn't created by an artifact. This island was called Ice and Snow Island. An ancient race lived on the island, the Ice and Snow race. The person Inkue went to meet was the Island Lord of Ice and Snow Island. Inkue requests an audience with the Queen. Outside Ice and Snow Island, Inkue stood in the void. He cupped his hands and bowed. His etiquette was very thoughtful and respectful. If Inkue was the boss in the South Mountains continent, he was the grandson here. "Come in." An ethereal voice came. It was a cold voice. It was a woman's voice. Inkue bowed again and flew inside. It wasn't that he couldn't teleport here, but he didn't dare to. Flying into Ice and Snow Island, he saw white along the way. The trees were white and had no green leaves. Even under the snow, these trees didn't freeze to death. Wooden houses could be seen everywhere. Of course, it was also white. It was so white that it was boring. But Inkue didn't find it boring, because the cold-looking beauties were the most beautiful scene. The women here were like ice sculptures. They were breathtakingly beautiful. There were only women here, and they were all beauties. They liked to wear snow-white dresses and had cold expressions on their faces. Looking at this place that he loved and hated, Inkue's smile didn't diminish. Instead, he became more respectful. He had lived on this island for many years. He had also broken through to rank 9 on this island. Ice Snow Race was one of the ancient races. This race was really weird. They were all women, and they were all extremely beautiful. Moreover, all of them were cultivation geniuses. Every once in a while, they would head to the god world to capture people. Capture men. Capture a man with outstanding talent. The goal was simple: to breed with people who needed to give birth. Like a breeding pig, he was chased around the village and the alleys. This kind of work was humiliating and enjoyable. However, the ending was really cruel. That was because in the end, those who were bred couldn't escape death. Inkue was one of them. He was the only one who survived because he broke through to rank 9 here. Ice Queen let him out and promised to do something for him. If not for Lord Devour bringing him such humiliation, he wouldn't have walked into this place. This place had a past that he couldn't bear to look back on. But Lord Devour did that while his backer, Star Monarch, was in secluded meditation. If he didn't get back at him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything in the future. So, he came here to find Ice Queen to fulfill that promise. Walking into the luxurious ice snow palace of the Island Master, looking at the cold-looking women beside him, looking at the contempt and mockery in their eyes, Inkue seemed to remember the humiliation he had suffered under their whips, under their crotches, and under their feet. His heart was burning with rage, but he didn't show it on his face, because he knew clearly that the woman in the palace was so beautiful that he didn't dare to look at her directly. She was too strong, ridiculously strong. The palace was still dull and white. The decorations inside were gorgeous, with all kinds of accessories that the god world didn't have. The woman sitting in the palace was really beautiful. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She was so elegant that one couldn't look at her directly. One didn't dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. Chapter 1003. Inkue greets the queen. Inkue didn't want to kneel, but he instinctively knelt on one knee. Perhaps it was because this woman had left a deep impression on him during that period of time, or perhaps she was even stronger than Lord Devour, which made him afraid. Lord Devour had reached level 9 not long ago. Although many monarchs knew that she was at the upper level of level 9, they weren't convinced. After all, a nobody that they could kill with a fart had climbed up to their heads. It was hard for them to accept. However, this woman was different. She had been one of the overlords of the god realm for a very long time, and had accumulated her power for a very long time. Moreover, she had been at the 9th level for far too long, and no one knew if her strength had improved by now. When Yi Qinghan wanted to go to the southern mountain continent, Lord Devour had told him that he couldn't go to the northernmost region, which was the icy and snow island. The woman on the frozen throne sat motionlessly like an ice sculpture. If it wasn't for the invisible aura emanating from her body and the chilling coldness in her eyes, even Inkue would have thought that she was really an ice sculpture, an absolutely beautiful ice sculpture. Women who had become a god could change some features of their bodies, such as making their waist more slender, their facial features more exquisite, their legs longer, and their breasts more voluptuous. However, no matter how much they changed, they couldn't become truly beautiful, because the changes were always imperfect and unnatural, giving people a sense of blemish. However, there were some women that you could recognize at first glance that their bodies and features were absolutely original. They were the kind of natural beauties that people couldn't forget at first glance. No doubt, the woman on the throne belonged to this category. What's the matter? The woman opened her mouth, but her lips just moved a little. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't even see her lips move. Her voice was as cold as before. "Sir, please help me kill 2 people. Inkue didn't get up, but respectfully said. He slightly lifted his head to look at the woman, his eyes full of hope. The woman opened her mouth again. "Devour Diao Wu, Yi Qinghan," Inkue said quickly, but he didn't explain anything. He knew that the people of the Ice and Snow Island rarely went out, but they knew everything that happened in the divine world like the back of their hands. The woman fell silent, but her body moved. She stretched out a jade-white hand and gently placed it on the armrest of the ice throne. She lightly knocked on it, making a series of da-da-da sounds. This sound rang in Inkue's ears, but it made his heart beat along with it. It was incomparably strange. After a long time, The woman finally said, "Change your request. I can't agree to this." This? Lord, why? Inkue was stunned. From Ice Queen's tone, she could kill the two of them, but he didn't want to kill him. The woman's eyes spun as a look of dissatisfaction appeared in her eyes. However, she still explained in the end, "Sure, Jiawu, I can't kill her. Her true body isn't in the godly realm. As for Yi Qinghan, he couldn't be killed. If you don't have any requests now, go back." Inkue was even more stunned. After a while, he realized that the Ice Queen had already disappeared from the Ice Throne. He could only sigh and fly out. After leaving the Ice and Snow Island, he could only teleport back. However, when he returned to the Southern Mountain Continent, he still didn't understand the meaning of the Ice Queen's words. He looked at the huge palm print in the city from afar, and his eyes flickered with a sinister light. After pondering for a long time, he could only sigh deeply. Although it was hard to swallow, he had no choice but to swallow it for the time being. "Little you, did you really become a 7th grade war god? And that lord just now, was he really a monarch?" In the huge, illusory palace, only Lan Yu and her parents were left. Although Lan Yu explained it clearly, her parents still felt like they were in a dream. How did their daughter become a 7th grade war god in the blink of an eye? And she even found a monarch as her son-in-law? To the two of them, who had suffered the coldness and mockery of their families for hundreds of thousands of years, this was simply a fantasy story. A monarch, such a remote and supreme existence, actually became their son-in-law. You don't have to call him Lord. He's a good person. Just call him Qinghan. For you, he could directly declare war on Inkue, which shows that he respects you a lot. Father, mother, little you has made you suffer. I promise that when you go to the Flame Dragon City, you will live a good life. Lan Yu's face was full of smiles, which she couldn't hide. She was like the peach blossoms after the spring rain, so gorgeous, so brilliant. Lan Yu's mother's appearance was not bad, but her body couldn't hide the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, she had cried enough, and her eyes were full of gratification. She nodded and said, "Yes, I believe that our little you has grown up. Your father and I have been waiting for this day." Lan Yu's father slightly bent over, rubbed his hands, and moved his lips. He wanted to say something several times, but he didn't dare to. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Little you, when are we going to the Flame Dragon City? I still feel uneasy." "Don't worry, father. Qinghan has gone to the Flame Dragon Island to handle some matters. After he finishes, he will take us away. Moreover, this place is absolutely safe." Lan Yu looked at her father's timid appearance and felt a burst of heartache. After she became the family's genius, her father's back was straight for a few years. However, after she ran away from the marriage, his days in the Lan family must have been even more difficult, right? From the way he subconsciously bent over, it could be seen that he had been bending over for these hundreds of thousands of years. Yi Qinghan had indeed gone to the Flame Dragon Island. The Flame Dragon Island was not far from the Soul Emperor Island. The Illusion Palace was inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, so of course he could control the restrictions and casually teleport out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Since he was going to return to the Misty Continent from the Soul Emperor Island, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't give up on the Flame Dragon Island. His and Yu Qingqing's ancestors were there. He left the Illusion Palace for Lan Yu and her parents to reminisce about old times and brought everyone else out. Ignoring the 8 supremacies guarding the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he had Yao Ji bring them and teleport. In just 2 days, everyone found the Flame Dragon Island. Of the nearby islands, aside from Soul Emperor Island, Flame Dragon Island was the largest. One could easily find it by asking around. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. In fact, the Flame Dragon Island was only a few tenths of the size of the Peach Blossom Island. However, when Yi Qinghan brought Xiao He and a group of beauties and appeared out of nowhere on the Flame Dragon Island, the residents on the island were frightened. That was because the island's protective barrier didn't even tremble. These people had teleported. With Yi Qinghan's strength, he didn't need to use spatial power. He could just use his divine sense to easily scan the entire island. There were more than a dozen tribes on the island and a small city. The city's name was actually Flame Dragon City. There were only a few 100,000 residents on the island, but the strongest person was only a fifth-grade war god. What made Yi Qinghan feel extremely strange was that he didn't detect the Night Emperor and the others on the island. The ancestral portraits of the 5 great families were placed on the ancestral halls of each family. Yi Qinghan had been worshipping them since he was young, so how could he not recognize them? Yu Qingcheng also came out of seclusion. She scanned the area with her divine sense, but didn't find the Moon Queen. A black figure, accompanied by several emperor gods, quickly flew out of the small city. Then, they fearfully knelt on one knee in midair and saluted. The leader was the 5th-grade war god. He respectfully and even fearfully said to Yi Qinghan and the others, "Greetings, my lords. I am the city lord of the Flame Dragon City, Yi Lushui. What orders do you have for me?" "Your name is Yi Lushui?" Yi Qinghan slightly raised his eyebrows and quickly asked, "Who are you to the Night Emperor?" The 5th-grade war god's body trembled. He was extremely startled. However, seeing that these people didn't seem to have any ill intentions, he boldly said, "My lord, the Night Emperor is my father." Black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. He quickly pulled the 5th-grade war god up and knelt on one knee in front of him. He respectfully said, "The 136th generation descendant of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan, pays his respects to the elder god." Chapter 1004. As soon as Yi Qinghan knelt down, everyone behind him immediately knelt down as well. This frightened the 5th-grade war god, Yi Lushui. There was no doubt that there were venerables among this group of people. Furthermore, all of them looked wealthy and respectable. With so many beauties and all kinds of temperaments, he was dazzled. Temperament was not something that could be cultivated by just anyone. "Sir, this..." Yi Lian quickly wanted to help Yi Qinghan up, but she was afraid of being rude. She didn't dare to stand and knelt down as well. However, she suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, "All right, you said that you are the 136th generation descendant of the Yi family? Which Yi family are you talking about?" "Flame Dragon Continent, Song City, Yi family," Yi Qinghan said firmly. At the same time, his expression became even more respectful. This was because he found something on Yi Liuyan's body. Beast battling space. The Yi family's exclusive beast battling space. "What? Are you really a descendant of the Yi family?" Yi Liuyan's eyes suddenly widened and an ecstatic smile appeared on her face. She hurriedly helped Yi Qinghan up and said, get up, child." Yi Qinghan was also very excited. If this was the Night Emperor's son, then he was truly an ancestor. Although his status and strength were different now, since childhood, the Night Emperor was the true god in the hearts of the Yi family. Being able to see the son of a true god, of course he would be a little excited. "Xiaohei, beast merging," Yi Qinghan shouted. Xiaohei immediately turned into a shadow and entered Yi Qinghan's body. Although Xiaohei had transformed into a human, he could transform into his divine beast form at any time. Of course, he could merge. That's right. It's the Yi family's beast god's special skill. You are indeed a descendant of our Yi family. Looking at Yi Qinghan's sudden surge of divine power and the small beast tattoo on the corner of his forehead, Yi Liuyan became even more excited. The Night Emperor had said that apart from the Yi family, no one else could merge with a battle beast. He hurriedly said to Yi Qinghan and the people around him, "Kids, come, let's go. Let's talk after we enter the city. This place is simple and crude. Please don't take offense." Yi Qinghan released the beast fusion, and the group flew towards the small city. There were tens of thousands of people living in the city, and there were also dozens of tribes nearby. Seeing Yi Liuyan lead a group of people towards the city lord's mansion, countless people popped their heads out from their rooms, streets, and corners to look at them curiously. Yi Qinghan looked at the people below him warmly. He could easily sense that there were countless people with battle beasts. Others might not be able to sense it, but as a descendant of the Yi family, he was very powerful. Of course, he could sense it. They entered the hall of the city lord's mansion. It was quite spacious inside. Of course, it was too small for the real Fire Dragon City's city lord's mansion. Everyone sat down, and a few maids immediately served fragrant tea. These maids all looked respectfully at the guests in the room. Some were respectful, some were envious, and some were slightly jealous. Can you wait for a moment? Suddenly, Yu Qingsheng spoke. Yi Qinghan and Yi Luyun looked over in surprise. The maid who was stopped by Yu Qingsheng hurriedly knelt down and said fearfully, "My lord, don't stand up." Yu Qingsheng, who had been extremely calm, could no longer remain calm. She hurriedly stood up and helped the maid up. She asked, "Are you from the Yu family? Are you a descendant of the Moon Queen?" "Yes, what's wrong, my lord?" The maid nodded, looking confused. This time, it was Yu Qingsheng who hurriedly knelt down. Yi Qinghan and the others looked awkward. Should they kneel or not? Enough. Don't talk about these empty formalities. The immortal realm doesn't care about seniority, only strength. In the end, Yi Luyun waved her hand and got rid of the awkwardness of Yi Qinghan and the others. When everyone was seated again, for people flew in from outside. There were 3 men and 1 woman. There was nothing special about their appearance, but the woman was rather seductive. However, she was merely displaying her slight skill in front of Yao Ji. Yi Luyun hurriedly stood up and explained to Yi Qinghan, "Qinghan, come. Let me introduce you. The 2 beside me are also descendants of the Fire Dragon continent. Their names are Xia Fei and Xia Xia. This is Feng Lei, the son of the Wind Monarch. This is Xuehua, the son of the Flower Monarch. This is Yu Yin, the daughter of the Moon Queen and also Hua Wux's wife. Greetings to all the seniors." Yi Qinghan gestured with his eyes. Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, and Yin Ling all stood up. This time, they did not kneel. Instead, they respectfully bent their bodies and knelt. The 4 of them were not very strong. Hua Wuq and the Moon Queen were peak god kings, while the other 2 were only second-level god kings. There were only 3 people on the entire island who were god emperors. Xia Fei and Xia Xia had just become god emperors. The weakest person on Yi Qinghan's side was a god king. If they all knelt, they would probably all be scared to death. After bowing, Yi Qinghan solemnly explained, "Seniors, this is Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, and Yin Ling. We're all from the Fire Dragon continent. Qingcheng is a descendant of the Moon Queen. The 3 of us are descendants of the Yi family, and Ling is also from the continent." The 4 of them were stunned, and their expressions were the same as Yi Luyun's. This was especially true for Yu Yin, who hurriedly pulled Yu Qingsheng over and carefully examined her. Yi Luyun smiled and had the 4 of them take their seats. Only then did she look at Yi Qinghan. Although he could not sense the strength of many of the people Yi Qinghan had brought, he could tell that this young man was their leader. Yi Luyun curiously asked, "I heard Father talk about the Fire Dragon continent. They've always wanted to go back, but they never had the chance. How did you come to the God Realm? Wasn't Purple Island sealed? Also, how did you find this place? The Misty Continent is very far from here. Also, if you don't mind, can you tell me how strong you are?" Yi Qinghan smiled. He could tell something from Yi Luyun's words. After a few moments of thought, he asked, "Were the ancestors forced out of the Misty Continent by the dual-pupil nether race? Did they end up here? Also, have you been sealing off the island recently?" The 5 of them, along with the 2 next to Yi Luyun, were stunned. They stared at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. Their expressions confirmed this to Yi Qinghan. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the 5 ancestors hadn't returned to the Fire Dragon continent for so many years. Although it was expensive to teleport to a material plane, Yi Luyun was a 5th-grade war god. It wouldn't be difficult for her to return. The only explanation was that they were afraid of the dual-pupil nether race and didn't dare to return to the Misty Continent. And Yi Qinghan's deeds were everywhere in the God Realm. If the Fire Dragon Island wasn't sealed, they would definitely know about him. At the very least, they would send someone to Fire Dragon City to ask about him. Yi Qinghan pondered and didn't know how to explain. Xiao He stood up impatiently. He pointed at Yi Qinghan and said proudly, "Seniors, I can answer your question with one sentence. My boss is the #1 genius of the Fire Dragon continent and the #1 genius of the God Realm. Now, he is a 9th-grade war god, the Frigid Knight Sovereign. Tell me, Isn't it easy for a sovereign to find you? What? Ninth grade? Sovereign? Thump. Xiao Hei's words frightened the 7 people in the room. 3 of them directly slid down from their chairs and looked at Yi Qinghan in fear, as if they were looking at a dreadful monster. They naturally knew about the sovereign in the 9th grade. Before the ancestors settled down on this remote island, they had also drifted in the sea of stars for a period of time. Of course, they also told them about the peak existences of the God realm. But they couldn't connect the legendary supreme existences that stood in the clouds with this young man, who claimed to be a descendant of a Yi family. Yi Luoyun wiped the cold sweat off his face and swallowed hard. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's ability to merge with battle beasts, he wouldn't dare believe that this person was a descendant of a Yi family. The number 1 genius of the Fire Dragon continent was nothing. The number 1 genius of the God realm was also acceptable. But a descendant of more than 100 generations suddenly appeared and told him that he was already the peak existence of the God realm. How could he accept it? Chapter 1005. Yi Qinghan smiled when he saw this. He did not explain anything. He made a very simple gesture, taking out a supreme quality god artifact from his space ring. Holding it in his left hand, origin energy appeared in his right hand, and he gently touched it. Bang! A soft sound accompanied the 2 halves of the divine sword. Although Yi Luoyun and the others had been sealed off from the island, they weren't country bumpkins. They knew that the white gas that emerged from Yi Qinghan's hand was the origin energy. This time, they were completely convinced. They couldn't help but sigh. The strongest warrior they had seen in their lives was only a 7th grade war god. They didn't expect to see a sovereign in their lives, and it was their descendant. Great ancestor, were Great Ancestor Knight Emperor and the others. Why aren't they on the island? Yi Qinghan asked about something that had been puzzling him ever since he arrived on the island. Qinghan, you don't have to call me Great Ancestor. The Divine Realm has its own rules. How about this? You can call me Clan Elder. You can call these people seniors. Qingwu, Qingyu, and Qingcheng, you can call them that too. Yi Luoyun hurriedly waved his hand. He felt uncomfortable being called Great Ancestor by a sovereign. Although they were all descendants of the 5 great families, strictly speaking, they were of a different bloodline from the 5 great families of the Flame Dragon continent. Seeing that they nodded, Yi Luoyun continued. Father and the others went to search for the bloodline of the Beast God. The bloodline of the Beast God? Yi Qinghan, Yu Qingcheng, and Yi Qingwu glanced at each other in astonishment. They looked at Yi Luoyun doubtfully, waiting for his explanation. Yi Luoyun smiled bitterly and said, I don't know the details. Father said that our Yi family is the descendant of one of the 10 ancient gods, the Beast God. The wind, flower, snow, moon, 4 great families were branches of the Beast God's bloodline. Father said that for millions of years, the 10 ancient gods not only dominated the divine realm, but also secretly ruled over countless planes. However, after the apocalyptic war, the 10 ancient gods all fell. The heirs of the various clans were almost all dead. Those who were not dead had all escaped to the material plane or into secret realms. And right now, Father and the others are going to a secret realm to search for the lineage of the Beast God. Xiao Hei jumped up and said excitedly, Wow, boss, I didn't expect you to be a descendant of the 10 ancient gods. Yi Luoyun and the others puffed their chests in pride. Fireworks, who was next to him, smiled sweetly as she looked at Yi Qinghan. She was also a descendant of one of the 10 ancient gods, a descendant of the Thunder God. This meant that she and Yi Qinghan had a deep relationship. Yi Qinghan frowned and fell silent. The legends of the 10 ancient gods had always existed in the God realm, but there were no accurate historical records. Moreover, there were many different kinds of rumors. Some said that there were actually 100 ancient gods, and the 10 ancient gods were just the strongest among them. However, no one knew exactly how strong the 10 ancient gods were. It was rumored that millions of years ago, the God world had experienced an apocalyptic war. Almost all of the peak experts of the God world had died. Of course, there were many legends, but none of them were recorded in history. Yi Qinghan originally didn't care about it, but he didn't expect to hear that he was a descendant of the Beast God. After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan asked, "Do you know that the ancestors went to that secret realm? How strong were they when they left?" Yi Luyun shook her head and said, "Father didn't say where they went. He only said that as long as they didn't return, the island would be sealed. Unless a venerable appeared, the seal could not be lifted. Then they would find a way to exterminate the double-eyed netherworld race and save the fire dragon continent. Father just became a 7th grade war god. Uncle Shui and Uncle Hua are 6th grade war gods. Aunt Yu is a soul cultivator, and her soul was at the peak of the God King realm when she left. As for Uncle Hua, he has already passed away. Exterminate the double-eyed netherworld race? Save the fire dragon continent." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. It seemed like the Night Emperor and the others didn't forget about the descendants of the fire dragon continent. They went to the secret realm to seek help, or to make a breakthrough in their strength, and then think of a way to save the fire dragon continent. Yi Qinghan said solemnly, "Elder, seniors, I will handle the double-eyed netherworld race. You don't have to worry about the fire dragon continent. I built a city on the Misty Continent, also called the Fire Dragon City. Do you think it's possible to move all of them there? I have some enmity with the Star Sea, and I don't want to implicate you." This, Yi Luyun and the others looked at each other and hesitated. After all, they weren't one of the 5 Night Emperor and the others. How could they make such a decision so easily? Moreover, after living on this island for so long, it was impossible for them to not have feelings for each other. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and let the 7 of them discuss through voice transmission. However, after long discussion, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and made the decision. "Elder, let's do it this way. Have a few people come with me to Fire Dragon City and take a look. While we're at it, we can understand the situation in the immortal realm before we come to a decision. I can't promise you anything else, but if the residents of the island go to Fire Dragon City, I can guarantee their safety and cultivation resources." Yi Luyun and the others thought about it and agreed with this suggestion. After another round of discussion, they finally decided that Yi Luyun would bring Xia Fei, Feng Lei, and the other 2. With the matter settled, Yi Qinghan didn't stay any longer. He walked out of the hall and went to the open space outside. With a wave of his hand, he took out countless divine artifacts, pills, and treasures from his spatial ring. Seeing Yi Luyun and the others dumbfounded, Xiao He and the others did not mind. Yi Qinghan had killed so many people and even owned the Soul Emperor Pavilion. These things were nothing to him, and Yi Qinghan still had several transcendent-grade divine artifacts. After Yi Luyun gave some instructions, Yi Qinghan nodded at Yao Ji. Under the gazes of the countless martial artists on the island, everyone vanished into thin air, entering the illusory palace. Inside the illusory palace, when Lan Yu saw everyone appear, he immediately beamed. Meanwhile, Lan Yu's parents nervously looked at Yi Qinghan, at this son-in-law of theirs whose background could scare anyone to death. "How about this? Those who want to cultivate in the illusory palace can cultivate here. Those who want to come with me for some fresh air can come with me. Let's get ready to go back to Fire Dragon City." In the end, most of them followed him out, while Yi Yaorao and Yu Qingcheng continued to cultivate. In any case, they didn't have to worry about danger if they followed Yi Qinghan. It was just a sightseeing trip. Even the South Mountain Sovereign was afraid. So who did they have to be afraid of? Yi Qinghan simply had the 2 6th grade war gods slow down a little. The group enjoyed the scenery along the way back and even stayed in a famous city on the Blood Knight continent for a few days. By the time they returned to the Misty Continent, half a year had passed. After following Yi Luyun around for half a year, Yi Luyun had also heard about Yi Qinghan's legends for half a year. When he arrived at Flame Dragon City, which was 100 times larger than their Flame Dragon City, and saw hundreds of thousands of martialists kneeling on one knee before Yi Qinghan and respectfully calling him Han Yi Monarch, he finally completely accepted this matter. Chapter 1006. The matter of entertaining Yi Luyun was left to Yi Tianlong and the other 2. Yi Luyun immediately decided to move the entire island over. After all, there were still 2/3 of the city that was empty. Moreover, Lei Jun was preparing to build 9 satellite cities around Flame Dragon City, so there was a lot of space. Lan Yu's parents finally confirmed that their son-in-law was not a swindler, but a true monarch, so they settled down in Flame Dragon City. However, the girls could still accept bringing back Lan Yu. After all, Rain Queen had been with Yi Qing Han for many years. However, the starry-eyed cherry blossoms that looked at Yi Qing Han all day reminded everyone that this could not go on. Thus, with Yi Qing Wu as the leader, the monarch of Cold Knight's harem held a grand meeting. Yi Qing Han was present, but he had the right to listen, not speak. In the end, the meeting ended. There was only one topic, which was that Yi Qing Han was not allowed to fool around. Otherwise, after millions of years, the entire Flame Dragon City would be filled with women. Yi Qing Han wanted to protest. In fact, most of these women were the ones taking the initiative, while he was the one being passive. However, facing the harem that worked together to resist the enemy, Yi Qing Han chose to remain silent. Since ancient times, only women and villains were difficult to deal with. It was impossible to reason with a woman, let alone a group of women. With so many women living in the City Lord's mansion, it was too simple. In the end, Yi Qingwu took the lead and decided to spend a large amount of money to build several palaces in God-Sealing Valley. Then, they set up a teleportation gate in the City Lord's mansion, allowing people to freely enter and exit. Yi Qinghan did not object. Didn't he work hard his entire life to give his family a good life? Moreover, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu could not cultivate anymore. Yinling, fireworks, and the others also liked to play around and were not idle. It was good to give them something to do. Lan Yu officially confirmed her identity as the monarch's official wife, but they did not hold a grand wedding. They just held a lively banquet together, which was considered to have accepted them into the group. In the future, when fireworks and Yinling entered the family, they also planned to do the same. Otherwise, Yi Qinghan would have a headache if he had to hold a wedding every other day. When he was free, Yi Qinghan went to the Soul Devourer Palace to discuss with Lord Devourer about the date of the marriage proposal. Then, he went to Rain Butterfly Island with Yi Tianlong and the others, bringing a transcendent-grade divine artifact to propose marriage. Then, he went to Lei Jun and Longyang Manor. Of course, he was there to propose. These days, Yi Qinghan was immersed in happiness. As for other matters, he simply did not think about them. Even the dual-pupiled Netherworld race was in a good mood and only gave them an ultimatum, telling them to scram from the Misty Continent. However, as soon as the ultimatum was issued, Netherworld City was completely empty that night. Lei Jun conveniently sent people to occupy it, making it one of the satellite cities. Even though the Netherworld City was the territory of the Beacon Fire Beacon Hall, and even though Xiang Di had suddenly achieved the Martial Highness realm when he was attacking the Flame Dragon City, he did not complain at all. Instead, he had personally paid the Flame Dragon City a visit. He asked Lei Jun if one city was enough. If not, the entire Fire Beacon Manor could be under Flame Dragon City's banner, changing it to Flame Dragon Manor. Yi Qinghan did not meet Xiang Di, not because he was posturing, but because he was meeting with a more important guest. In a small hall on the 5th floor of the City Lord Manor, Yi Qinghan and a middle-aged man sat opposite each other. The middle-aged man did not have a domineering face, nor did he have a sharp, murderous aura. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man with a bright smile. Yi Qinghan looked at the middle-aged man with a smile and said, "Sir, if you need anything, just send me a message. I'll be there immediately. Why are you being so polite?" The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Brother Yi, if you call me sir again, I'll leave immediately." "Haha, Brother Jita, I was wrong. I'll punish myself with a cup of wine. You don't need to call me Brother Yi. Call me Little Han." Yi Qinghan laughed. He found Jita's temper amusing. He immediately raised his cup and drank a cup of strong wine. Jita had taken action in South Mountain City without hesitation, which had won Yi Qinghan's favor. Although he knew it was all because of Lord Devourer, he could still make friends with him. "Little Han." "Yeah, from now on, you'll be called Little Han." Jita also drank a cup of wine. To a divine realm warrior, Drinking wine was no different from drinking water. However, the atmosphere was better. After Jita drank, his eyes sparkled with a sincere smile as he said, "I'm here to give you a gift. I heard that you're going to marry several wives. Your luck with women is unparalleled. I'm a little jealous. It's the best gift for you to come. Don't talk about this. I know that you have 3,000 beauties in your harem. Before you became a king, your name spread throughout the divine world." Yi Qinghan smiled, revealing Jita's background. "Haha, let's not talk about this. Let's talk business." Jita waved his hand. Then his face turned serious as he said, "Little Han, I'm going to give you half of the prefectures in the south. What do you think? Of course, if you can't handle something, you can call me at any time." Big Brother's gift is really big. Even though Yi Qinghan had experienced many things, he was still shocked. Jita's gift was really big. The Misty Continent had 108 prefectures. He was giving half of them to Yi Qinghan, which was 54 prefectures. It was equivalent to giving half of the country to Yi Qinghan. Moreover, he looked very sincere, and his tone was very solemn. This meant that as long as Yi Qinghan nodded, he would be the king of the Misty Continent South. Lord Devour had told Yi Qinghan that Jita had planned to give Lord Devour the right to rule the continent. However, Lord Devour had said that he wasn't interested. This meant one thing. Regardless of whether Jita was sincere or for some other reason, the most important thing was that Jita was sincere. Yi Qinghan didn't think for too long. His face was full of smiles again. This time, he was very sincere. No matter what, Jita's intentions were sincere. He said seriously, "Yi Qinghan appreciates Big Brother's intentions. However, you know that I don't even want to manage Flame Dragon City. Do you want me to manage half of the continent? Besides, if Little Brother wanted territory, wait until I'm strong enough, then I can go and fight for it myself. Big Brother Jita, you don't have to be polite with me." "Good. Heroic. Domineering." Jita slammed the table and stood up. His eyes were full of admiration and fondness. Of course, he controlled his strength. Although he slammed the table, it didn't break. Actually, he had no choice but to come here today to give the gift. It was just like when he came to Lord Devour. Of course, he didn't want to give away territories, but he had to show this gesture. A continent with 3 kings was, of course, a glorious thing in the divine world. It could also intimidate the other kings. However, they had to be united. Jita understood this. That was why he didn't hesitate to take action in South Ridge City. After Yi Qinghan came back, he immediately came to show this gesture. When he saw Yi Qinghan become more intimate with him, he knew that his efforts were rewarded. If you want to take something, you have to give it first. He just showed a gesture, but he had one Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan's recognition and respect. He looked at Yi Qinghan and smiled contentedly. He was very happy. In his heart, Yi Qinghan was no less important than Lord Devour. No one knew how far a king who had cultivated for less than 100 years could go in the future. However, he knew that this genius would leave the divine world one day and fight in the sea of stars that they all longed for but didn't dare to set foot on. Chapter 1007. Under Yi Qinghan's resolute attitude, the two became closer. Friends who did not have financial ties could stay together longer. If there was a conflict of interest, even brothers would turn against each other. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Oh right, Brother Jita, why don't you have any children?" Jita had heard that he had a harem of 3,000, but he had never heard of any children. This made Yi Qinghan suspicious. It was because every monarch had children, such as the Blood Fiend King and Solitary Ying Chung. If Jita had children, then he and Tu Xie would not have been the first young master of the continent. Little Han, you don't understand." Kid gave an enigmatic smile. His eyes became deep as he faintly said, "The more children there are, the messier the family will become. Those women of mine are now fighting fiercely. If each of them gives birth to a son or daughter, the harem will become chaotic." Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and gave Kid a thumbs up. Kid had too many women. If every woman gave birth to one, if each of them had a child, then his children would get married and continue to have children. In less than 10,000 years, there would be a lot of children. At that time, the children would be divided into different factions. Fighting here would be a headache. Moreover, the ethereal monarch sighed deeply and said with a serious face, "I feel that the divine world is hiding a great danger. Haven't you noticed that the demons have been descending more and more recently, and they're getting stronger? I have been feeling uneasy lately. I feel that something big is about to happen. Before the divine world is completely safe, I will not let my children die with me." And Han raised his eyebrows. Jita had been a monarch for millions of years and should know a lot about the divine world. He was not like Lord Devour, so he could ask some questions. Han pondered for a moment and asked, "Brother Jita, is the demon world going to attack the divine world?" "Not really." Jita shook his head and said, "If they want to attack a plane, they must do it through the plane entrance because the demon monarch's divine power is too strong. They cannot enter the divine world through the weak space. For example, if I want to go to the demon world, I cannot tear the space to enter, even if there are only a few Azura kings descending. With us sovereigns here, no matter how many Azura kings come, they will all die. But once all of the divine world's evil creeks begin to riot, who knows how many ordinary martial artists will die? Do you know about demonic beasts? Actually, there were no demonic beasts in the god realm at the beginning, only spirit beasts. In ancient times, they were all spiritual beasts, but in ancient times, because of the fiend realm's constant attacks, under the influence of the demonic aura, all the spiritual beasts were demonized and slowly became demonic beasts. So, demonic beasts are spirit beasts, and they were demonized by the demonic aura. Han sighed. No wonder the low-level demonic beasts were the same as the low-level demons. Their eyes were bloodshot, they had no intelligence, and they attacked anyone they saw. Only after cultivating to a high level would one have spiritual wisdom. This was basically the same as a demon. However, the spirit beasts in the Myriad God Cave did not have such a situation. After all, there was actually such a story. Han pondered for a moment and recalled Kid's words. Puzzled, he asked, "Plane entrance? Where is the entrance? Does the entrance represent the exit of the divine world's plane?" Of course, the entrance is also the exit. Outside the exit is a very magical place. I went there once, and it was there that I broke through to the sovereign level. Kid's eyes shone with a profound light, as if recalling the past. He said with some emotion, "After leaving the divine world's plane, it is also a plane. That plane is several times larger than the divine world, but no one lives there. That plane is connected to countless planes, just like the center of this world. It is the center of all the planes. If you want to go to another plane, you have to go to that plane. We call that plane the plane battlefield. It is also called the hell plane." Han's body shook. His face was full of surprise. Lord Devour had told him that there were many planes outside the divine world, but he did not say much. Hence, he knew nothing about the matters outside the divine world. He did not even know many secrets of the divine world. Now he finally knew. Outside the divine world's plane, there was a hell plane. That plane was uninhabited. It was a transit point that connected the entire world. The hell plane is called the hell plane because there are mountains of corpses, just like hell. For billions of years, no one knows how many people died there. However, I am sure that the number of people who died there is several times more than the total population of the divine world. Do you think that place is hell? Kid whispered again. His voice was a little fearful, a little weak, but there was also a faint excitement. It was very contradictory. Han's face changed again. How many people were there in the divine world? At the very least, it was in the trillions. But the population of the hell plane was several times that of the divine world. Those who could go to the hell plane were not low-level warriors. There was no doubt about this. But why did so many experts die there? Right? Han's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "The plane battlefield? That's the battlefield?" Kid nodded and said firmly, "Yes. That is the battlefield of the plane wars. The battlefield of the various planes. Plane wars." Han's eyes were frighteningly bright. No wonder Kid was fearful and excited when he talked about it. A planar war. The top elites of each plane fought there. All kinds of races, all kinds of strongest forces fought against each other directly. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Big brother, can you explain the plane wars to me in detail? Yi Qinghan's eyes shone with hope. It was just like when he was in the mortal world, listening to Elder Lu talk about the divine world. Hee hee, Kid laughed. This was what it meant to be a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He was just about to explain in detail to Yi Qinghan when the smile on his face suddenly froze. Finally, he smiled helplessly and said, "Little Han, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but Master has sent a message. I can't tell you these things now. Cultivate well, and ask Master in the future." Yi Qinghan was just excited and ready to listen attentively, but he did not expect Kid to stop talking. He smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew that Lord Devour had sent a message. Lord Devour had always been like this. Only when Yi Qinghan's strength reached a certain level would he tell him some things. Although it was somewhat dull, Yi Qinghan was still secretly excited. It seemed that he had to cultivate well for a period of time. In Lord Devour's eyes, his strength was probably not even qualified to know about the Plane War God, let alone go to the plane battlefield or other planes. Kid and Yi Qinghan chatted for a while, then got up and left. Because of Lord Devour's message, Kid kept some of the secrets of the divine world, as well as the matters of the monarchs. This made Yi Qinghan very depressed. He was a little regretful. After talking for so long, he did not even know the entrances and exits of the divine world. After Kid left, Yi Qinghan stood alone outside the small hall's window for a long time. He secretly made up his mind. It seemed that he had to cultivate well and continuously comprehend the nomological laws to reach the venerable realm and the 9th grade realm. He had an inexplicable feeling that if his nomological laws reached the 9th grade, he would probably know a big secret from Lord Devour, or from the War Emperor. Chapter 1008. Soul-devouring city rooftop. Under the beautiful grape trellis, a fiery red figure was still quietly reading a book. The clouds in the sky were rolling and scattering, and the tides of the wandering sea seemed to have nothing to do with her. Lord Devour wore a calm face. The green grape leaves, the black grapevines, and the dark red grapes complemented each other, which didn't look out of place. Quite the contrary, they seemed to blend together. At the entrance of the rooftop, Madame Gio, who was wearing a snow-white robe, walked up. She looked at them, revealing a peaceful smile. Every time she saw this scene, Madame Gio felt a sense of peace and harmony in her heart. Swoosh! Space fluctuated. At the same time, Lord Devour put down his book and received a light blue drink from Madame Gio. Then he took a sip. "Greetings, monarch." Madame Gio turned around, slightly bending her body as she smiled at the newcomer. A man in an elegant white robe appeared on the rooftop. He nodded to Madame Gio and then bowed to Lord Devour. "Greetings, Lord. Sit. You don't need to greet me in the future." Lord Devour didn't turn his head. He just said faintly, without any emotion. The corners of G.'s mouth rose, and the smile on his face became warmer. He knew that his effort and harvest had gone beyond his estimation. Lord Devour had approved of him. Jita didn't stand on ceremony. He walked over and sat down in front of Lord Devour. Then he said faintly, but his voice wasn't flattering. Instead, he sounded a little friendly. "Sir, little Han has reached level 9. Why didn't you tell him something? It seems he doesn't know much about the level 9 realm. From what I see, his attacks seem to be primitive and brute force. It's not time yet." Lord Devour lifted his face to look at Jita. Strictly speaking, his level 9 realm isn't level 9. He was just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. He took a shortcut. He's like a small tree with an unstable foundation. His current task is to build a strong foundation. Otherwise, this good seedling will be destroyed. If he doesn't build a strong foundation, what if he builds a skyscraper? Do you want him to walk the same path as you and I did? Yeah, right. Little Han is indeed a good seedling. Cultivating for 100 years to reach such a cultivation level. I'm afraid that even the hundreds of planes, there are only a few prodigies like him. Kid nodded. He finally understood Lord Devour's good intentions. Only by building a solid foundation could he go further. Even if he and Lord Devour didn't have a solid foundation, they wouldn't be able to make any progress in this lifetime unless they had a heaven-defying chance. Besides, Lord Devour put down his cup, speaking begrudgingly. I don't want to teach him how to use space power, and you don't need to teach him. He is a piece of unpolished jade. All we can give him is the right direction. As for the specific path ahead, he needs to walk it himself. How far he can go will depend on his luck. Jita looked at Lord Devour with admiration. What kind of master could bring up what kind of disciple? The way Devour taught his disciples seemed irresponsible, as he didn't care about them at all. Perhaps the average disciple wouldn't be able to learn anything and wouldn't have any great achievements. However, if there was a disciple with innate talent and great fortune, he would surpass the master. The master could lead the way, but the cultivation depended on the individual. If he gave the disciple the right direction, he could study and ponder it himself. That was how he could bring up an amazing disciple. Take this. All of a sudden, Lord Devour threw a blue jade talisman to Jita. The blue jade talisman was diamond-shaped, with complicated patterns crisscrossing on it. At first glance, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. Jita asked suspiciously, "Sir, this is a life-saving jade talisman. If you're in danger, just crush it. No matter when, it can transport you away. Anytime," Lord Devour said faintly. He glanced at the excited Jita and revealed a smile. "Since you've joined my force, I have to protect your life." "Thank you, sir." Jita stood up excitedly. He wanted to kneel to express his gratitude, but after thinking about Lord Devour's instruction, he bowed slightly. Lord Devour had made it clear. Anytime. Anytime. The meaning of this sentence was too heavy. You don't need to act like this. We have the same enemy. Of course, I will think of a way out for you. Lord Devour lowered his head and didn't look at Jita anymore. Jita sighed deeply. His excited expression became dispirited again. He said sadly, "Sir, can we defeat him? Where there is a will, there is a way. If we don't do it, we will never be able to achieve it. If we do it, at least we will try our best. Even if we fail, we won't regret it. You have to believe in Little Han." Lord Devour's tone was still indifferent, as if he was talking about something insignificant that had nothing to do with him. Jita looked at Lord Devour. He was infected by his strong confidence, and his face glowed with glory. He nodded and said, "Sir, I'll leave now. Recently, the evil stream is stirring again." Lord Devour didn't raise his head. He waved his hand, picked up the book, and started to read quietly. Madame Gio was listening quietly, but she couldn't understand what was going on. Her competence was low, and she didn't like to care about many things. It was also why Lord Devour liked her. Madame Gio didn't care about the big things, but she cared about the small things. She said softly, "Sir, in 3 days, we will go to the Dripping Spring Mansion to propose marriage, right?" Lord Devour lifted his head, a rare smile on his face. "Later, you go to the Fiery Dragon City and bring that little bastard Xiaohei back. He's going to get married, but he's still like a kid." "Oh, right, the palace is almost finished, right?" "Yeah, almost. It's luxurious and beautiful." Madame Gio was proud of herself. This palace was built by her, and it was exceptionally beautiful. Then, she said reluctantly, "Anyway, I think young Master Xiaohei won't stay here for a long time, right? I heard that Little Han is building a palace for Xiaohei in the Investiture God Valley. Young Master Xiaohei will go to the Fiery Dragon City with Miss Shui heir." "Ha!" Lord Devour's face was affectionate. "As long as he's happy, he can stay anywhere. Xiaohei is the young master of the soul-devouring palace. The soul-devouring city must build a palace for him. You should go. Tell Little Han to come to my place 3 days later." Madame Gio nodded, then teleported to the Fiery Dragon City. Under Lei Zhen's lead, they entered the Investiture God Valley through the special teleportation formation in the City Master's mansion. As soon as they entered the Investiture God Valley, even though she had seen so many grand scenes and luxurious palaces, she was astounded by the grand palaces in front of her. Gazing at them for a long time, she forced a smile and mumbled, "It's all because of Little Han. That's why he's so rich." The divine stones used to build this palace are enough to build several fiery dragon cities. Chapter 1009. The scenery inside the Sealed God Valley was picturesque. The spirit-gathering array automatically absorbed the heaven and earth spirit chi within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, causing the heaven and earth spirit chi inside to reach a terrifying level. When the heaven and earth spirit chi was too dense, all kinds of flowers and trees were nourished and looked especially beautiful. All kinds of spirit fruits could be found all over the Sealed God Valley. It was like the legendary Immortal Valley. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu were fine. They even got people to dig a deep pit in the valley and let Yi Qinghan control the restrictions to maintain the valley's original appearance. They also used countless spatial rings to bring in endless river water to fill a small lake in the city. They also caught some wild beasts in the wild and completely turned the Sealed God Valley into a lively, immortal world. At this moment, more than 100,000 martial artists in the valley were building countless big palaces. Lord Jiu counted and realized that there were 3 big palaces and countless small palaces. Such an immortal world and such palaces made Lord Jiu feel like he was looking at the ancient heavenly court. Swish! Numerous silhouettes flew over quickly. Other than Yu Qingcheng, Yi Yaoji, and Yi Yaoji, who were in seclusion, all of Yi Qinghan's women were here. In front of them was Xiao He, who had a face full of excitement and a pair of quick-witted eyes. "Ah, Jiu, why are you here?" Xiao He said to Lord Jiu casually. Then he pointed to a big palace on the left and said, "Look, this is the palace that boss built for me. What do you think? Isn't it grand?" "Greetings, Lord Jiu, Uncle Lei Zhen, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, fireworks, and the others also flew over. Unlike Xiao He, they didn't dare to call him Ajio. Fireworks held Lei Zhen's hand intimately with a sweet look on her face. There was a small palace here that belonged to her, and her wedding with Yi Qinghan was coming soon. Grand, very grand. Lord Jiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that this young master had built that palace in the Soul Devourer manner for nothing. He had decided to stay here forever. Anyway, it wasn't strange. Xiao He and Master Devourer didn't have a deep relationship. Moreover, Master Devourer was his senior. With his character, if Xiao He stayed in the soul-devouring palace for a long time, he would go crazy. Moreover, with little Han here, no one would have the guts to cause trouble in Flame Dragon City, right? Buzz. Suddenly, there was a ripple in space. Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji appeared beside everyone. Yi Qinghan nodded at Lord Jiu indifferently. Beside him, Yao Ji also nodded casually. With their statuses, if they bowed to Lord Jiu again, Lord Jiu would probably not dare to accept it. Madame Jiu then told Xiao He what Devourer had told him. When he heard that they were going back to the soul-devouring manner, he was a little unhappy. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Yi Qinghan glaring at him. He immediately shriveled up and didn't dare to say anything. After chatting for a while, Lei Zhen left with Lord Jiu and Xiao He. Yao Ji looked around at the beautiful scenery and the restrictions that were everywhere in the Sealed God Valley. She smiled at Yi Qinghan and said, "Little Han, I plan to stay in the Sealed God Valley for a long time after the palace is built. The restrictions of the War Imperial Palace are too complicated and profound. I plan to study the 2 restriction books that you gave me and refer to the restrictions here. My learning speed will definitely be very fast." "Okay, no problem." Yi Qinghan agreed readily. However, he was a little confused and asked, "Yao Ji, why do you like these restrictions so much?" Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, and the others were also very confused. These restrictions seemed very powerful. For example, the restrictions in the Sealed God Valley could suppress venerables. However, restrictions were dead things. Moreover, they were extremely complicated. Cultivators cultivated themselves and increased their strength. Although this thing was powerful, it sounded like a heretical way of doing things. Hee, you don't understand." Yao Ji smiled mysteriously. Then, she raised her beautiful face and looked at the sky above the Sealed God Valley. She said, restrictions were called secret techniques in ancient times. They were once extremely powerful. It was said that when one comprehended restrictions to a certain level, they could set up super restrictions that could kill a ninth-grade cultivator. I can feel that I have reached my limit by breaking through to the venerable tier. I probably won't have a chance to break through to the ninth grade in this lifetime. Therefore, I plan to start with restrictions and become the legendary Supreme Restriction Master. Of course, I also like to study these things. Kill sovereigns. Everyone looked at each other. Sovereigns were the symbol of invincibility. They could actually be killed by some restrictions. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment. He looked at Yao Ji encouragingly and said, "As long as you like it, go and learn. I believe that you will definitely reach unprecedented heights." There are 3,000 great Daos. Perhaps the path of restrictions was suitable for Yao Ji. "Brother," suddenly, Yi Qingyu said embarrassedly. Yi Qinghan turned around and rubbed Yi Qingyu's head with a smile. He said, "You little girl, you're always like this. Why are you being so polite with me?" Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Qinghan and then at Yao Ji. She was even more embarrassed. She said shyly, Can I learn restrictions from Sister Yao Ji? But I am very stupid. I am afraid that I won't be able to learn it well." "Silly sister, what is there to be embarrassed about? If you won't learn, I will teach you." Yao Ji pulled Yi Qingyu over and said in a reproachful tone. Yi Qingyu was the most good-tempered and amiable among Yi Qinghan's women. Moreover, everyone knew that Yi Qingyu held a high position in Yi Qinghan's heart. Of course, he treated her especially well. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingyu's pure eyes thoughtfully. Yi Qingyu had a gentle temperament. She didn't like to fight for anything. She asked for nothing. Over the years, he hadn't paid much attention to her. She had become a god emperor and had a long lifespan. However, she must have been lonely and lost. He thought about it for a while, then his face suddenly became serious. He looked at Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingwu, Yinling Fireworks, Blue Rain, and Yao Ji. He said seriously, "Little Yu's idea is good. Yao Ji's hobby is also good. I don't have any demands on you. I just want you to live well. You can do whatever you want. The most important thing is that you have a goal to pursue. That way, you won't feel empty." For example, Qin Sheng and Yao Rao like to cultivate, so they often go into seclusion to increase their strength. For example, Yao Ji likes to study restrictions, so you can study them. No matter what you do, I will support you, as long as you feel happy. When a person didn't have enough to eat and couldn't wear warm clothes, they definitely wouldn't want to travel abroad. However, if one's material foundation was sufficient, then they had to have a certain spiritual pursuit. Otherwise, their life would be very lost. Then, they would become numb. Yi Qinghan was very clear about this. Now that he was a monarch, he could give his women a comfortable life. However, he didn't want his women to be around him all day. They had to have their own pursuits. That way, their lives would be full. Only then would they be able to maintain their lively personalities. They wouldn't let time erase their individual flavors. Moreover, the lifespan of a God Realm warrior was infinitely long. Even Yi Qingyu and the others, who had become God Emperors by refining God crystals, had a lifespan of millions of years. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan already had a clear goal. So, in the future, he would often go into seclusion. He wanted his women to be able to live a wonderful life, even when he wasn't around. Yi Qinghan's words caused the eyes of the women to flicker with complex emotions. They all fell into a contemplative silence and began to think about their own lives and their future path. A life without pursuits was an incomplete life. Yi Qinghan's eyes were also thoughtful. At this moment, he had also determined his own path and his pursuits. He wanted to become stronger and stronger until he finally reached the peak. Chapter 10:10. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan brought Lei Zhan to the Soul Devourer Palace. As soon as he appeared on the square of the Soul Devourer Palace, he saw Emperor Yu and many senior elders of the Soul Devourer city, including Xiao He. They were all waiting for him. Xiao He was wearing a formal attire today, which made him look like a gentleman. The black embroidered long robe made him seem like an elegant and peerless young master. However, his shifty eyes broke his image. Haha, not bad. Xiao He, you look good in this robe. Yeah, This hairstyle is good. Yi Qing'an walked over and patted Xiao Hei's shoulder. When this kid had transformed, his face was already more handsome than Yi Qing'an's. Now that he was dressed up, he looked energetic. Buzz! Lord Devour's red figure appeared in the air. Looking at Yi Qing'an, he didn't wait for him to greet, waving his hand. Let's go to Dripping Spring City. A group of more than 10 people walked into the teleportation formation, all of them smiling brightly. Even Lord Devour had a faint smile on his face. Xiao Hei's smile was the brightest. He looked like a fool, smiling unceasingly. After they were teleported to Dripping Spring City, Yi Qing'an saw a sea of people. The entire square, the streets, and even the lofts were crowded. He could see several million people. They all stood in silence, not making a sound. When the light of the teleportation formation faded, they all kneeled down and shouted, "Greetings, sir." Only one person didn't kneel. He bent his body slightly, smiling faintly. "Sir Wilhan, guys, let's go to the Dripping Water Pavilion. Please, let's go." Lord Devour nodded faintly. He didn't say anything, and the faint smile on his face didn't diminish. However, Venerable Li Quan still explained, "Sir, they organized it spontaneously. I don't blame you. Although I don't like crowds, it's better to be lively today." Lord Devour slightly shook his head. Venerable Li Quan could finally ease his mind. The group flew into the Dripping Water Pavilion. Li He, Li Xiaosha, and the important figures of the Li family were already waiting outside the hall. All of them were extremely excited. After today, Li Shuai and Xiao Hei could be considered to have officially confirmed their relationship. The Li family had officially become the in-laws of the Devour family and the Yi family. Perhaps Li Shuai and Yi Qing'an wouldn't feel anything. But everyone in the Li family knew that this was the Li family's most glorious moment. Xiao Hei's identity was unique. He had a close relationship with the two kings, and he was the closest person to Lord Devour and Yi Qing'an. After today, the Li clan would officially rely on the two monarchs. As long as the two monarchs didn't die, the Li clan would exist forever and be glorious for generations to come. Lord Devour disliked these courteous things. Even when Yi Qing'an went to Rain Butterfly Island in Lonyang City to propose marriage, she didn't go. Today was Xiao Hei's big day. In fact, the most important day in the divine world wasn't the wedding, but the marriage proposal. That was why Lord Devour was here, smiling the whole time. However, she didn't talk much. Emperor Yu, Yi Qing'an, and Venerable Li Quan were the only ones chatting. In the end, Lord Jiao presented the betrothal gifts, which were 3 supreme divine artifacts. She stood up and left with Lord Jiao after exchanging some pleasantries. Everyone knew her temperament, so they didn't blame her. Li Quan also knew that Lord Devour had given her a lot of face by sitting here for several hours with a smile on his face. As soon as Lord Devour left, the atmosphere in the room became more lively. Yi Qing'an never acted like a prodigal in front of his friends. Moreover, the people here had watched him grow up, so they didn't feel awkward. After Yi Qing'an's jokes, the atmosphere became livelier. Little Black, Little Sha, and the others didn't like this kind of atmosphere. With their elders around, they felt uncomfortable, so they secretly ran away. The younger generation of the Li family followed the two of them to the Blackwater Pavilion. As the representative of the Flame Dragon City, Lei Zhen put on a solemn face. He started to ask Venerable Li Quan sincerely, "Lord Li Quan, how should I continue to cultivate after becoming a venerable? Please don't hesitate to teach me." Lei Zhen was a little depressed. After breaking through to the venerable realm outside the Soul Emperor Island, he was at a loss. However, he was too embarrassed to ask Lord Devour an ethereal monarch. Today, he could sincerely ask Venerable Li Quan for advice. Li Quan had broken through the venerable realm several 100,000 years ago. Lei Zhen's words shook everybody's spirit. Even Yi Qing'an looked at Venerable Li Quan with interest. The people here were the eminent elders of the Li clan and the soul-devouring city. Most of them were the 7th grade. If they could understand the cultivation of the venerable realm, it would be beneficial for them to break through to the venerable realm. Venerable Li Quan pondered for a while. He looked at the others and said, You all know that comprehending 3 high-level mysteries can help you break through to the God Emperor realm. Comprehending 4 high-level mysteries will make you a 6th grade war god. Comprehending 5 high-level mysteries will make you a 7th grade expert. Comprehending 6 high-level mysteries will make you a venerable. It's easy for a warrior to comprehend high-level mysteries at the beginning. However, the more high-level mysteries you comprehend, the more difficult it becomes. From the peak of the 7th grade to the venerable realm, there's a barrier that is very difficult to break through. No one can help you with this. If you comprehend it, you will comprehend it. If you don't, you will remain at the peak of the 7th grade for the rest of your life. Lejeune, you should know this better. From the peak of the 7th grade to the 8th grade, actually, comprehending high-level mysteries isn't enough. You must comprehend a Tao. Tao. Everyone was puzzled. Even Yi Qinghan was puzzled. Lejeune opened his mouth and said, "That's right, Tao. In fact, I was on the verge of mastering my 6th high-level mystery many years ago. However, I couldn't break through the final step. On the way to the Star Sea, I was prepared to die. I wanted to die with Firework so that she wouldn't feel lonely. It was a feeling of emptiness, a feeling of having no desires or desires. Then I broke through at that moment." Venerable Li Quan nodded and said, "Tao is actually a very general term. Moreover, every venerable's comprehension of Tao is different. Little Han, do you still remember when Flame Dragon City was being built? Because of your words, Emperor Xiong of Smoke Beacon Manor suddenly comprehended Tao and broke through to the venerable realm. Tao is something that is very difficult to explain. It can be the pursuit of love, it can be a kind of killing intent, it can be a kind of resentment or a kind of obsession. In any case, there are 3,000 great Taos. If you want to become a true venerable, you must cultivate your heart. Remember, it's not cultivating the soul, but the heart. Everyone's thoughts were firmly engraved in their hearts what the two of them had said. Although they couldn't understand it now, if they were touched at some point, they would have a very high chance of comprehension. Venerable Li Quan waited for everyone to digest his words before continuing. At the moment of breaking through to the supremacy realm, every supremacy's soul will go to a very mystical place. We like to call it the primal chaos realm. In there, the supremacy's soul will be strengthened. At the same time, the primal chaos realm will bestow you with origin energy. This origin energy will condense with your soul. This source power will condense with your soul, and a venerable will have source power. Venerable Li Quan paused for a moment to let everyone remember his words before continuing. Venerables have 2 methods to continue obtaining source power and increase their strength. The first is to continue cultivating your heart. When your heart reaches a certain level, your soul will continue to enter the primal chaos realm and obtain even more source power. The other method is like Little Han, continue to comprehend the laws. After the venerable realm, high-level mysteries are very difficult to comprehend. However, if you can comprehend one more high-level mystery, then you will be able to touch the laws of heaven and earth. A phenomenon will appear and bestow source power. When Little Han was in the God King realm, he was bestowed source power because he comprehended a very special law's profound mystery. Therefore, there are actually 2 difficulties on the path of venerable cultivation, but both are extremely difficult. One is to cultivate the heart, and the other is to continue comprehending the laws. Chapter 10:11. It is indeed extremely difficult. Lejeune let out a long sigh and said faintly, "Before I broke through to God Emperor, it took me about 100 years to comprehend the first 3 high-grade mysteries. After God Emperor, the 4th high-grade mystery took me nearly 1,000 years, the 5th 3,000 years, and the 6th high-grade mystery took me a whole 6,000 years. If I hadn't gone to save Firework, I don't even know when I would have broken through." Lejeune's words made everyone blush with shame. Lejeune's talent was not as abnormal as Yi Qinghan's, but it was still top-notch in the divine realm. He reached grade 7 in less than 10,000 years, and even broke through to venerable after another 10,000 years. His talent was top-notch. On the path of cultivation, the faster one broke through in the early stages, the the further one could go in the later stages. Many of those present had cultivated for more than 100,000 years, and some had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, even close to 1,000,000 years. Many of them spent tens of thousands of years on the fourth high-grade mystery, but Lei Jun only spent 1,000 years. This was the difference. Yi Qinghan's brows relaxed slightly, and a doubt in his heart was resolved. He had always thought that venerable source energy was bestowed by heaven and earth like him, but many venerables like Lei Jun did not have any phenomenon when they broke through. Moreover, phenomena did not appear often in the divine realm. So there was a saying that becoming a venerable would not cause a phenomenon, but the soul would go to a very mysterious place, the primal chaos realm. The soul could leave the body. What kind of place was the primal chaos realm? Yi Qinghan looked at Lei Jun and Li Quan, not asking any questions. He knew that the two would not be able to answer this question. It seemed like he would have to wait until he broke through to the venerable realm before he would have the chance to come into contact with it. And Li Quan coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention, and then continued. There is something else that the Misty Sovereign told me. I hope that none of you will leak it out. Everyone's expressions quickly turned solemn. At the same time, Honorable Li Quan unleashed his celestial domain. Yi Qinghan also began to sense the surrounding spatial energy. After ensuring that no one was eavesdropping, Honorable Li Quan spoke solemnly. This is the conclusion that the Misty Realm Sovereign and the other sovereigns came to after much discussion. It is a conclusion on how to break through to level 9. Li Quan's words caused everyone to become incomparably excited. Even Yi Qinghan's brows furrowed slightly. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, he was already at level 9. In truth, he knew that he still needed to break through in the nomological realm and become a true grade 9. He wanted to improve his strength to the next level. It was Lord Devour's request, the Battle Emperor's request, and also Shi Yan's request. Everyone knows that one needs to comprehend the ultimate mystery to reach the 9th level. Of course, there's still another way, and that is to comprehend the eternity of space like Little Han. However, Little Han can clearly tell you that aside from him, no one else can succeed on this path. That's why I'm talking about comprehending and fusing the ultimate profound mysteries. Li Quan paused for a moment and continued to say, ultimate profound mysteries. Everyone knows that it is when a certain elemental's 5 basic profound mysteries all fuse together, reaching the great circle of perfection of the laws. Perhaps many people think that it is very simple, thinking that a high-grade profound mystery is the fusion of 4 basic mysteries. Since 4 can be fused, then one more shouldn't be too difficult, right? There are even many fearless people who try to fuse the ultimate mystery at the Divine General tier or Divine King tier. They dream of reaching the peak of level 9 in a single step. I can tell you clearly now, to fuse the ultimate mystery, you must first become a venerable. If you can't break through to the venerable tier, then you will never be able to break through to level 9. Li Quan's words shocked everyone present, and their eyes flickered thoughtfully. No one doubted Venerable Li Quan's words, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt that it made sense. In the immortal world, the number of people who could reach level 9 was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. In the billions of years of the immortal world, something like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse had only happened once, and it happened to Yi Qinghan. Not only was it unprecedented, but it would never happen again. Now that Venerable Li Quan said that Venerable was the foundation to break through to level 9, it was easy to explain. Although there were many venerables in the immortal world, they weren't as common as cabbages or radishes. Lei Jun's eyes were as hot as the demonic sun in the sky. His innate talent wasn't bad, and he was at least one of the best in the last several 100,000 years. He had a high chance of walking on the path to level 9. If he couldn't get an answer from Venerable Li Quan today, he would ask Little Han to bring him to see Jida and Lord Devour. Venerable Li Quan felt everyone's hot gaze, and he smiled, continuing, "The ultimate mystery is very hard to comprehend." The Misty Monarch said that he had accidentally obtained a great opportunity when his lifespan was almost up, and that was how he broke through. He said that there were two ways to comprehend the ultimate mystery. First, after becoming a venerable, one would no longer comprehend the high-grade mystery, but focus on fusing the ultimate mystery. This was an unconventional way. Either one broke through to monarch, or they would forever be the lowest venerable. However, the Misty Monarch said that this way had a higher chance of success. The second way was to continue comprehending the high-grade mystery and not the ultimate mystery. However, it would be more and more difficult to fuse them. This way was because one had to constantly comprehend the principle of this element. As one's comprehension of this principle became deeper and more thorough, it would erupt in the end, and one would naturally comprehend the ultimate mystery and break through to level 9. This way is more difficult, but it's safe because one's strength can increase continuously. Even if one can't break through, he can still become an expert among the venerables. Everyone sighed, and even Yi Qinghan sighed. It seemed like it wasn't easy to break through to monarch. Everyone present, including Venerable Li Quan, looked at Yi Qinghan, sighing emotionally. The road was long, and they still had a long way to go. There was only one Yi Qinghan. Of course, a moment later, Venerable Li Quan said again, "Actually, there is another way. For example, there is a venerable that everyone is familiar with, the first venerable of the continent, Saintly Sky Venerable. He is walking on this path." Saintly Sky Venerable. Everyone present was shocked. This was a venerable that rarely appeared, and many people didn't even know his name. They only knew that the Misty Monarch had a venerable under him. He was in seclusion all year round, but his battle prowess had always been number one among the venerables of the continent. The Misty Monarch said that Saintly Sky Venerable's cultivation path was even more devious, because after he became a venerable, he no longer comprehended principle, and instead focused on cultivating his mind. If one day you see a beggar on the street who could instantly kill a venerable with a flick of his sleeves, don't be surprised. The Misty Monarch said that after Li Kong's green hell battle armor was shattered by Little Han, Saintly Sky Venerable could instantly kill him in 3 moves. In fact, his overall strength could even be compared to Little Han. Furthermore, the monarch said that his strength could possibly become even stronger. What? This? Everyone looked at Venerable Li Quan in disbelief. Even Yi Qinghan was astonished. There was a venerable that could fight against a monarch. If it wasn't for the fact that these words came from Li Quan's mouth and came from Jita, who had been a monarch for hundreds of thousands of years, everyone would have scoffed and treated it as a fart. Venerable Li Quan didn't care about the shock and astonishment in everyone's eyes. He stood up, looked through the door, and looked at the slowly descending demonic sun. He sighed deeply. It's actually not bad to walk an unconventional path. When one thing is cultivated to the extreme, it is also a different kind of strength. Maybe I should walk this path. Chapter 10:12. Li Quan's words had benefited everybody a lot. Yi Qinghan now had a clearer path ahead of him. Originally, Lord Devour had only asked him to comprehend and fuse the high-level mysteries, which was the same as giving him a direction. However, Li Quan's words allowed him to clearly see how many paths there were, as well as where each path led to and what obstacles there would be along the way. These words were actually even more important to Lei Zhan. He had just reached an intersection and didn't even know where the path ahead was. Li Quan had clearly pointed out a few paths for him, and now it was up to him to take them. Lei Zhan respectfully bowed to Li Quan and Yi Qinghan before leaving alone. He entered the transportation formation and directly returned to Flame Dragon City. No one blamed him for being impolite. This moment was extremely important to him. He needed to calm down and think about it. Yi Qinghan and the others didn't talk about cultivation anymore. It was enough to give some pointers and give a general direction. The specifics still depended on himself. Yi Qinghan represented Soul, Eater City, and Flame Dragon City to decide on the date of the wedding with Li Quan. Then, they chatted for a bit before leaving Li Quan City. According to the customs of the Divine Realm, proposing a marriage was a big day. Comparatively speaking, the wedding wasn't that important. After the marriage proposal, It was more or less the same as marrying someone else. All kinds of relationships and benefits had been confirmed. All that was left was the situation. Xiaohei also came back. Of course, Xiaohei's intention was to stay in Blackwater Pavilion until the wedding. That day on Wander Island, he didn't succeed. Xiaohei was still brooding over it. He learned a lot from Yi Qinghan and was preparing to go all out. But of course, he was sent flying by Li Shui'er's kick. Returning to Flame Dragon City, Yi Qinghan felt his body relax. He had finally completed a major matter. The following days became more leisurely. Xiaohei's wedding was set in 3 months, while Yi Qinghan's wedding was set to be with a Moon Queen, Blue Rain, Yinling, and fireworks. They would all be marrying into the Yi family. Blue Rain's parents and Cherry Blossoms were in Fire Dragon City, so they only made a symbolic marriage proposal. Yi Qinghan had specially given a large courtyard in the city to Blue Rain's parents to live in. The elders of the city had also arranged for a few guards and maids. After the sealed Valley of the Gods was completed, they would all be brought in to live with Blue Rain. For this small wedding, Yi Qinghan didn't plan on making a big deal out of it. The female side didn't have any objections either. Blue Rain's parents liked Yi Qinghan very much and listened to everything he said. Lei Zhen, of course, had no objections. Fireworks and Yi Qinghan had known each other before he had. Flying Rain was even more delighted. Yinling had always liked women, but this was the first time she had ever liked a man. The one she liked was Yi Qinghan. She even woke up laughing in the middle of the night. Yi Qinghan's identity was different. If this news were to spread, the entire God Realm would be shaken. So, the 3 sides decided that on the day of the wedding, they would sit together and drink some wine and eat some spirit fruits. They all understood Yi Qinghan's character. Not only was this marriage good for fireworks and the others, it was also good for the families. At the very least, they would be able to provide Sealed Valley of the Gods' top-grade spirit fruits and holy fruits for free, right? The Sealed Valley of the Gods' palaces were completed in half a month. With godstones and people, it was impossible to be slow. There were 3 main palaces and more than 10 smaller palaces. Every woman had one. Yi Qinghan had a main palace, Xiaohei had a main palace, and Yi Sahan had a main palace. In the next half a month, the women happily decorated their palaces. Even the otherworldly Yu Qingsheng came out of seclusion. Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei didn't like this. They felt like they had nothing to do. Seeing the women bustling around, Yi Qinghan stood in front of the grand palaces. He felt like he was standing in the Forbidden City in his previous life. He was like the man sitting on the dragon throne. Although it was a little awkward, he was a little proud. After transmigrating, after 100 years of struggle, his efforts had finally paid off. He was the 7th son of the Yi family. Finally, he could live a life that not only the billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent, but also billions of people in the God Realm envied. He looked at his wives, who were smiling like flowers, and clenched his fists. This happy life wasn't easy to come by. He would protect it forever. If anyone wanted to ruin it, he would turn back into the 7th son of the Yi family, who dared to use a stake to knock out the young master of the Yi family. He would risk his life to fight with him. The day of the wedding arrived quickly. Lord Devour didn't come. Lei Kuang and Yu Duanfei came with Emperor Yu. Although Yi Qinghan had purposely sealed off the news, the teleportation array had not stopped for a single moment from dawn until dusk. Not only the big families of the Misty Continent, but many big families and monarchs of other continents had also sent their messengers. The square in the Fire Dragon City and the square outside the city were filled with people. Yi Qinghan forced a smile. If they came to give him gifts, he couldn't just reject them, could he? Thus, Lei Zhen, who was the in-law, became busy again. Yi Tianlong's group also represented Yi Qinghan to receive the guests. Eventually, there were too many people who couldn't attend. Lei Kuang, Yu Duanfei, Emperor Yu, and Li Quan had to come. Yi Qinghan's identity was special, and it was a big day. He couldn't receive them personally, could he? Yi Qinghan showed up and exchanged greetings with them. Then, he accompanied Ji De to drink in the Seal God Valley. Not long after that, Lei Zhen sent a message to Yi Qinghan, asking him to receive someone. He heard that it was Li Quan who had asked him to do so. The messenger of the ice and snow island. Yi Ching Han arched his brows. Except for the Star Ocean, all the monarchs had sent their representatives. Yi Ching Han had never heard of this ice and snow island. Why did Li Quan want him to receive them personally? Jida's scholarly face was surprised. He stood up, pulling Yi Ching Han to the teleportation formation outside the palace. While walking, he said, "Let's go. You and I will receive them personally." The island master of the ice and snow island is immeasurably strong. He's even stronger than Lord Jiaowu. Great Nine Supreme. Yi Ching Han remembered the Arctic land and the South Sea Green Mountain that Lord Devourer had mentioned. This ice and snow island seemed to be one of those two places. Stronger than Lord Devourer? Of course, Yi Ching Han knew what it meant. Lord Devourer's strength was at the upper grade 9. At this moment, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, the patriarchs of the big families were also frightened by the so-called ice and snow island's messenger. It was a woman. Her beauty was suffocating. She was so cold that people would feel cold all over their bodies. She was a woman who made Li Quan, one of the top 5 rankers of the Misty Continent, respect her so much. She stood quietly in the middle of the hall, ignoring the hundreds of gazes in the hall. She held a white jade box in her hand, which made her look like an ice sculpture. She had teleported here. After she came in, she only said one sentence. Then, she kept silent. "I'm here on the order of the Ice Queen to congratulate the Frigid Knight's sovereign on his wedding." When Yi Ching Han and Jida appeared together, all the big shots in the hall stood up and saluted them. However, the woman still didn't move. When Yi Ching Han smiled and went to greet her, the woman handed the box to Yi Ching Han. Then, she said something and teleported away. "The Ice Queen asked me to bring a message. If the Frigid Knight's sovereign has time, you can visit the Ice and Snow Island at any time. The Ice and Snow Island is in the Arctic land. Farewell." The woman's words scared the patriarchs of the big families in the hall again. They didn't know much about the Ice and Snow Island, but many of them knew about the Arctic land. That was because the Arctic land was ranked 3rd among the 4 great death traps of the continent. Some people even said that the ranking of the Arctic land was wrong. It was as dangerous as the Evil Abyss, which was ranked 1st. Chapter 10:13. Before Yi Ching Han could express his politeness, the envoy from the Ice and Snow Island had already disappeared. Yi Ching Han could only cup his hands at everyone and enter the Seal God Valley with Jida. "Big brother Jida, what is this?" Yi Ching Han entered the palace and saw Jida looking at the white jade box in his hand with envy. Yi Ching Han couldn't help but ask curiously. "Good stuff." Jida swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At their level, there were very few treasures that could move them. However, he was still extremely tempted by the items from the Ice and Snow Island. He grabbed the holy fruit on the table and directly threw it into his mouth, eating it as if it was an ordinary fruit. He did not explain anything and only said, "You can refine that treasure after you break through to the supremacy realm in the nomological realm. You will know how magical this thing is." Since Jida said that, Yi Ching Han didn't say anything else and kept it carefully. Seeing Jida eat the holy fruit like it was a normal fruit and throwing away his scholarly temperament, Yi Ching Han was sure of one thing. It seemed like the rumor that Jida was the leader of the God Bandits in the past wasn't wrong. Mutant fruits and holy fruits were the specialties of the Seal God Valley. Yi Ching Han didn't care, but to Jida, they might not be high-grade treasures, but they were still rare items. Yi Ching Han started again. He smiled and asked, "Big brother, is this Ice Queen really so powerful?" "I can't tell you more." Jida might have eaten something from Yi Ching Han, but he wasn't going to be soft. He laughed and said, "I can only tell you one thing. Build a good relationship with the Ice Queen. Even if you slap Inkue, he won't dare to retaliate. If you can sleep with her, you can do whatever you want in the divine world." Damn, so fierce. Yi Ching Han was speechless. It seemed like there were only 10 sovereigns in the divine world on the surface, but there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the dark. Who knew how many fierce people were hidden from the world? "The waters of the god world run deep," Yang Qi said. "There are a few old geezers in the arcane pocket realms, and they're all very fierce. Little Han, you still have a long way to go. I am old, and the longer a martial artist lives, the harder it is to advance. Don't just focus on enjoying life, work hard on your cultivation. I sincerely hope that you can step onto the true peak. Kid stood up and sincerely patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Then his expression changed, and he laughed mischievously. All right, it's your wedding day. A night of spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I won't disturb you any longer. Jita walked very quickly. His relationship with Yi Qinghan had reached this point, so there was no need for formalities. Yi Qinghan sat in the main hall in silence for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as he stood up and walked toward the side hall. The first one he entered was the Blue Rain Palace. There were 7 or 8 maids in blue robes inside the palace. These were all arranged by Lei Zhan, and Yi Qinghan did not refuse. Yi Qinghan waved his hand to dismiss the maids and walked into Lan Yu's room. Lan Yu was still in her blue robe, and her face was slightly powdered. She looked extremely delicate and beautiful. Lan Yu did not sit on the bed. Instead, she sat in front of the window. From Yi Qinghan's angle, he could see a perfect side profile. Lan Yu noticed that something was wrong and turned around. Her mature and charming face was filled with the joy and shyness of a little girl. Little Han. Before Yi Qinghan could walk over, Lan Yu suddenly walked quickly. Then, a pair of soft hands pressed against Yi Qinghan's chest and pushed him out. This made Yi Qinghan extremely surprised. Lan Yu shyly said, I am an old married couple. You should go to the 2 younger sisters' room. Haha, it's fine. It's not like you don't know that men are very strong in this area. Yi Qinghan hugged Lan Yu, but she broke free and looked at Yi Qinghan with incomparable determination. Yi Qinghan was helpless. He could only walk towards the Ling Palace. After the crazy incident at the Lily Cave, although Yi Qinghan had sent many messages and apologized many times, he had never said it in person. Ling acted as if nothing had happened and did not mention a single word about what happened that time. After entering the room, he discovered that Ling was like a beautiful snake coiled up on the bed. Her devilish figure was perfectly displayed, and there was a faint smile on her face. It was unknown what she was thinking. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered, he immediately met Ling's gaze. The latter leisurely smiled and said, Did you go to little sister Fireworks' place? Yi Qinghan shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, Ling's eyes lit up. Her pink tongue slid past her lips as she excitedly said, Quickly, take down little sister Firework first. Later, bring her here and we'll play some new tricks. This lady will make you feel good. Really? Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up like a wolf in the night. He rubbed his hands and nodded at Ling. Then, like a bull in heat, he rushed towards the Firework Palace. Ling, it was not his woman. If he had any thoughts about his woman, he would be very angry. However, at this moment, he was incomparably excited. Perhaps this was the weakness of human nature. Selfishness was the root of human nature. However, if humans are not selfish, there would be no competition. Without competition, humans would not progress. Without progress, the human race would eventually be destroyed in the surging torrent of history. This was a dead knot that could not be untied. After entering the Firework Palace, he saw that the interior of the palace was very simple. It had the freshness of a pretty daughter from a humble family, but it also had a bit of spiritual energy. It was very comfortable. Of course, what made Yi Qinghan even more comfortable was little Firework, who was sitting on the side of the bed with a complicated expression on her face. It was true that when it came to looks, Firework was the most beautiful among Yi Qinghan's women. This was a flawless face with 2 small pink horns on her forehead. Firework's face was enough to instantly kill all the men in the God Realm. Firework's figure was exquisite and delicate. However, her bulging breasts and small but perky buttocks made Yi Qinghan's blood boil. Furthermore, Firework's beautiful face was currently flushed due to shyness. This made Yi Qinghan, who had been through a lot, feel a shiver from the depths of his soul. The 2 of them did not speak. They just stared at each other for a while. Then, Yi Qinghan carried the trembling firework to the bed and began to gently untie her snow-white palace dress. As the robe slowly unraveled, a jade-white and exquisite body was revealed. Yi Qinghan swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva as the robe on his body turned into powder. Then he arched his body and gently caressed this body that could make a man go crazy. Her slender legs, smooth abdomen, and full breasts all had traces of his big hands. At the same time, he began to gently kiss her fragrant lips, her jade neck, her snowy peaks. He had done enough foreplay. He waited for firework to gradually calm down and her body to heat up. Without any hesitation, Yi Qinghan found that paradise and fiercely thrust his spear into it. Boom! At this moment, the two small pink horns on Firework's head suddenly lit up. It was so bright that it was dazzling. Then, Firework's body lit up. Following that, a strong bolt of lightning passed through Firework's body and into Yi Qinghan's spear. In an instant, it rushed into Yi Qinghan's body and soul. Yi Qinghan's muscles instantly convulsed and contracted. His hair and fur stood on end, as if he was an unlucky person who had been struck by lightning. His eyes suddenly widened as he fell straight on a Firework's petite and perfect body and fainted. Chapter 10:14. Fireworks did not panic when Yi Qinghan suddenly fainted. She knew that this would happen during the first fusion with a woman who had awakened the Thunder God's bloodline. She just hugged Yi Qinghan tightly, and her tears started to fall silently. When she first saw Yi Qinghan, she did not care. Even when Yi Qinghan saved her from the Whip tribe, she was only grateful. Then, when she met the dwarf and saw Yi Qinghan rush out again, she acknowledged Yi Qinghan a little. What she would remember for the rest of her life was that after Yi Qinghan had saved everyone, he had knelt on the ground and let out a low roar because of the killing intent. Then, like a lone wolf, he had resolutely left. At that moment, her little heart felt that this was a real man. But at that moment, Fireworks only liked this country bumpkin from the material plane. What really moved her was when everyone was killed by Immo Xiao Xiao beside the teleportation portal at Shady Stream. She sat among the corpses, feeling so helpless and lonely. That was when Yi Qinghan's figure appeared again. At that moment, she felt that Yi Qinghan's not-so-tall body was so strong and so safe. It was like a towering mountain. So, after leaving Shady Stream, she decided to repay him. She used her whole life to repay him. So, she waited for him for many years. She rejected the first young master's proposal, and her family accepted Tu Xie's proposal. Then, she chose to run away. Finally, at that moment, she became his wife. Although she had many wives, she did not care. According to the customs of the God Realm, every strong person had a group of women behind them. Female strong people could also have a group of gigolos. It was natural for the weak to rely on the strong. In the God Realm, it was not strange for people to take wives. There were often old heroes who had lived for millions of years. They would marry a little girl who had just grown up, and it would become a story. There was a female manor lord of the Maple Shadow Manor in the north of the continent. She kept tens of thousands of gigolos, but no one said she was slutty. The world was just that fair, and the strong were supreme. Although Fireworks was not weak, Yi Qinghan was ridiculously strong. Most importantly, the two of them loved each other, and that was enough for Fireworks. Just as Fireworks was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt something moving inside her body, and it started to get bigger. Fireworks blinked, and when she saw Yi Qinghan's eyelashes flutter, she immediately realized what was going on. She shyly closed her eyes, and her face started to heat up again. Mother asterisk her. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and cursed. He, a dignified rank 9, had actually been beaten by a club. If this news got out, he would lose a lot of face. A rank 9 who had mastered spatial force was extremely sensitive to the slightest movement. But of course, Yi Qinghan was like a red-eyed bull. Why would he pay attention to such things? Fortresses were always broken from the inside. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had woken up. Of course, his heart was filled with resentment, and he fiercely retaliated against the person who ambushed him. For a moment, the sounds of fighting and moaning filled the entire palace. The infatuated girl who was guarding outside the palace trembled in fear. Freezing Night Monarch was indeed a fierce person, and his attack power was indeed strong. The storm raged for a few hours, and fireworks had long been defeated. She lay on top of Yi Qing Han, gasping for breath. She did not even have the strength to move a finger. Although for a God Realm rank 9, this kind of exercise was nothing. But Fireworks was really tired, and her mind was extremely exhausted. When a person was in a state of excitement for a long time, once they relaxed, the result was obvious. Seeing Fireworks like this, Yi Qing Han originally wanted to carry her over to play a special game with enrich, but his plan was ruined. After sending a sound transmission to Blue Rain and enrich, Yi Qing Han hugged Fireworks, who was like a kitten, and laid on the large bed. He did not ask Fireworks what that bolt of lightning was. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to inspect his body. After a few rounds of inspection, he was incomparably shocked. He suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and looked at Fireworks, asking, "Fireworks, does your family have any records of what will happen after obtaining the primordial een of women like you?" "Yes." Fireworks saw Yi Qing Han's serious expression and did not care that she was naked. She hurriedly sat up and said, "Our ancestors have 6 women who awakened the Thunder God's bloodline. All 6 of them helped their men break through the bottleneck of Peak God King and break through to God Emperor. Also, their divine power has the lightning attribute, and their attack power is increased by 30%. What is it, Big Brother Yi? See for yourself." Yi Qing Han's eyes flashed, and then a ball of white air came out of his hand. This was the origin power, but at this moment, the pure white origin power had lightning flashing on it. It felt like the origin power was like an auspicious cloud, and inside it, there were lightning dragons rolling. "Ah, Big Brother Yi, is this okay?" Fireworks covered her small mouth and said worriedly. Yi Qing Han shook his head and then closed his eyes again to inspect his body. Finally, he smiled and said, "My body, besides some changes in the origin power, is still normal. There shouldn't be any big problems. I will ask Lord Devour and Big Brother Jide another day. Don't worry, little girl, a heaven and earth spirit body, like you can usually bring benefits to people. You won't harm them." Fireworks finally relaxed. The origin power was above the soul sea. If there was a problem and it affected the soul, it would be a big problem. Yi Qing Han patted Fireworks and then hugged her to sleep again. However, the moment he closed his eyes, there was a flash of worry in them. Actually, there was one thing that he did not tell Fireworks. The power of thunder and lightning had indeed affected his soul. This was because the origin power above the soul sea was entwined with countless small electric snakes, moving back and forth inside the origin power. From time to time, they would strike into the soul sea and swim in the soul sea before returning to the origin power. It felt like there was a dark cloud floating above the soul sea, and from time to time, lightning would strike down like electric snakes swimming in the soul sea. The most important thing was that the soul sea did not react at all. There was no pain, no numbness, and it felt like nothing had happened. It was extremely strange. Yi Qing Han closed his eyes to inspect his body for several hours, and only opened them when the sun rose. For such a long time, the lightning kept striking from the origin power, but the 2 soul seas did not change. This made Yi Qing Han let out a sigh of relief. The soul sea was the foundation of every warrior, even though his soul had become extremely strange. However, Yi Qing Han did not intend to give up. This was related to his life. Although he was temporarily fine, Yi Qing Han did not dare to let his guard down. If the lightning kept striking, what would happen if one day the soul sea was destroyed? Therefore, when the sun rose, he suppressed his obsession with fireworks and plum. After saying a few words, he went straight to the Soul Devourer Manor. Chapter 10:15. He went to the Soul Devourer Manor, but when he revealed his lightning-infused origin power, Lord Devourer was stunned. Lord Devourer was silent for a long time. In the end, he could not give a reason, and could only let Yi Qinghan continue to pay attention. Yi Qinghan went to Ethereal Peak again. In the end, Jita was also amazed and envious, but he did not know why. He specially brought him to Ethereal City to check the history books, but he still found nothing. Instead, the two of them experimented. Jita released his origin power, and Yi Qinghan used his origin power to attack. After a comparison, they found that the lightning-infused origin power was ridiculously strong. A battle between supremacies relied heavily on the consumption of origin power. If one side had more origin power, the other side would often die miserably. Once the two supremacies fought to the death, the space would definitely tremble. They would not be able to teleport, and would eventually be killed. However, such a fight would not benefit either side. The origin power of a supremacy was an offensive and defensive weapon. Although the origin power floated above the soul sea and could continuously generate and increase, it was too slow. For example, the origin power that Yi Qinghan was bestowed by heaven and earth for the first time was not much. However, it would take at least 1,000,000 years to generate this much origin power. How many million years did a supremacy have? A supremacy's lifespan was at most 5 million years. Therefore, the origin power was extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, supremacies would not fight to the death unless they had a feud of killing their father or stealing their wife. They were all people of the upper class. It was not easy to reach this step. You enjoy your wealth. I play with my peerless beauty. Good for you, good for me, good for everyone. Jita and Yi Qinghan fought 3 times. They released the same amount of origin power each time, and then fought head-on. The result was that Jita wanted to cry. He used up all the origin power he released, but Yi Qinghan only used 1/3 of it. In the end, Jita, a dignified overlord, was directly sent flying. Yi Qinghan returned to Flame Dragon City in satisfaction. He did not think about it anymore. Since it had come to this, there was no point in thinking about it. He could only pay close attention to his soul. If the origin had lightning strikes, Lord Devour and Kid couldn't explain it. In that case, there was no need for him to tell them that the lightning within the origin power was still continuously descending on his spiritual sea. Even though he didn't get to the bottom of the matter, he still brought a huge pile of books from Floating City. It was an explanatory book about the various laws, even though there was no detailed explanation of the basic, intermediate, or advanced profound mysteries. All he did was list the profound mysteries of each element, and, at the same time, he added a few sentences to give a rough description. However, it still gave Yi Qinghan a rough idea. Of course, at this moment, Yi Qinghan was fully focused on comprehending and fusing the profound mysteries of the laws of space. The rest of the information was just to enrich his database. His goal now was different. He didn't want to become an emperor god, but he wanted to break through to the monarch level in terms of nomological laws. Thus, he had to focus on one type of nomological law. There were still 2 months until Xiao Hei's big wedding, so Yi Qinghan didn't choose to go into seclusion. Instead, he accompanied his wives day and night. After all, they were newlyweds, so he spent his days fishing in Sealed God Valley, looking at the flowers, eating spirit fruits, and plowing his own fields. His days were comfortable. Yinling, Er's days were the happiest. She encouraged Yi Qinghan and often tricked Fireworks into playing with them. Fireworks was soft-hearted and couldn't withstand Yi Qinghan's lies. Furthermore, she had just come into contact with this sort of thing. Unknowingly, she had boarded Yi Qinghan and Yinling, Er's pirate ship. In the end, she even encouraged Yi Qinghan to pull Blue Rain over. Every time Yi Qinghan looked at Yinling Er's bright eyes, he would even suspect that this woman had used a roundabout strategy. In the 100 Flowers Cave, she had purposely seduced him and then infiltrated the enemy's ranks, openly playing with him. The construction of Fire Dragon City's 9 subordinate cities had also begun. Of course, one of them had already begun to be occupied. Nether City, which the Nether race had operated for 1,000,000 years, was frightened by Lei Zhan's ultimatum and fled to the Star Sea. Even the residents of the city were scared away, leaving behind an empty city. Yi Qinghan didn't have any intentions of expanding his territory. Otherwise, not only would Beacon Smoke Manor become Fire Dragon Manor, but the entire southern part of the floating continent would also change their surname to Yi. The construction of the 9 subordinate cities was just to separate the residents of Fire Dragon City according to their development potential and relationship. Yi Qinghan didn't want a city to have all sorts of people. Also, the residents of Fire Dragon Island, the citizens of the Fire Dragon continent, and his wife's family all needed to be settled. After killing so many people, there was a large basket of spatial rings. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he had stripped all of those young masters. The treasures on their bodies were all priceless. Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion didn't have any divine stones, some of the unremarkable little toys were worth a large amount of divine stones. Yi Qinghan didn't lack divine stones. When Lei Zhen proposed to build a city, he let him handle it. Xiao Hei's wedding was held in Soul Eater City. This was Lord Devour's request. In Lord Devour's eyes, Xiao Hei was even closer to him than his own son. He used the entire Soul Eater Palace's power to hold a grand wedding for Xiao Hei. With Jita's help, there were 6 sovereigns who came that day. Hidden sovereigns, who usually lived in seclusion, made an exception this time. Not to mention the big families of the divine world. Soul Eater Palace celebrated for 3 days in countless cities to celebrate young master Xiao Hei's wedding. After the wedding, Xiao Hei stayed in Soul Eater City for 3 days and then came to Fire Dragon City to live in Seal God Valley. Li Shui raised both her hands in approval. Coming to a paradise like Seal God Valley was not only beneficial for cultivation, but it was also lively with many people. He could drag fireworks, light dance, and the others out to play when he had nothing to do. It was a real life of immortals. Yi Qinghan rested for a few months and told the women. Then he summoned Lei Zhen. Little Han, are you going to cultivate in seclusion? Where are you going? Yi Qinghan didn't hide most of his matters from Lei Zhen. So, when Lei Zhen entered Sealed God Valley, he knew Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Yi Qinghan nodded and said, I'm preparing to enter the War Imperial Palace. I'll leave the matters in the city to you. Once you're done, you should go into closed-door cultivation. There are so many grand elders in the city. Let them handle matters. Lei Zhen smiled and said, And there's nothing else. Sahan has been learning fast recently. I'm going to let him take charge for a while. This child is smart. Recently, his cultivation has been stuck at a bottleneck. He said he's going to rest for a few years. I'll let him do it. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and said, Although Sahan has accepted me as an irresponsible father, he still doesn't like to talk to me. You're worrying too much. But if he makes a mistake, he has to follow the rules. This includes the disciples of Flame Dragon Continent and the people of Flame Dragon Island. This rule can't be broken. Otherwise, Flame Dragon City will be in chaos. If you don't have the heart to care, tell Qing Wu, Qing Cheng, and my grandfather that I've explained to them. And Lei Zhen smiled and looked at Yi Qinghan. This was also one of the reasons why he liked Flame Dragon City. Yi Qinghan never protected his people. Yi Qinghan thought for a while, and his expression turned solemn. He said seriously, regarding the spies outside Sovereign Island, continue to nurture them. Don't be afraid of spending divine stones. Once Sovereign Island is unsealed or Li Kong comes out, inform me immediately. I'll definitely kill Li Kong. At the same time, we need to nurture spies in the 6 continents. We need to collect all the information about the various mystic realms and dangerous places. Chapter 10:16. Yi Qinghan entered the War Imperial Hall, and together with him was Yao Ji. Yao Ji did not have Yi Qinghan's 2 souls, so she could not enter the soul silent state. Her comprehension speed was not as freakish as Yi Qinghan's, so she accompanied Yi Qinghan in seclusion, carefully comprehending the 2 restriction books that Yi Qinghan gave her. Of course, the most important thing was to help Yi Qinghan cultivate. The women of the bewitching succubus race were the divine world's top spiritual bodies, not one of them. In the entire divine world, only Lady Yanran, the divine grace monarch, could enter the 5th level of the soul silent state alone. Of course, the Apocalypse Monarch and Yi Qinghan could also do so, because the 2 of them had a woman from the bewitching succubus race. Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry to fight with Yao Ji. Instead, he went to the hall with countless mysterious stone tablets and looked at them one by one. 108 mysterious stone tablets. Yi Qinghan looked at them for a full 3 years, of which 2.5 years were spent on 3 mysterious diagrams. 3 mysterious diagrams of the spatial laws. These 3 diagrams were 3 types of high-level spatial mysteries. The diagrams were very abstruse, and the higher the level of the profound mystery, the more profound it was. After looking at them for 3 years, Yi Qinghan could only forcefully memorize the 3 diagrams in his mind. These 3 high-level profound mysteries were space suppression, space shuttle, and space combination. 3 high-level profound mysteries. If Yi Qinghan integrated them to large success, his law realm would directly reach the peak of grade 7. After comprehending the Tao, that supremacy Li Quan spoke of, he could become a true supremacy, then advance to the real grade 9. It looked very simple, but Yi Qinghan knew that it was not simple. The more profound mysteries one comprehended, the higher one's realm would be. The harder it was to comprehend. A martial artist's cultivation was heaven-defying. How could the laws of heaven and earth allow martial artists to comprehend their true essence so easily? If it was easy to comprehend, then it would not be called heaven-defying and changing one's fate. After memorizing the 3 mysterious diagrams, Yi Qinghan began to look inside his body. Yi Qinghan was a little worried since he hadn't been checked for 3 years. After examining his body for a while, he found that there were no changes to his body, and there was nothing different about his soul C. The lightning within the origin energy continued to strike down, striking the soul C. The lightning circled the soul C once before returning to the origin energy. The cycle repeated itself as if it would never tire. However, the white bridge between the 2 soul generals seemed to have become even more sparkling and translucent under the effect of the lightning. The small black line that had emerged from the bridge didn't show any signs of continuing to grow. Like a small snake, it quietly lurked on the left side of Yi Qinghan's soul ocean. Yi Qinghan looked inside for a long time, but he still found nothing. He opened his eyes and glanced around. He found the enchantress leaning on a mysterious stone tablet. She was holding a book on restriction and reading it carefully. From Yi Qinghan's point of view, the enchantress was wearing a thin veil, and her pink skin was faintly discernible. Her upper body was bent and leaning on the stone tablet. Her waist was sunken, and her plump buttocks were raised high, forming a perfect S-shaped curve. Especially her plump buttocks, which could kill the eyes of all men. Coupled with her perfect side profile, it made Yi Qinghan's mouth go dry. Enchantress, enchantress. Although Yi Qinghan had played with the enchantress's delicate body more than once or twice, and Yi Qinghan was very familiar with every part of the enchantress's body. However, Yi Qinghan still felt that the more he looked at her, the more interesting it was, and the more he played with her, the more fun it was. Some women were stunning, but after having them, they would feel that they were just so, and they would even lose interest over time. However, the enchantress, the creator's favorite, was completely different. Of course, the enchantress felt Yi Qinghan's gaze. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly, but she did not turn her head. Her plump buttocks were even more perky. Like a blooming peony, it was invisibly seducing the tourists, and they took the initiative to sniff its fragrance. Yi Qinghan slowly stood up, while admiring the enchantress's beautiful figure and her skin that was slowly becoming flushed. He smelled the delicate fragrance released from the enchantress's body and felt the allure and charm of her body everywhere. Halfway through, he began to walk faster without realizing it, until he reached the back of the enchantress. The enchantress still did not turn her head, but her buttocks began to sway slightly. Yi Qinghan squatted down and slowly lifted the veil below the enchantress's body, revealing the 2 snow-white petals completely. Then he did not do anything, but just watched quietly, as if he was looking at a national treasure. Pop, pop, a beautiful rhythm, accompanied by the biting cold wind, sounded in the main hall. Following that, A man's low roar was mixed with a tender moan that was enough to make one's bones go soft. Yi Qinghan's closed-door training had officially begun. Flowers bloomed and wilted, and spring came from the east. In the sky of the realm of gods, as the bright sun and the enchanting moon took turns to rise, time passed quietly in the roars of men and moans of women. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. The realm of gods was peaceful, and the supreme island was still sealed. Countless people imagined that the Star Monarch would come out of seclusion and fight with Yi Qinghan at the peak of the Fire Dragon City, but it did not happen. Li Kong did not play any tricks and did not continue to send people to assassinate Yi Qinghan's family and friends. The South Mountains monarch was even more dispirited. Ever since that time, no one had seen him appear. Even the servants of the Ying family thought that he had passed away due to anger. On the ethereal continent, Jita originally thought that the demon realm was going to attack, but it did not happen. Instead, news of the demons attacking the Tianqi realm and the Grace mainland started to appear. This made the monarch of Tianqi realm, Imo Shanghuang, and monarch Yanran furious. They were originally watching Jita make a fool of himself, but now it was Jita who was watching them. The Fire Dragon City gradually became more lively. Although there were not many permanent residents in the city, the prices of the restaurants in the city were not too high. Many people paid a large sum of godstones to the city lord's mansion and booked countless restaurants for a long period of time, so that they could stay there for a long period of time. The holy fruit that appeared once every few decades in Fire Dragon City was good stuff. Every time it appeared, it would be auctioned in the Fire Dragon City. Those who stayed in the city would be able to get the news immediately, and they could even get a discount. With the protection of the monarch, it was hard for the Fire Dragon City to be deserted. Yi Qinghan never came out after seclusion. Although the empresses in the city were a little disappointed, they understood and went about their own lives. Yi Qinghan's words and their stable lives. The women began to find their own pleasures and pursuits in life. Yi Qingwu organized another wedding for Yi Sahan and Peach Blossom to make it up to Peach Blossom. Although no one from the other continents came to congratulate them, all the great families of the floating continent came. What made Peach Blossom very excited was that people from Peach Blossom Island came. Although the Peach Blossom Venerable didn't show up, and Peach Blossom didn't like the people from Peach Blossom Island, Yi Sahan knew that Peach Blossom was very happy. Yi Chong broke through to the God Realm and flew back to the God Realm with a group of martial artists who had broken through and refined divine crystals. Yi Baihu, Yi Qingniu, and Yi Tianlong returned to the Fire Dragon continent. It wasn't that they were returning to their roots, but that they were used to living in the Fire Dragon continent. Because of the rules set by Yi Qinghan, the disciples of the Yi family didn't dare to bully others in Fire Dragon City and the Nine Guard City. Of course, there were a few scum. Although they didn't do much evil, they were kicked back to the Fire Dragon continent by Yi Qingwu and Yi Chong. The descendants of the 5 great ancestors of Fire Dragon Island lived comfortably in a fortress city. Yi Luyin also became a senior elder of the Fire Dragon City. Except for a few people who stayed on Fire Dragon Island to wait for the old ancestors' news, everyone else moved here. Everything was developing in a good direction. If Yi Qinghan's strength improved after he came out of seclusion, it would be even better. However, these peaceful days were broken after 600 years of seclusion by Yi Qinghan. Something big happened in the God Realm that shook the entire God Realm. The 9 nether demonic world suddenly launched an all-out attack. The Yin Fiend streams of the 6 continents revolted at the same time. Everything was in a state of emergency. Countless devils were like black moths, swarming towards the God Realm through the space cracks and the space cracks. All the sovereigns of the God Realm took action immediately to suppress them. Even Lord Devour took action. The South Mountain Sovereign also shamelessly came out of seclusion. Countless hidden experts of the God Realm appeared one after another. For a moment, the God Realm was in chaos, and it was very lively. The devils of the 6 continents were forcefully suppressed, but there was a big problem. Supreme Island in the Star Sea was still sealed. After the Battle of Soul Emperor Island, A large number of Star Army was transferred to Supreme Island and the Nine Guards Island. However, Supreme Island acted as if it didn't hear about this catastrophe. Therefore, more and more devils appeared in the Star Sea. Countless Azura kings came out of the space cracks, and the entire Star Sea turned into a super huge fiend stream. Martial artists of the Star Sea fled in all directions towards the 6 continents. Many islands were in a state of emergency. Countless messages were sent to the entire God realm like snowflakes. In half a month, billions of people died in the God realm. The sky of the God realm started to darken. It seemed like a great catastrophe was coming. Chapter 10:17. In Sealed God Valley. As soon as Lei Zhan appeared in the teleportation formation, he immediately teleported and appeared in Yi Ching Han's main hall. Not long after, several figures quickly flew towards the main hall. Fireworks, Xiao He, and the others received Lei Zhan's message at the same time and immediately rushed over. "What's wrong, father? Why are you so urgent? What's going on?" Fireworks, Yinling, and Lan Yu rushed over together. Inside the main hall, Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu, Xiao He, Yi Sahan, Li Shi, Peach Blossom, and Cherry Blossom were already waiting in the main hall. Fireworks saw Lei Zhan's serious expression and immediately asked. Lei Zhan had always been calm. Even if someone held a knife to his neck, he wouldn't change his expression. At this moment, however, he said excitedly, "Something big has happened." Xiao He immediately sent a message to Little Han. "The God realm is facing a calamity." Lord Devour sent a message to Little Han to come out of seclusion and go to Soul-Devouring City. Calamity? Everyone was shocked, and their expressions changed. Recently, everyone had been cultivating in the Sealed God Valley. Some were cultivating, some were gardening, and some were fishing. None of them had gone out. Normal people couldn't come in, so they obviously didn't know what was happening outside. Xiao He didn't dare to speak nonsense and immediately sent a message through their soul connection. Unexpectedly, Yi Ching Han closed the soul connection. Lei Zhan saw this and immediately turned to look at Lan Yu. Lan Yu nodded and immediately took out a jade talisman to send a message. Of course, she wouldn't send a message to Yi Ching Han. Instead, she sent a message to Yao Ji. Yi Ching Han had told her that if something big happened, the first thing she had to do was find Xiao He and then send a message to Yao Ji. If that didn't work, then she could only crush the black jade talisman he left behind. In the end, the enchantress replied very quickly. Not long after, Yi Ching Han and the enchantress appeared together in the main hall. After 600 years, Yi Ching Han's appearance hadn't changed much, but his temperament had become steadier. If the Yi Ching Han during Li Shui heir's coming-of-age ceremony was a sharp knife, then the Yi Ching Han after becoming a monarch was a sheathed knife. However, at this moment, Yi Ching Han's temperament had become that of a saber without a sheath. There was not the slightest bit of sharpness revealed, and he was as steady as a mountain. Ching Han, Little Han, brother, everyone was overjoyed, their eyes burning with joy. Yi Ching Han swept his gaze across the crowd and discovered that their eyes were brimming with spiritual energy. Their aura hadn't been erased by the passage of time. Instead, their aura had become even more concentrated. Feeling gratified, he nodded his head at the crowd and smiled warmly at Lei Zhan. What happened? Calamity. The calamity of the God world is coming. Lei Zhan's eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. Yi Ching Han's expression became stern. He nodded his head and asked Yao Ji to bring the crowd to sit at the side. Although the crowd was curious, they didn't dare to make a sound. They all sat at the side obediently. Yao Ji handed the restriction booklet to Yi Qingyu, then looked at Yi Ching Han and Yi Ching Han. Lei Zhan continued quickly. A month ago, all the baleful streams in the God world erupted at the same time. Tens of billions of demons descended upon the God world. The God world was shocked, and the 6 monarchs hurriedly gathered their experts to suppress the demons. Various hidden experts took action and barely managed to suppress the demons. However, the Supreme Island remained sealed, and the Star Army of the Nine Guards Island was not mobilized. The Star Sea was filled with bloodshed. At first, the monarchs thought that the Supreme Island would definitely intervene. Moreover, the demons from their respective continents hadn't been completely cleared, so they didn't have any concerns. However, 10 days ago, Peach Blossom's father escaped to the ethereal city with tens of thousands of martial artists from the clan. He told them a shocking piece of news. The Supreme Island still hasn't sent troops to suppress the demons, and the three main islands in the South Sea were surrounded by billions of demons. If the Peach Blossom Venerable hadn't teleported away with his people, the Peach Blossom Island would have been annihilated like all the other islands in the South Sea. Ah! Peach Blossom covered her mouth and couldn't help but scream. Her face had already turned pale. Although she didn't like the island or the people on the island, they were all her clansmen, and they all had the same blood flowing in their veins. The Peach Blossom Island had close to 100 million people, and only tens of thousands of them escaped. Yinling Er's gaze also turned serious. The Rain Butterfly Island was also in the Star Sea. Although it was close to the ethereal mainland, there was no guarantee that nothing would happen to it. However, although she was worried, she didn't ask anything. She only stared at Lei Zhan. Yi Qinghan's expression became even more solemn. He didn't know how many people there were in the South Sea, but there were at least 1 billion. The three main islands had fallen. Needless to say, the other small islands were all annihilated. Moreover, if the South Sea was like this, the East Sea, West Sea, and North Sea wouldn't be any better than the South Sea. Although he killed 3 billion people with one palm, those people wanted to kill him, so it was understandable that he killed them. It was different now. The ones who killed were demons, creatures from other planes, and the ones who died were humans. When creatures from other planes descended, humans would usually forget about their hatred and fight together against a common enemy, because everyone was fighting for humanity. Yi Qinghan waved his hand to stop Peach Blossom from crying. He knew that even if the Star Sea was annihilated, it wouldn't be considered a calamity for the God Realm. Therefore, he looked at Lei Zhan and waited for him to continue. Lei Zhan sighed and continued. The arrival of Peach Blossom's father attracted Jita's attention. Then, Rain Duanfei also sent the information he collected about the Star Sea to Lord Devourer. At the same time, the continents also accepted some refugees from the Star Sea. After the sovereigns exchanged information, they realized that almost the entire Star Sea had fallen. The only thing that remained was the internal sea. After a rough estimation, the number of demons in the Star Sea has reached 100 billion, and it's still increasing. There are at least several thousand Azura Kings in the Star Sea. The longer the space crack is controlled by the demons, the more likely a devil monarch will descend. Yi Qinghan's brows finally furrowed. The women, Yi Sahan and Xiao He, were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. What did 100 billion mean? They didn't know, but they knew that an Azura King was as strong as a Venerable. Several thousand Azura Kings meant several thousand Venerables. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He looked at Lei Zhan. He knew it wasn't over yet. As expected, Lei Zhan revealed another big piece of news at the end. Just a few days ago, when the Fiend Devils were almost completely wiped out, all the sovereigns, and even the island of ice and snow, the towering mountain in the southernmost part of the immortal world, and even some arcane realms sent out countless experts to lead troops to attack the Star Sea and suppress the fiends. All the beasts and sea beasts in the God Realm were stirred up. Right now, countless beasts have gathered outside the fiery dragon city. I killed the Monster Tharch with one palm strike because the Monster Tharch also went crazy 2 days ago. Fortunately, I was there. Only a few people died. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, all the cities in the continents are surrounded by the beasts. Lord Devourer wants you to stabilize the situation in the Fiery Dragon City and head to the Soul Devourer Manor immediately. Qingyu and Qingwu stay here. The rest of you, follow me. Uncle Lei Zhan, let's go. Yi Qinghan's face darkened. A dark light flashed in his eyes. His entire being was filled with murderous aura. He unsheathed his saber, and cold air shot up to the sky. Chapter 10:18. Inside the Fiery Dragon City, people were surging. The elders of the city were all standing on the city walls with solemn expressions. The surrounding city walls were filled with the newly formed Yi family army. All of them were equipped with blades and armors. The snow-white blades reflected a dazzling light. When they linked together, it looked like a white dragon on the green city walls, releasing a boundless, murderous aura. Outside the city walls and in the sky, there was a sky-blue, translucent shield covering the city. There were millions of people in the city, but they were silent. Everyone looked at the sky and the city walls with a complicated expression. Some were worried, some were excited, and most of all, shocked. The sky and the sky outside the shield were filled with demonic beasts. At this moment, they were attacking the shield in a frenzy. The light in the city was extremely dim because of the concentrated demonic beasts. It was like the dark clouds before a storm, suffocating people. Although the shield isolated the sounds from the outside, the overbearing aura of the demonic beasts in the sky and their ferocious faces made the people in the city feel a chill in their hearts. There was a wave of fluctuation in the sky above the city, and everyone's gazes looked towards the sky above the city. When they saw a cold and handsome man in an azure robe appear with a group of peerlessly beautiful women, the worry and astonishment on everyone's faces vanished, and it was replaced by fanaticism and worship. "Greetings, Lord Hanya!" Earth-shattering shouts rang out, causing the protective barrier in the city to rumble. Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to get up. His expression was incomparably calm as he slowly flew towards the city wall. His calm demeanor made the millions of people in the city feel like he was a towering mountain. As long as this mountain didn't arrive, the wind and rain outside would never come in. Lei Zhan looked at the people below and heaved a sigh of relief. If the demon emperor didn't suddenly go crazy, he didn't know the demonic beasts would riot. It was because of the demon emperor's madness that he immediately found out the demonic beasts under the demon emperor's command were rioting. He immediately activated the shield and teleported all the people in the Nine-Guard city. Otherwise, with the weak shield of the Nine-Guard city, many people would have died this time. Yi Qinghan flew to the top of the city wall and stood alone on the beacon tower that protruded from the city wall. Facing the demonic beast that was so close to him, he didn't care at all and stood there proudly. Through the gaps between the demonic beasts, he began to observe the situation outside. The number of demonic beasts was uncountable, and there were many types of demonic beasts. At a glance, there were at least thousands of types, and most of them were walking beasts. Yi Qinghan looked out through the gap. What he saw was an endless horde of demonic beasts that stretched as far as the eye could see. They were like a swarm of locusts, a dense black mass that caused one's heart to tremble. The flying-type beasts and the powerful flying-type beasts were all frantically attacking the shield. Although the shield had isolated the sound, Yi Qinghan could clearly feel the sharp teeth, claws, and horns of the demon beasts attacking the shield, emitting a heart-palpitating sound. There are at least 3 million demonic beasts, but there are at most 100 Tier 7 demonic beasts. Originally, monster beasts rarely attacked cities because rank 7 monster beasts basically had the intelligence of humans. They would not provoke the apex powerhouses of humans. But for some unknown reason, the entire Immortal Realm's monster beasts are attacking cities like crazy. It's fine if the big city's shield is strong, but the small tribes are probably in trouble. Lei Zhan stood beside Yi Qinghan and reported with a heavy expression. Yi Qinghan nodded. Lei Zhan did not know the reason, but Yi Qinghan was very clear about it. That was because the monster beasts were the product of the demonic aura. With so many demons from the Star Sea descending into the Immortal Realm, the demonic aura in the air of the Immortal Realm must be incomparably thick. These monster beasts were infected by the demonic aura, and their souls were triggered by the demonic aura. Hence, all of them went crazy. Assemble the Yi family army. Listen to my command. Follow me and attack. First, we'll clean up the monster beasts in Longyang Prefecture. You take charge of Fiery Dragon City. A greenish-black long saber suddenly appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand. Divine energy was infused into the saber, and the shadow of a strange beast roared and appeared, shattering the oppressive atmosphere in the city. Instantly, the whole city was filled with endless killing intent. All the Yi family army rise to the sky. Listen to the sovereign's command and prepare for battle. Lei Jun shouted. Instantly, countless figures rose to the sky and gathered in midair. All of them were wearing cyan armors. There were at least 100,000 of them, and their strength was at least at the Emperor realm. Among them, for captains were all at level 7. Enchantress. Yi Qinghan shouted in a deep voice. Enchantress immediately took Yi Qinghan and teleported away. Both of them appeared in the sky tens of thousands of meters above Fiery Dragon City. Hiss, Ayo, roar. When two humans suddenly appeared in the sky, the surrounding demonic beasts instantly became even more berserk. A ferocious aura enveloped the entire wilderness. The huge beasts' eyes turned red as they shot towards Yi Qinghan and Li Xiandao. Before they even got close, the berserk and ferocious aura, along with the stench in their mouths, had already drowned the two of them. Enchantress, clean up all these level 7 monster beasts. Yi Qinghan frowned. The power of space around him swarmed toward him. His figure also gradually disappeared in the sky. The power of space condensed into a giant face in the air. Under the immense pressure of the power of space, all the demonic beasts were pressed down. The demonic beast horde that stretched as far as the eye could see were all prostrated on the ground, unable to move. The city lord is invincible. The city lord is mighty. The Yi family army and millions of people gathered in the city, ready to set off, saw that Yi Qinghan had suppressed all the terrifying and powerful monster beasts in an instant. They all shouted. Their blood was boiling. They couldn't wait to rush out and fight. Of course, Yi Qinghan couldn't let them out. His method of using the power of space was very simple. At this moment, it was already very difficult for him to control the power of space and not suppress the Fiery Dragon City. Otherwise, if the power of space pressed down, the shield in the city would be instantly broken. A soft sword appeared in Enchantress's hand. The soft sword was surrounded by the power of origin. She nodded at Yi Qinghan's huge face. She teleported. She easily locked onto her target. It was a huge black dragon below. However, it had 8 giant claws. Based on its aura alone, it was definitely a level 7 monster beast. Yi Qinghan and Enchantress seemed to have a telepathic connection. The power of space around the black dragon flowed. The pressure on the black dragon was relieved. Immediately, it roared again. Its lantern-sized eyes were blood red. It was about to shoot at Yi Qinghan again. Swish, swish, swish. A soft sword surrounded by a white aura, like the tongue of a poisonous snake, suddenly appeared in the space in front of it. The long sword pierced the shiny black scale between the dragon's horns. Like cutting a watermelon, it easily pierced the dragon's head. At the same time, the soft sword twisted. Blood spurted out of the huge black dragon's head. A huge monster core flew out. The seemingly ferocious dragon, which was hundreds of meters long, began to convulse. A moment later, its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. With the cooperation of a sovereign and a venerable, the powerful level 7 monster beast was instantly killed. There was no suspense. The eyes of the Yi family soldiers in the city burned with passion. They were ready to move. Even Lei Jun wanted to go out and fight. However, Yi Qinghan did not give the order, so no one moved. They all watched the incomparably enchanting Enchantress in a light gauze outside. Enchantress's attacks were clean and efficient. Every time she teleported, she would take a level 7 monster core with her. Not long after, on the flat ground outside the city, almost 100 monsters had fallen. Enchantress did not even look at the monster cores that were worth hundreds of millions of godstones floating in the air. Although she had killed hundreds of monsters, there was not a single trace of blood on her snow-white gauze. She was like a goddess who had descended from the heavens, noble and elegant. Chapter 1019. Uncle Lei Jun, activate the shield. The Yi family army, move out. Split into groups and clear the beasts. Following Yi Qinghan's faint voice transmission, the protective shield within the city was activated. 100,000 Yi family soldiers, whose eyes were already bloodshot, split into hundreds of small groups, and charged towards the horde of demonic beasts like hundreds of sharp arrows. Yi Qinghan canceled his will state. The origin energy revolved around his body as he held the dragon source saber and dashed towards the beasts. The Yao Ji followed him closely. Since they had the origin energy to protect them, they didn't care about the beast attacks. The dragon source saber and the soft sword danced in the sky. Blood and flesh splashed around them. No one could resist their attacks. They were unstoppable. Kill! The earth-shattering battle cries and the incessant roars of the demon beasts interweaved together, forming a very cruel but enchanting scene. No matter the tier, 1 beasts or the tier, 6 beasts, all of them had bloodshot eyes. They had lost their minds. They only wanted to tear the humans in front of them into pieces. The 100,000 soldiers of the Yi family army were all elites. They were warriors who had walked through mountains of blades and seas of fire. They weren't afraid of death. There wasn't the slightest bit of sentiment in war. It was either you die or I die. It was incomparably horrifying. The mountains and plains were covered in fresh blood and dismembered corpses, and the sky was covered in a rain of terror. Outside the fiery dragon city, the battlefields were everywhere. The god power shot out dazzlingly. Yi Qinghan used his soul consciousness to check. He felt relieved. Lei Zhan had spent hundreds of years to gather the 100,000 soldiers of the Yi family army. Yi Qinghan didn't know how strong they were. The battle had been going on for half an hour. However, there weren't many casualties. Billions of beasts had been killed, but only a few hundred people had died. Most of them were just wounded. Finally relieved, Shi Yin and the Yao Ji turned into shadows, attacking the tier 6 beasts. Although there were many demonic beasts all over the mountain, once these high-level demonic beasts were cleared out, the rest would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Of course, countless demonic cores were also a huge source of income. While fighting, Yi Qinghan was communicating with Lord Devour. After Lord Devour understood the situation, he did not say much, only telling him to rush to the Soul Devourer Manor after clearing out the demonic beasts in Longyang Manor. He was given 2 days at most. 2 hours later, under the crazy attacks of Yi Qinghan, Yao Ji, and the captains of the Yi family army, almost all the high-level demon beasts were wiped out. The rest was simple. The weakest member of the 100,000 Yi family soldiers was a god emperor. Moreover, they were all god emperors who had comprehended the laws. Against a bunch of low-level demonic beasts, there was no suspense at all. It became a one-sided massacre. When Yi Qinghan saw that the situation was more or less settled, he did not make a move. Instead, he returned to the city with Yao Ji. After giving some instructions, he left Lei Zhan in charge of the city and teleported to Longyang Manor's Longyang City. The battle outside Longyang City had already ended. The demonic beasts' corpses were like mountains outside the city. Fresh blood dyed the moat outside the city red. The air inside the city still had a faint smell of blood. Lei Kuang was not in Longyang City. There were not many Lei family's grand elders in the city. Only 2 grand elders were there to receive Yi Qinghan. After a quick exchange of information, Yi Qinghan's face became even more solemn. This time, the demonic beasts' uprising was very sudden. Moreover, they attacked at the same time. Although only one of the 108 cities of Longyang Manor fell, only 2/3 of the low-level warriors in the tribe returned. However, only 2/3 of the low-level warriors in the tribes had returned. The rest of the tribes had all fallen. Just the Longyang prefecture alone had lost millions of people. At this moment, Lei Kuang, the Lei family's grand elders, and the Longyang Manor's army were all dispatched to the eastern side of Longyang Manor. The situation there was the most dangerous. Although they were constantly teleporting people to safety, there were so many people in each city. How could they evacuate so quickly? Once the city's barrier was broken, the low-level warriors in the city would die in large numbers. Yi Qinghan did not waste any words. He only instructed the Yi family's army to directly head to the most dangerous cities when they arrived. Then, he and Yao Ji stepped into the eastern city, Goxiong City. Yi Qinghan walked into the teleportation array. The Lei family's grand elders and the hundreds of thousands of warriors in the square all kowtowed to him. They knew that although there were only two of Yiqing Han, they could fight against a million-strong army. The tens of millions of people in Goxiong City could be saved. Yiqing Han and Yao Ji appeared in Goxiong City. They found that the square of the small city was filled with people. The teleportation array next to it was continuously teleporting people. Each time, it could only teleport a few hundred people out. In the square, on the streets, on the roofs, and in the air, there were at least 10 million low-level warriors. These warriors' faces were filled with despair and fear. The small city's barrier was getting weaker and weaker. It seemed like it would collapse in the next second. Then, the monsters outside would rush in and tear them to pieces. Even so, no one rushed to the teleportation formation because everyone knew that. Everyone knew that if the teleportation array was in chaos, the speed of teleportation would be even slower. More people would die later. Outside the city, countless white-armored Longyang official army soldiers were fighting a bloody battle. A white-haired old man was like a god of war, roaring wildly in the midst of the demonic beasts. Even the hilt of his long blade had been dyed red. The white armor on his body had turned into a blood-red one. All the official army soldiers were fighting crazily. Although there were at least 100,000 people in the official army, there were too few powerhouses. There were at least dozens of rank 7 monsters outside. Every second, countless official army soldiers were torn apart and became food for the monsters. The scene was unbearable. Another teleportation array in the city lit up. The appearance of Yiqing Han and Yao Ji shocked the martial artists in the city. Then they sighed. At first, the people in the city thought that there were powerhouses coming to help. Everyone's eyes emitted a light that could melt a piece of divine iron. However, when they saw that there were only 2 people, the smile on their faces disappeared and was replaced by despair and fear. Without hesitation, Yiqing Han and Yao Ji disappeared into the teleportation array before the light of the teleportation array faded completely. Countless martial artists in the city were shocked. However, more people were confused and bewildered. When a giant face appeared in the sky, everyone in the city was confused. They looked at the face in the sky in a daze. After a while, everyone in the city and the official army outside the city trembled. It was as if they had reached the peak of love with a beautiful woman. Their bodies trembled, and even their souls trembled. It's the frigid night monarch. The frigid night monarch is here to save us. Long live billions of years. Oh, Supreme Divine Emperor, oh no. Oh, frigid night monarch, we're saved. We can live. The frigid night monarch, long live. The frigid night monarch is invincible. Earth-shattering shouts resounded in the city. Countless people burst into tears and kowtowed to the giant face in the sky. Even the flagstones on the ground were smashed. Their foreheads were dripping with blood, but they didn't feel anything. More than 100,000 Longyang official army soldiers outside the city were suppressed by the will and couldn't move. Many people were even entangled with the demonic beasts. However, their souls trembled. It was an honor to fight side by side with the frigid night monarch. They would remember it for the rest of their lives. Even if they died, it would be worth it. As Yao Ji's figure floated around outside the city like a ghost, the 7th grade demonic beasts outside the city fell to the ground one by one. When all the 7th grade demonic beasts were annihilated, Yiqing Han released the will. After the official army outside the city regained their mobility, all of them roared like bulls in heat. They turned their roars of anger and hot blood into attacks that poured down on the demonic beasts. Yiqing Han didn't fight for too long. After stabilizing the situation, he rushed into the transmission array under the fiery gaze of thousands of people and continued to act as a firefighter. He knew that if he didn't fight for a second, he might be able to save millions or even tens of millions of lives. Before the transmission array, he looked at the countless corpses of martial artists outside the city. A trace of rage flashed through his eyes. The Demon World of 9 Serenities. Chapter 10:20. Yiqing Han continued to run around the small cities to the east of Longyang Manor. Although he managed to save countless lives, in the end, a small city still fell into enemy hands. When Yi Qinghan arrived, the small city was already littered with corpses. In the end, only half of the cultivators were saved. When Yi Qinghan killed all the high-level demonic beasts in a frenzy. Lei Kuang also came with his men. Lei Kuang did not complain about Lei Jin not coming, because one Yi Qinghan was better than a few hundred Lei Zins. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan, Longyang Manor would have suffered a huge loss. Yi Qinghan did not stand on ceremony with Lei clan. After confirming that Lei Kuang could stabilize the situation in Longyang Manor, Yi Qinghan directly teleported to Dripping Spring Manor. Yi Qinghan directly teleported to the Dripping Spring Manor. The Soul Devourer Manor had Lord Devourer, and Emperor Yu and the others were incomparably powerful. The Soul Devourer Manor's army was also famous for being tyrannical, so there shouldn't be any problems. When he arrived at Dripping Spring City, he found that there were not many familiar faces in the city. Finally, he found Li Shuer, whom he was somewhat familiar with. Yao Ji teleported and the two appeared in Dripping Water Pavilion, scaring Li Shuer, who was in a daze. After Li Shuer exclaimed, she stared blankly at the man who was once abused by her, the man who ruthlessly spanked her, but the man who had reached a height where she could only look up to. Her eyes flashed with complicated feelings. Li Shuer, what's the situation in Dripping Spring Manor now? I'm talking about the demonic beasts attacking the city. Yi Qinghan did not have the time to think about what Li Shuer was thinking, nor did he have the interest to flirt. If Li Shuer did not stay with him for a period of time in the mountain-piercing divine world, he definitely would not come looking for her. When Li Shuer heard Yi Qinghan call out her name, her face blushed. Then, she saw Yi Qinghan's eyebrows twitching and quickly woke up. He pondered for a moment and said, there are 5 cities in danger in the north, 3 in the south, and 2 in the west. Manor Lord brought the doyens and rushed over. Grand Elder Li Shan is overseeing the city. I don't know the specifics either. Thank you. The frown on Yi Qinghan's face deepened as he realized that he had come here in vain to ask Li Shuer. He hurriedly flew to the city lord's mansion with Yao Ji to look for Grand Elder Li Shan. He said thank you to me. Li Shuer looked in the direction that Yi Qinghan had disappeared in, looking at the green figure that was getting further and further away. She knew that this man was destined to drift further and further away from her. She let out a deep sigh and her eyes dimmed as she muttered to herself, there was once a man who appeared before me, but I didn't cherish him. After clarifying the situation in Mount Li, Yi Qinghan once again became a member of the firefighting team. He teleported to a small city in the south that had been repeatedly asking for help, and then rushed to the west of Li Quan Manor. Before the demonic moon rose, the situation in the Dripping Spring Manor was finally stabilized. As Venerable Li Quan had been running the Dripping Spring Prefecture for hundreds of thousands of years, the entire prefecture was united. Moreover, every city lord was an elite, and the prefecture army was also the elite of the elite. None of the small cities had been breached, and the tribes had also retreated quickly, without much damage. Yi Qinghan did not even have time to drink a mouthful of water, nor did he have the time to meet with Venerable Li Quan. He teleported overnight to the 100 Battle Manor that Jita said was the most serious. The 100 Battle Manor had the largest mountain range in the Misty Continent, the 100 Battle Mountain Range. Monsters wreaked havoc in a mountain range, and it was said that even a peak rank 17 did not dare to venture into the depths of the mountain range. Usually, it was very enjoyable. The martial artists in the manor could often go to the periphery of the 100 Battle Mountain Range to hunt monsters and obtain monster core materials, making a fortune. In the end, it was terrible this time. When the monsters went on a rampage, nearly 1,000 tribes and 4 small cities at the edge of the mountain range instantly fell. However, among the tens of thousands of martial artists that escaped, 3 city lords had fallen. At this moment, half of the prefecture was being attacked by a terrifying horde of monsters. Jita and his 4 venerables, as well as countless elders and powerhouses in the city, had already set off to suppress the monsters. Even Venerable Elysian Sky, who had always been in closed-door cultivation, had been mobilized. Jita from the 100 Battle Manor had personally come, and now even Yi Qinghan had rushed over. It was obvious how intense the battle was and how dangerous the situation was. When he arrived at the Hunter Battle City, Yi Qinghan scanned the area and found that the square, the streets, and the sky were filled with people. They were all low-level martial artists, and it was rare to see even an emperor god. Outside the shield, outside the city, there were countless monsters attacking. What was strange was that no one went to kill the monsters, and there was almost no official army in the city. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to kill the demonic beasts outside, a senior elder who had stayed behind quickly flew over. After saluting Yi Qinghan, he asked Yi Qinghan to immediately rush to a small city in the east. He said that the 100-battle city shield could only last for a few hours, so saving the people in the small city was more important. Thus, Yi Qinghan's miserable life began. The continuous use of willpower made his soul very tired. Although he had mastered the use of spatial power, he didn't know how to use it. He didn't have the slightest technique to speak of. According to Gid, he was like a boorish man with great power. However, Lord Devour didn't allow Jida to teach him. Lord Devour said that they were only half-baked and wouldn't teach him. Although a brute had great power, using brute force constantly would also exhaust him mentally and physically. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan only released spatial power and used it to suppress the monsters. He didn't use willpower to attack, so he could barely withstand it. After stabilizing the 100-battle manor in the middle of the night, the two of them set off again to the heavenly demon manor. Neither of them said anything, but they could see the anger and hostility in each other's eyes. After the heavenly demon manor was the beacon smoke manor, then the beacon smoke manor, and then the lotus flower manor. On the second day, when the demonic sun was high in the sky, Yi Qinghan had already gone to more than a dozen prefectures and hundreds of small cities. Even the enchantress felt exhausted. Her eyes that occasionally flew over lost some of their charm. Yi Qinghan felt like his head was about to explode. He sat on the rooftop of the soul-devouring city and closed his eyes, gasping for breath. Jida's face was gloomy, while Lord Devour was drinking tea and reading a book. He looked very relaxed. Actually, Yi Qinghan knew from Jida that Lord Devour had gone to more than 30 prefectures. However, she didn't seem to fight much. It was Mo Xiao Xiao who fought most of the time. However, the two of them were very efficient. Wherever the two of them appeared, the battle would end in a short time. Mo Xiao Xiao's soul skills were extremely powerful. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that if it wasn't for Lord Devour, Mo Xiao Xiao could only run to a few prefectures, and it would be difficult. Lord Devour appeared to be cold-blooded and emotionless. Of course, he was absolutely cold-blooded to his enemies. However, in many aspects, Yi Qinghan believed that her heart was softer than his. A person who could love a man so deeply would definitely not be so heartless. After a day and a half, the demonic beast rampage on the floating continent had basically stabilized. Lord Devour sent a message for the two to return to the soul-devouring city. The heavenly venerable and the others continued to bring people to completely stabilize the situation. The Enchantress and the Yi family army also returned to the Flame Dragon City after helping the Lonyang Prefecture clear the demonic beasts. This demonic beast rampage had only lasted for a few days, but billions of people had died. Although those who died were all low-level warriors and did not shake the foundation of the floating continent. The floating continent had 3 sovereigns. If so many people had died, the other continents could only imagine what would happen to the 3 sovereigns of the floating continent. The evil demons had only descended because of the baleful stream's rampage. They had discovered it immediately and started to suppress it. The baleful stream was also guarded by experts, and there was also a super powerful protective array. Therefore, it did not suffer much damage. However, this seemingly inconspicuous creature that could only be hunted down by cultivators had actually brought a calamity to the immortal world. It was an unprecedented catastrophe. After an hour, Lord Devour put down his book and stood up. Looking at Yi Qinghan and Jida, who had not recovered, he coldly shouted, "All right, rest well. You 2 grown men, don't be shy." If you continue to sigh, the entire divine world will face a true catastrophe. Let's go to Wine Moon City. Chapter 10:21. Wind Moon City. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, and Jida raised his head. The two looked at each other and did not ask much. Jida took Yi Qinghan and followed Lord Devour to the Wandering Sea. The God World's 6 continents were very interesting. The Blood Night continent was in the south, the Wind Moon continent was in the north, the Misty continent and Grace continent were in the east, and the South Mountain continent and Heaven Awakened continent were in the west. Wind Moon Monarch was the only monarch of the 6 continents that Yi Qinghan had never seen before. Even when he sent messages to Jida along the way, he found that Jida had only seen him a few times. Wind Moon Monarch's name was very romantic, but according to Jida's understanding, he was not romantic at all. In fact, it was said that after Wind Moon Monarch's first wife died, he had never remarried. Zheng Mingxiang was Wind Moon Monarch's name. It was an unsophisticated name, and he liked people to call him Big Brother Chong. His face was ordinary, and he looked no different from a small martial artist on the street. However, Wind Moon Monarch was someone that even Jida respected. This was because he was the God World's other supreme artificer. His strength was below grade 9, and by relying on the strange treasures in his hands, his strength could compare to a grade 9 expert. Wind Moon Monarch never participated in the conflicts between the major forces. Even when the families of the Wind Moon continent fought openly and secretly, he rarely cared. As long as they didn't violate the rules he had set, it was fine. He focused on artifact forging, so his artifact forging skills had reached a very high level. Perhaps he didn't have the wild and unconstrained thinking of the Soul Emperor, but he was still obsessed. A monarch would be obsessed with something for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years, constantly researching it. No one knew just what heights his level of understanding had reached. At the same time, Lord Devour had revealed some information, which made Yi Qinghan feel better about this good old man. When the devils descended, Wind Moon Monarch, who rarely left seclusion, was the first to gather the other monarchs. He even sent people to many secret realms to ask those old things to come out. While the monarchs were busy cleaning up the devils in the baleful Een streams, he said that if the devils in the Star Sea were not immediately suppressed, the God World would welcome the third world-destroying calamity in history. As a result, when all the peak experts were preparing to gather in the Wind Moon continent, the demon beasts started to riot. The first wave of calamity had arrived yesterday. Sovereign Feng Yun had sent another message. Before the demonic moon rose today, regardless of the situation of the demonic beasts in the various continents, they had to gather at the Wind Moon Pond to discuss countermeasures. Otherwise, the situation would be irreversible. Thus, Lord Devour gave Yi Qinghan 2 days. After listening to him, Yi Qinghan sighed. He admired the noble character of the Wind Moon Monarch. This kind of person usually did not show himself, but at the critical moment, he would step forward and fight for the continuation of the human race. This was a true hero. Not long after that, the 3 of them teleported to the Grace mainland. There was still some time before the rising of the demonic moon, so the 3 of them weren't hurried. They stayed in the Grace mainland to act as firefighters. The monarch of the Grace mainland, who called herself Miss Yanran, was the only monarch with a soul cultivator in the God World. Of course, at this moment, there are only 2 of them. However, the soul technique of Yi Qinghan wasn't worth mentioning in front of Monarch Yanran. Anyway, she was just one person, and the Grace mainland situation wasn't good. Thus, when Lord Devour's group came, Monarch Yanran was so grateful and excited. Yi Qinghan rested for a while to relieve some of his mental pressure. After several hours of fighting in the Grace mainland, his soul had almost collapsed the second time. With the help of the 3 peak experts, the demonic beast attack in the Grace mainland had finally calmed down before the rising of the demonic moon. The 4 of them immediately teleported to the Wind Moon continent. Yi Qinghan's pale face made Jida and Lord Devour begrudgingly. However, Lord Devour didn't want to teach Yi Qinghan his half-baked method of using space power. He just told him vaguely, you can use space power as another kind of god power. You can use the power of the origin as the sharpest weapon in your hand. As for the Upanishads, you can use them as exquisite techniques. When the three are combined, your attacking power will be maximized, and it will be easier for you to fight. You can use the least space power to increase your attacking power. You have to study it yourself. Jita and I haven't taught you how to use it, and we won't teach you in the future either. Yi Qinghan nodded feebly. Although he didn't know why Lord Devour wanted to do that, he knew that Lord Devour wouldn't harm him. It was enough for him. Monarch Yinran didn't talk much. Her temperament wasn't much different from Yi Yaorao's. She was cold, but it was natural. However, seeing Yi Qinghan's appearance, although she didn't say anything to express her gratitude, her eyes when she looked at Yi Qinghan weren't as cold as before. Wind Moon Pond was outside of Wind Moon City. The scenery was very beautiful. Dark purple flowers covered the mountains and plains. Under the towering ancient trees, there was a deep pond, and an ancient castle stood quietly. This was the residence of Wind Moon Monarch. When Yi Qinghan's group of 4 arrived, the Wind Moon Monarch personally came to greet them. Yi Qinghan saw that the Wind Moon Monarch was exactly as Jida had told him. He was an honest old man. If he were on the street of the fiery dragon city, no one would give him a second glance. The Wind Moon Monarch personally welcomed the 4 of them into the castle. There were 4 people in the main hall. Yi Qinghan only knew one of them. It was the Apocalypse Monarch, Imo Shanghuang. He always had a loud voice, a straightforward personality, and a friendly smile. There were 3 more people. 2 of them looked like celestials. When they entered, the 2 of them just smiled and nodded their heads. Yi Qinghan's eyes were attracted by a girl sitting at the main seat. If not for them entering and the girl's eyes moving, Yi Qinghan would have thought that she was an ice sculpture, a beautiful ice sculpture. Ice Queen had left the island. Furthermore, she was sitting in the main seat of the Wind Moon Castle, as if she was the owner. Moreover, no one, including the Wind Moon Monarch, was unhappy at all. It was as if it was natural. Ice Queen was really cold. Even when Lord Devour nodded at her, she didn't move at all. She was like an ice mountain, like she didn't care about the many kings in the hall. However, everyone felt that it was normal and they were used to it. To Yi Qinghan, this scene was incomparably strange. However, what happened next frightened all the monarchs. Even Lord Devour gaped in bewilderment. Miss Yanran's cold eyes brightened. That was because when Ice Queen's eyes moved and swept across Yi Qinghan's body, she stopped. Then she actually smiled. She actually smiled at Yi Qinghan. Although it was a forced smile, it was really cold. However, this smile of hers was even more shocking to the peak experts of the God world than the calamity that was about to befall the God world. Chapter 1022. Smiling was a simple thing. Babies knew how to smile when they were a few months old. Some people smiled gently, like Yi Qinghan. Some people smiled elegantly, like Jida. Some people smiled lewdly, like Imo Shanghuang. Some people smiled terrifyingly, like the Ice Queen, whose aura was even higher than Monarch Yinran's. It was because no one here, including Wind Moon Monarch, who had lived for tens of millions of years, had ever seen the Ice Queen smile. This queen with immeasurable power had the aura of a goddess. She was a woman who made many men willingly lie on her feet and lick her toes. Everyone here had seen her many times. They had all gone to the ice and snow island to see her. Wind Moon Monarch had seen her the most, dozens of times. Lady Yanran had seen her many times too. But she had always been like an ice sculpture, wrapped in the cold air of the extreme north. It was rare for her to even look at you. Today she actually smiled. She smiled for a man she had just met. She smiled for a little man who was the weakest here. Wind Moon Monarch was the most shocked. He understood his neighbor. He was arrogant and strong. Even 10 of him wouldn't be his match. Ice Queen liked him because he didn't want to compete with others. The 2 of them had a good relationship. Basically, they could be considered friends. They had chatted with each other many times. But today he was totally frightened. He recalled an ancient rumor in the divine realm. When the Ice Queen smiles one day, the entire world will tremble. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, whose face was ashen. Although Yi Qinghan was the youngest monarch in the history of the God world, the top genius, he didn't have a handsome face that made people feel ashamed. But he didn't have a face so handsome that it would make people feel ashamed, and he didn't have a temperament like a sharp sword that made people feel cold. His warm smile and calmness made people feel like he was a little brother next door. Everybody was so curious. Monarch Yenran looked at Yi Qing Han as if she was thinking about something. Lord Devour's eyes flashed. He stepped forward, his eyes alert. Yi Qing Han was somewhat baffled. He did not know why everyone was making such a fuss when this goddess smiled at him. He had never thought that he had the aura of a king. With a shake of his body, all the girls spread their pure, white thighs in front of him. So he smiled towards the Ice Queen and then sat down on the wooden chair at the side. After Ice Queen smiled like a lotus blossoming on an ice mountain, she turned into an ice sculpture once more. Everyone sat down with complicated feelings, closed their eyes, or conversed with each other through voice transmissions. Yi Qinghan didn't look at any of them. Instead, he closed his eyes and meditated. He wasn't pretending, but rather, he was too tired and needed to meditate and recover. At the same time, he began to inspect his body. After 600 years of seclusion, he had been fighting ever since he came out. Now that he was completely relaxed, he finally remembered the condition of his body. After 600 years of seclusion, he had made great progress. He had successfully comprehended a high-grade, profound space suppression. If this news was spread, the divine world would be in an uproar. It should be known that with Lei Zhan's talent, he had comprehended the fourth high-grade, profound mystery for 3,000 years. His power of law had reached the level of a sixth-grade war god. Originally, when he was about to continue comprehending the next high-grade, profound mystery, Yao Ji woke him up. He checked. In the end, he almost jumped up in fright. His body was fine. His head was fine. But the two soul seas in his head were in trouble again. The lightning in the origin energy above the Sea of Soul continued to strike downwards. The origin energy didn't change at all. The lightning was still the same, like white dragons swimming back and forth between the origin energy and the Sea of Soul. The Soul Sea used to be two brown sponges, like two pieces of walnut meat. But now, the color was different. The brown had turned into yellow, and it seemed smaller. It definitely became smaller. Moreover, it was 1/10 smaller. Yi Qinghan quickly made a judgment. Then the two soul seas started to tremble. He began to panic. Damn it. He had spent the past 600 years in the fifth stage of soul quiescence. Although he was in seclusion, Yao Ji would punctually use her ultimate killing technique, Guanyin Lotus Sitting, to help him enter the state of soul quiescence every 5 years. Logically speaking, in the fifth stage of soul quiescence, his soul sea should continue to expand. Even though his soul had reached the God Emperor realm, the progress was slow. But in 600 years, his soul sea should have doubled in size. Now it had shrunk, and it changed color. Yi Qinghan suppressed the fear in his heart and began to check again and again. Finally, he discovered that other than his soul sea becoming smaller and changing color, there were no other changes. There were no adverse reactions. Even though the bridge connecting the two soul seas became brighter, the black line that had just appeared did not show any signs of extending. No. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes abruptly, causing all the sovereigns present to be stunned. However, Yi Qinghan immediately closed his eyes again, feeling astonished in his heart. But this time, besides astonishment, there was also joy. His soul sea became smaller. His soul sea seemed to have become stronger. Wasn't it still a little stronger? Wasn't the soul sea stronger the bigger the soul sea? Could it be that his senses were wrong? Yi Qinghan had the urge to use a soul skill on the spot to test his soul sea. In the end, he did not dare to make a fool of himself. He pondered for a moment and decided to have a chat with the beautiful sovereign Yenran after everything was over. Of course, he was not going to talk about his ideals. He was going to talk about the problems of soul cultivators. The strongest soul cultivator in the God realm was qualified to answer his questions. Of course, he did not know if she would teach him everything. Even though Yi Qinghan wanted to continue checking and study it in detail, the space outside the castle trembled. However, as the space outside the ancient castle trembled, several figures appeared, and Yi Qinghan had no choice but to interrupt his thoughts. South Mountain Sovereign Blood Knight Sovereign, Hidden Sovereign, and a huge man with bronze skin that looked like an ancient barbarian walked in. Everyone opened their eyes. Ice Queen's eyes turned once more. She even nodded slightly. Of course, she did not nod at South Mountain Sovereign, but at the huge man. This is the owner of the tallest green mountain in the God Realm in the extreme south of the God Realm. He is used to people calling him Lord Green Mountain. His strength is as deep as Ice Queen's. Jita's voice transmission caused Yi Qinghan's eyes to constrict. It seemed like most of the peak experts in the God Realm had gathered. He had seen the Hidden Sovereign at Xiao Hei's wedding. Jita said that the two sage-like old men were the owners of the two secret realms. They had the strength of lower rank 9. Apart from the 3 old men in the secret realms who didn't care about the God Realm and the Star Sovereign, who was known as the strongest in the God Realm, the rest of the rank 9 experts were all here. Everyone sat down. Mo Shanghuang was an impatient person. He was the first to speak. Everyone, the situation in Star Ocean cannot be delayed. The moment we delay, the evil demons will continue to descend from the space cracks. The aura of the evil demons in the God Realm's heaven and earth energy will become thicker and thicker. Now, there's a monster riot. If we don't suppress it in half a year, the next riot will be all the low-level martial artists in the God Realm. Moreover, under the control of the evil demons, the space cracks in Star Ocean will become bigger and more stable. In less than 3 months, it will definitely form a super large crack that can allow the Devil Monarch to descend. The strength of the Devil Monarch is needless to say. Once the Devil Monarch descends, half of the low-level martial artists in the God Realm will instantly be demonized. This is a calamity that could destroy the world. Mo Shanghuang was very agitated. When everyone heard what he said, their faces turned solemn. Mo Shanghuang's words were true. The evil demon's aura was continuously infecting the God Realm's heaven and earth spiritual energy. When the evil demon's aura reached a certain level, the low-level martial artists would definitely be demonized one by one and turned into walking corpses. Mo Shanghuang's face was filled with murderous intent. After looking around, he said fiercely, "Li Kong, this idiot. He made a mistake himself, but he wants us to clean up his mess. After I get rid of the evil demons, I will definitely tear this idiot into pieces. I suggest that everyone personally lead a team to suppress the evil demons. We will start tomorrow." Lord Devour sneered. He actually took over Li Kong's words and was the first to speak. If anyone dares to attack Island Supreme and kill Li Kong, all the experts above the God Emperor level in the floating mist continent will be mobilized to suppress the evil demons. I, Devour Diawu, will be the first to lead the charge. Chapter 1023. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. When Lord Devour was around, he wouldn't express his thoughts. Usually, he would share the same thoughts as Lord Devour. But everyone could tell from his fiery eyes that he agreed with Lord Devour's words. Jita didn't say anything and only nodded. Without a doubt, everyone here, including Ice Queen, hated Li Kong. Of course, everyone knew that Li Kong must have received instructions from Star Sovereign. If not, he wouldn't have the guts to allow the devil to wreak havoc in the Star Ocean. Most of the problems in the God world were in the Star Ocean. If Supreme Island didn't have Star Sovereign coming out of seclusion, as long as Li Kong brought the experts of Supreme Island and the billions of Star Army to suppress them, the tragedy wouldn't have happened. Although Yi Qinghan had killed more than 30 venerables from the Starry Sea, many people knew that there were at least 30 more venerables on the Supreme Island. Moreover, the Starry Army's combat power was ranked at the top in the realm of the gods. No one replied to Lord Devour's words. All the sovereigns were silent. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes. He could see many things. First, Mo Shanghuang was definitely on Lord Devour's side. Was Mo Shanghuang so friendly to him when he first went to Misty Peak? Second, the strength of Star Sovereign. Although Yi Qinghan didn't know how strong he was, he guessed that he was definitely stronger than Ice Queen. There was a high chance that he was a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Third, Yi Qinghan had another guess in his heart. The powerhouse that killed the Soul Emperor was likely Sovereign Star. If it was a normal sovereign who did such a thing, not to mention Lord Devour. Even Mo Shanghuang would have killed him. But even Mo Shanghuang only said that he killed Li Kong, and Lord Devour didn't mention anything about Star Sovereign. Once this question was asked, everyone was silent. One could imagine how strong Star Sovereign was. He was so strong that no one dared to fight him. At the same time, Yi Qinghan had another question in his mind. Why did Star Sovereign do that? Did he not care about the destruction of the God world? Lord Devour's words represented the will of the 5 sovereigns. The hidden sovereigns had been following Lord Devour's orders. Everyone felt that this was a thorny problem. Wind Moon Monarch wanted to speak a few times, but in the end, he remained silent. It wasn't good to accept this, but it wasn't good to ignore it either. If Lord Devour left in a huff, not to mention Mo Shanghuang, even Jita and Yi Qinghan would follow him. The atmosphere became awkward and oppressive. Cough, cough. A light cough broke the awkward atmosphere. Yi Qinghan looked over and realized that it was the giant barbarian, Lord Qingshan, who spoke. Jiawu, Li Kong has to die. There is no doubt about that, but not now. Once Star Sovereign comes out, I will work with Ice Queen to let him judge Li Kong's crimes. Now, let's talk about how to suppress the demons. I'll be the first to declare my position. Tomorrow, my Green Mountain Tribe's 10,008 cavalrymen will go to war from the south of the Star Sea. We won't return to the mountain until we suppress the demons. Ice Queen's eyes turned to Lord Devour and nodded. Jiawu. Qing Shan's words count. Tomorrow, Ice Snow Island's ice guards will move out and suppress the demons from the north of Star Ocean. God World belongs to everyone. The 2 of them spoke up. Apart from Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan, everyone's eyes lit up. They knew how strong the 108 Iron Cavalry on the tallest mountain in God World was. They also knew how sick the skills of the Ice Snow Guards were. Blood Knight Continent, apart from those who stayed back, I will personally lead the rest of the warriors to battle. South Mountain Continent, all of us will battle. Wind Moon Continent, come out. North Hidden Secret Territory battle. Dragon Elephant Secret Territory battle. All of a sudden, many sovereigns expressed their opinions without hesitation. Blood Knight Sovereign and the 2 Secret Territory Sovereigns belonged to Lord Qingshan's faction. South Mountain Sovereign and Wind Moon Sovereign didn't hesitate when Ice Queen spoke up. Everyone's eyes landed on Lord Devour. Qingshan and Ice Queen exchanged glances with one another. A weird expression flashed in their eyes. South Mountain Sovereign, Blood Knight Sovereign, and the others were shocked, which turned into shock. All of them found out something terrifying. Unknowingly, the God World had another force, a force so strong that it made them scared. Lord Devour had been a sovereign for just 1,000 years, but he had quietly pulled Mo Shanghuang and Jita into the war chariot. Then, Yi Qinghan popped up out of nowhere, including Sovereign Yanran, who hadn't expressed her opinion yet. Lord Devour's side had 6 sovereign-level experts, 3 continents, and a large-scale secret territory. Although this force hadn't been fully formed, Lord Devour had been a sovereign for less than 1,000 years. Lord Devour didn't say anything, and the others were silent. Sovereign Yanran, who was a little hesitated for a while, then kept silent. Yi Qinghan looked at Lord Devour, seeing her calm expression, and he admired her. He knew that Lord Devour had been planning and arranging many things in the dark. He didn't expect that her plan would be so successful. 700 or 800 years ago, she was just a 7th-grade war god. Today, she had become a super overlord in the god world, a super overlord that even Lord Qingshan and Ice Queen were afraid of. Lord Devour didn't show any emotion. He picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. Then, he looked at Qingshan and Ice Queen, saying indifferently, "Since Lord Qingshan and Her Highness have spoken, I trust you too. My people will go to war." Mo Shanghuang, Jita, and the hidden sovereign weren't surprised. Sovereign Yanran exhaled in relief, nodded, and said, "The Grace Mainland will go to war. The Tianqi Mainland will go to war. The Sabak Secret Territory will go to war." The Tianqi Sovereign and the Hidden Sovereign immediately expressed their opinions. Yi Qinghan smiled. He knew that even if Qing Shan and Ice Queen didn't say anything, Lord Devour would go to war. A person who had traveled to more than 30 prefectures overnight to save billions of people couldn't be as cold-blooded as the rumors said. The Ice Queen was right. The divine world belonged to everyone. Since everyone agreed to go to war, the rest was easy to arrange. After discussing for more than 2 hours, they confirmed the direction of their attack and some post-battle matters. Then, they all teleported away. They were ready to gather the army tomorrow and head to the Star Sea to suppress the divine world. Lord Devour brought Yi Qinghan, Jita, and Miss Yanran and teleported away. Along the way, they took turns to teleport to places without teleportation formations. After a few hours, Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan, and Jita appeared on the soul-devouring manor's rooftop. Jita, go and gather the experts. Tomorrow, you and Little Han will head to the Star Sea. I will guard the continent. Lord Devour sat under the grape trellis and leisurely read a book. Jita nodded and teleported away. Yi Qinghan also bowed to Lord Devour and was about to return to Flame Dragon City. However, Lord Devour raised his head indifferently and said leisurely, "When you go to the Star Sea, don't go near Supreme Island. When you go to the Starry Sea, do not go near the Paragon Island. When you are sure that it is safe, use the Slaughter God Blade more often. Since you can control this saber, continue to use it. In the future, you will realize that this saber's power will be beyond your imagination. Of course, if you feel that you can't control it, stop using it immediately or use your origin energy to destroy it." Chapter 10:24. Slaughter God Blade? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and stared at Lord Devour. He wasn't surprised that Lord Devour knew that he had the Slaughter God Blade. He wasn't surprised that Lord Devour knew about the origin of the Slaughter God Blade. He was just surprised that Lord Devour was so certain. Continue using it? Its power would be beyond imagination? Lord Devour didn't explain and ignored Yi Qinghan's gaze. He continued to drink her tea and read her book. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Yi Qinghan knew that Lord Devour could only say this much. He wouldn't say anything else even if he asked more. He pondered for a while and took out a fiery red inner armor from the War Imperial Palace's treasury. The inner armor had many fierce fire dragons on it, and the tiny scales on it reflected a dazzling light. Lord Devour lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at the inner armor in Yi Qinghan's hands. He frowned and asked, "Why do you have this?" "Huh?" Yi Qinghan's face lit up. When Lord Devour mentioned the Slaughter God Saber, he suddenly remembered about the Fire God battle armor and was about to ask about it. He didn't expect Lord Devour to know about it. He quickly asked, "Lord, do you know what this is?" "I don't know." Lord Devour's eyelids drooped again. He flipped through the book, and Yi Qinghan's boiling blood instantly cooled down. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to ask something, Lord Devour gently waved his hand. A leg guard that looked exactly the same as the inner armor in Yi Qinghan's hands appeared on the table in front of her. She didn't lift her head and just said, "This leg guard was given to me by the Soul Emperor. He said that it was a treasure and that if I could collect a set, it would be a great treasure. However, after all these years besides this leg guard, I haven't seen anything else. If you're interested, you can collect it yourself." Yi Qinghan looked at the leg guard on the table. With one look, he could tell that it was definitely the leg guard of the Fire God battle armor. His heart, which had not been excited for a long time, was excited again. His eyes were burning with passion. He held the greave in his hand and carefully touched it. After confirming that it was made of the same material, he put it away and sighed. "Sir, how many of these armors are there?" Lord Devour threw a glance at Yi Qinghan, then said, "There are usually 6 pieces of armor, a helmet, an inner armor, 2 leg guards, and 2 arm guards. Don't worry too much about it. If you have this opportunity, then you get it. If you don't, then it doesn't matter. Comprehending the laws is the true way." After all, transcendent grade armor was something that only existed in legends. No one in the immortal realm had ever worn it before. If this was a set of ultra-supreme grade battle armor, then it wouldn't have much meaning. Outside Soul Emperor Island, he had already smashed one. That thing can only block origin energy for a while, and at most 3 times a day. It's not very useful. Ultra Extreme Grade Battle Armor. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He had heard about this matter after the incident. Li Fei was wearing Li Kong's Ultra Supreme Grade Green Netherworld Battle Armor. In the end, he had used his immense spatial power to annihilate it. This matter was spread by the Star Army, causing countless venerables to sigh. However, he didn't think that this Fire God Battle Armor was a supreme grade battle armor. That powerful ancient cultivator of the mysterious spirit cave abode. An expert who owned a transcendent grade divine artifact and a void gouging beast. Yet he held onto this inner armor tightly before he died. Could this Fire God battle armor be ordinary? Yi Qinghan bowed to Lord Devour again and prepared to return. Lord Devour suddenly raised his head, then threw out a spatial ring and said, "All right, I forgot something. Originally, I wanted to give you these things later. Since you're going to the Star Sea tomorrow, I'll give them to you now." Yi Qinghan was stunned. He took the spatial ring and scanned it with his divine senses, only to find that it was full of jade talismans. There were dozens of them. They were green diamond-shaped jade talismans with complicated patterns on them. They looked very simple and imposing. He asked with some doubt, "Lord, what are these?" "Life-saving jade talismans. Give one to each of your people. Ask them to be kind and keep them. Don't break them. Take one with you. If you encounter a deadly situation, just crush it. This jade talisman will teleport you away instantly." Lord Devour said nothing after he finished. Yi Qinghan looked at the ring in his hand doubtfully. Could this thing really save his life? If he encountered a 9th grade supreme martial artist, could it teleport him away too? However, since it was arranged by Lord Devour, Yi Qinghan didn't ask anymore. After returning to Fiery Dragon City, Yi Qinghan told the girls, Lei Zhen, and the senior elders of the city about the matter. Although they were worried, they didn't say anything. Moreover, there were so many sovereigns and experts this time, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Although they didn't say anything, some people started to transmit their voices to Yi Qinghan, saying that they wanted to go with him. For example, Xiaohei, Yinling and Fireworks who loved to play around. The enchantress also transmitted her voice to ask if they needed her to go with them. Yi Qinghan didn't transmit his voice to them one by one. He said with a sullen face, "No one is allowed to go this time. Do you think you're going to have fun? All of you, stay in Fiery Dragon City. The enchantress, you don't need to go either. Many venerables will go this time. It won't be a problem without you. You should continue to study your restrictions and help Uncle Lei Zhen guard Fiery Dragon City." "Xiaohei, what are you looking at? I said you can't go, so you can't go. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why are you so fierce?" Xiaohei pouted her lips, looking at Yi Qinghan like a young wife. She mumbled softly. Li Shui glared at her. Xiaohei shut her mouth immediately, becoming serious. Yi Qinghan distributed the jade talismans that Lord Devour had given to the girls. Li Shui, Peach Blossom, Yi Sahan, and Lei Zhen also got one. Yi Lu Yun and the senior elders in the city didn't get any. Lord Devour had just given them a few life-saving talismans. Although he wasn't sure if they could save their lives or not, Yi Qinghan decided to use them carefully. Jita knew that Fire Dragon City didn't have a lot of people and experts. Moreover, as Yi Qinghan was the commander this time, he didn't mobilize the experts of Fiery Dragon City. Yi Qinghan was still worried. He asked the enchantress to take him around 10 million miles around Fiery Dragon City. After confirming that there were no intimidating demonic beasts, he felt relieved. When they returned to the city, the girls had returned to their rooms to rest. Yi Qinghan didn't want to play the Flying Swallow duo game with Yinling and Fireworks. Instead, he sat alone in the hall, closing his eyes to rest. He wanted to have a good night's rest to prepare for the battle tomorrow. Of course, he was checking his soul. He was worried about this strange soul a lot. As his soul kept changing, Yi Qinghan felt like a sharp sword was hovering above his head, slowly falling. Perhaps one day, it would send him to the Western Paradise to discuss the Tao with the Gautama Buddha. Several hours later, his eyebrows suddenly twitched and he opened his eyes. He looked at a woman who gracefully walked in and smiled. The woman had blue hair and wore a cyan palace dress. Her sapphire-like eyes shone brightly, and she was tall and slender, full of vitality. Chapter 1025. Yi Qinghan beckoned for her to sit beside him. He even personally poured a cup of tea for her before saying with a smile, "Cherry Blossoms, are you used to living here? Tell your cousin if there's anything you lack." Cherry Blossoms did not take the tea, nor did she sit down. Instead, she jumped around in front of Yi Qinghan with her hands behind her back like a bunny. She said with a grin, "Brother-in-law, in Dragon City is very nice. It lacks nothing. It's very comfortable staying here. There's no pressure, and I don't have to think about scheming. I'm very happy. It's good that you're happy. If anyone bullies you, tell me. I'll stand up for you." Yi Qinghan gave a leisurely smile as he looked at his cheap sister-in-law. Thinking of how she had stood firmly behind him in South Mountain City, he felt his heart warm up. There were many people in this world who dared to love and hate, but very few people would resolutely betray a powerful family clan like the Sakura family. It was as though he was standing in Yi family castle years ago, facing Yi Tianlong and the Yi family elders in a furious rebuke. "Brother-in-law, let me tell you a secret." Suddenly, the corners of Cherry Blossom's mouth curled up as she gave a cheeky smile. She bent her body slightly and leaned in. Yi Qinghan smiled and cooperatively listened. Cherry Blossoms leaned in once again, almost reaching Yi Qinghan's ear before whispering, "Brother-in-law, I realize that I like you. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Everyone has the right to pursue someone, right? I'll definitely win your heart. Courting a man you like is a custom of us ladies in South Mountain City." With that said, Cherry Blossoms turned around and ran off while covering her mouth. She left behind an embarrassed Yi Qinghan. As he rubbed his nose in embarrassment, Yi Qinghan recalled Feng Zi from the Fire Dragon continent. He mimicked him by stroking his hair and muttered in a slightly intoxicated manner, "Sigh, being handsome is actually a form of trouble. Cherry Blossoms, thank you for your kind intentions, but unfortunately, I can't accept it. Can I use vulgarities?" Suddenly, a ghostly voice rang out. A silhouette walked in from the side hall's entrance. The silhouette was dressed in snow-white robes, and there was a snow-white long sword hanging from his waist. He looked extremely flirtatious. Who else could it be but Xiao He? No, Yi Qinghan did not even look at Xiao He. In fact, while he was chatting with Cherry Blossoms, Yi Qinghan had discovered countless psyche probing them secretly. They believed that it was done in secret, but they never expected Yi Qinghan to gain insight into eternal space. He was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations and instantly sensed it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something that was unacceptable. The backyard was on fire. The situation was very serious. Then I have nothing to say. Xiao He had originally walked over with a dignified appearance, but when he heard Yi Qinghan's words, he immediately withered. He glanced around with shifty eyes as the expression on his face turned ingratiating. He looked as though he was asking for a beating. "Boss, don't be so heartless. Take me with you? I've been bored out of my mind in Godseal Valley for the past 600 years. Yi Qinghan glared coldly at Xiao He and shook his head. However, he sent a voice transmission. "Xiao He, you are thinking of going out to flirt with beauties, right? My parents gave birth to me, and the one who knows me best is my boss." Xiao He chuckled as he sent a voice transmission. Then, he frowned and wore a bitter expression. The speed at which his expression changed was comparable to Emperor Yi's. He looked pitifully at Yi Qinghan and sent a voice transmission. "Boss, it's all your fault. Shui is afraid that I will learn bad things from you. For the past 600 years, as long as I leave Godseal Valley, I have never left my side. I even have thoughts of dying." Looking at the resentful expression on Xiao He's face, Yi Qinghan felt both annoyed and amused as he sent a telepathic message to Xiao He. "What's the use of you going out with me? There are not many people in the Starry Sea now, let alone women. It's not fun either. If your aunt finds out, she will skin me alive. It's fine if you want to go, but you can send a message to your aunt. If she agrees, I have no objections." "That's what you said." Upon hearing this, Xiao He's eyes lit up. He immediately took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message while grinning cheekily. There are no more women in the Star Sea, but there are definitely beauties in the legions this time, right? Yes, he. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and ignored it. He closed his eyes and continued to recuperate. It was a quiet night. The next day, when Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, he saw Xiao He proudly waving his communication jade talisman at him. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. Lord Devour really doted on Xiao He. The women had woken up early. Due to his promise, Yi Qinghan had to stand up for Xiao He and talk to Li Shui-er. With a righteous face, Xiao He, who was ready to fight for humanity to the last drop of his essence, entered the transporting formation and headed to the 10,000-water city. The square of the 10,000-water city was now crowded with people. They were not the residents of the 10,000-water city, but the official army. With a glance, Yi Qinghan found that they were all elites of the official army, and the weakest among them was a 5th-grade war god. At first glance, he could see a dense crowd of people. The snow-white sabers in their hands reflected a cold white light under the light of the rising sun. The ethereal army, which had been transferred from the various mansions, had obviously been teleported over last night. They were ready to follow Yi Qinghan and Kid on an expedition to the Star Sea. Swoosh! The space around Yi Qinghan fluctuated. Many venerables teleported and got down on one knee, shouting in unison, "Greetings, frigid Knight Sovereign! Greetings, frigid Knight Sovereign!" The misty army on the square knelt down one by one like rice being blown by the wind. Loud shouts resounded, shaking the sky of Wanshui City. Yi Qinghan's face was cold. Xiao He, who was next to him, also looked solemn. They did not dare to make trouble in such a situation. The one who knelt at the front was a middle-aged man who looked as steady as a mountain, but had an ethereal temperament. He raised his head to look at Yi Qinghan and said calmly, "Frigid Knight Sovereign, Lord Jida will be here soon. Please go up and say a few words." Yi Qinghan nodded and did not act coy. He slowly flew up into the air and faced the tens of millions of Star Army soldiers below. He amplified his divine power and shouted, "In the Star Sea, there are countless demons who are trying to turn the divine realm into another demon realm. They want to turn our people, our families, and our children into walking corpses. They want to destroy our cities and trample on our homes. Tell me, do you agree? Do the sabers in your hands agree?" "No." The answer to Yi Qinghan was an extremely orderly shout that shook the sky. Countless white sabers were waved up and down in an orderly manner. The cold, murderous aura froze the air in the city. Yi Qinghan nodded. He was very satisfied with the quality of the ethereal army. He smiled gently and continued to say loudly, "While killing the enemy bravely, I have a very strict requirement for you. That is, to come back alive. Kill the enemy bravely and come back alive. Kill the enemy bravely and come back alive. Kill the enemy bravely and come back alive." Along with 3 loud roars, Jida's figure quietly appeared beside Yi Qinghan. Jida looked at the ethereal lord, who was full of morale and was very satisfied. He nodded to Yi Qinghan. They waved their hands at the same time and shouted angrily, "Let's go. Our target is the Star Sea." Yi Qinghan, Jida, and Xiao He took the lead and flew in front. Countless venerables followed closely behind. Then, the tens of millions of ethereal army soldiers rose into the sky one by one, forming a huge dragon that covered the sky. In the end, this dragon turned into an arrow formation and shot into the Star Sea like a sharp arrow. In the distant Star Sea, the seawater was still blood red. However, the originally clear sky above the sea was now covered with dark clouds. They were like ferocious demons that wanted to devour everything. Chapter 10:26. Star Ocean, Internal Ocean. The Supreme Island was still guarded by the 9 Guardian Islands like 9 divine dragons. All 10 islands had their barriers activated, especially Supreme Island. The barrier on the island was colorful and extremely dazzling. Not only was the barrier beautiful, but a small portion of the people in the realm of the divinity knew that this barrier was the strongest in the realm of the divinity. It was the only barrier in the realm of the divinity that could withstand an attack from a 9th grade expert. Moreover, This was something that had been proven. The person who did it was said to be the star monarch himself. At this moment, the giant island under the colorful barrier was filled with people. They were all from the Star Army. Most of the Star Army was sitting cross-legged in the wild. At first glance, the whole island was filled with people. Supreme Island was huge. It was almost 1/3 of the size of the ethereal continent. Yet, the wilderness on such a huge island was filled with people. One could imagine how many martial artists there were on Supreme Island. Supreme City Governor's office. The huge hall was filled with people. If there were outsiders around, they would definitely be shocked, because there were more than 50 people sitting in the hall, and all of them were venerables. These were the true secrets of the Star Ocean. All 50 of them were wearing the God of War robe. The one sitting at the top was Li Kong, who was as fat as an elephant. Li Kong's entire body fell into the lion's share. The fat on his face caused his eyes to narrow into a slit. No one could tell what he was thinking. The hall was silent and oppressive. All the venerables looked at Li Kong. They looked at his fat body and his narrowed eyes. Countless people felt that Li Kong's appearance was meant to give off an imposing and unfathomable feeling, especially when he didn't speak and just sat there quietly. A mountain-like pressure came at them, making it hard for them to breathe. Sir, after sitting like that for a long time, one of the venerables finally couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and shouted at Li Kong, "Monarch, is there still no decree? If we don't fight now, we will become the sinners of humankind. We are already sinners." A brown-haired venerable took over and sighed heavily. His eyes dimmed as he closed his eyes and raised his head. How many people can escape from the 108,000 islands of the Starry Sea this time? Many venerables were killed by Yi Qing Han. Without venerables to lead the way, can they escape? The brown-haired venerable's words made the rage on everyone's faces intensify. More people stood up and stared at Li Kong with burning eyes. Before the arrival of the devils, these venerables and tens of billions of star soldiers were all stationed on Nine Guardians Island. When the devils descended in large numbers, these venerables immediately requested to go out and suppress the devils. In the end, they received a message from Li Kong asking everyone on the Nine Guardians Island to retreat to the Supreme Island. This order was baffling, but Li Kong said that it was the Star Monarch's order. All the venerables stopped doubting him. They led the cultivators and the Star Army on the outpost islets into Supreme Island. In the end, after they entered, the Supreme Island's shield was activated again. They couldn't get out even if they wanted to. The Star Monarch didn't pass down any orders. Dozens of venerables and tens of billions of Star Armies stayed on Supreme Island. They watched as countless devils wreaked havoc on the Starry Sea and watched as the sky of the Starry Sea turned darker and darker. Today, all the venerables finally couldn't take it anymore. They came to the City Lord's residence together to demand an explanation from Li Kong, who knew that after everyone talked for a while, Li Kong just sat there motionlessly, as if he had fallen asleep. "Sir, I suggest that we meet the monarch and ask for his opinion." "Yes. If we don't fight now, how are we going to show our faces in the realm of the gods in the future? If the devils continue to descend, the entire realm of the gods will be destroyed. What's the point of us staying here? Everyone, we didn't do anything to Yi Qing Han during the battle outside Soul Emperor Island. Our reputation has reached the lowest point in history. If we don't fight now, how are we going to show our faces in the realm of the gods in the future? We might as well enter a secret realm and be a turtle." Li Kong didn't say anything. The venerables below became even more rowdy. Ever since Yi Qing Han declared war, Star Ocean's reputation had fallen. Everyone was furious. Since when did Star Ocean, which was once the center of the realm of the gods, fall to such a state? Cough. Finally, a light cough was heard. All the venerables immediately shut their mouths and looked at the huge figure at the top. The muscles on Li Kong's face twitched slightly. He opened his eyes a slit and swept a cold glance across everyone's faces before saying leisurely, "I said 3 points. If you want to continue making trouble, feel free to do so. Firstly, the monarch said that the realm of the gods won't be destroyed. Everyone can rest assured about that. Secondly, Star Ocean is still the strongest force in the realm of the gods. Of course, that'll have to wait for the monarch to come out of seclusion. The monarch will take back the honor that Star Ocean lost. Thirdly, Supreme Island will not be opened before the monarch comes out of seclusion. The monarch said that if anyone is unwilling to be left out, then send them to the netherworld to have some fun. Are you all clear? As soon as Li Kong finished speaking, a chill rose in the hall and quickly spread. The Star Monarch's decisiveness in killing had always been famous in the realm of the gods. He would definitely do what he said. No one dared to raise any objections. Their eyes moved as they started to ponder the deeper meaning behind Li Kong's words. No matter what everyone thought, at least Supreme Island calmed down. No one dared to challenge the Star Monarch's authority. Although so many people were trapped on an island, and no one knew how long it would last, they could only force themselves to cultivate in seclusion. Star Ocean's inner sea was very strange. No demons attacked. No demons even stepped into the inner sea. If Star Ocean was a copper plate, the inner sea would be the hole. The hole was surrounded by demons, and outside the copper plate, countless armies were charging towards the hole. Yi Qinghan and Jida were the strongest army in the east. The two didn't do anything. They just controlled the overall situation. Dozens of supremacies were the vanguard, and the army was divided into countless small arrowheads. They followed the leading supremacies and formed a fan shape, advancing towards the dark Star Ocean. There were only some low-level demons at the periphery. The highest level was just some Shura. They didn't even see a Shura king. They advanced very quickly at the start, and there were no casualties. Yi Qinghan and Jida weren't in a hurry. Actually, with their strength, they could advance 1,000,000 miles in a day. If the two of them attacked, they could easily kill a large number of demons. But the two didn't attack. Fighting demons wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Also, capturing the leader was something that could be done by the free people. What they needed to do was to control the tens of millions of martial artists below so that they could continuously clean up and suppress the demons, cleaning up all the surrounding demons without missing a single one. Above the sea, Jida and Yi Qinghan stood proudly in midair. The sounds of fighting and the roars of the demons were endless. Jida turned a deaf ear to them and smiled at Yi Qinghan beside him. "Little Han, do you know why the demon realm is attacking the divine realm wave after wave?" Yi Qinghan shook his head. His gaze swept across Xiao He, who was chatting with a female martial artist. He turned and asked, "Can't the demons of the demon realm be killed? How many demons die in baleful Stream every year? And now they can still stop such a strong attack." "Of course they can't be killed." Jida smiled coldly. "Little Han, don't you remember the monster emperor under your command? His descendants are all born from him. As long as the monster emperor doesn't die, there will be an endless stream of demon beasts. The same goes for demons. Shura can constantly give birth to demons, and then the demons will continue to evolve and become Shura. Moreover, the demon realm is 10 times larger than the divine realm. Do you think you can kill them all?" This time, the demons are so tenacious in attacking the divine realm, and countless Shura kings are coming. Actually, a small part of the reason is because of you. Because of me. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and looked at Jida. It didn't seem like he was joking. Instead, his gaze landed on the ring on his finger. He suddenly realized that Jida was here for the Slaughter God Saber. He asked curiously, "What's the other reason?" A complicated look flashed in Jida's eyes as he said, "It's for their ancestor, Devil, the owner of your Slaughter God Saber." Chapter 10:27 Ancestral Devil. Yi Qinghan recalled what the Pavilion Branchmaster had said when he went to the Battle God Pavilion of the Soul Devourer Manor. This saber belonged to the Sovereign Evil Demon, and this Sovereign Evil Demon had been suppressed by the 3 Pavilion Masters of the Battle God Pavilion. It seemed like the evil demons had descended so crazily because they wanted to rescue this Sovereign Evil Demon. Big Brother Jida, do these Azura Kings and Devil Monarchs have any special abilities? After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan asked, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If you don't understand the situation now, you will be a laughingstock if you panic when you meet the Azura Kings. The Azura Kings are better. They have an immortal body. When you attack them, don't stop. Keep attacking until their bodies are smashed into pieces. The Devil Monarchs are very troublesome. As long as there is demonic energy in the heaven and earth essence energy, they can revive continuously. Furthermore, the demonic energy in their bodies can corrode the power source. Therefore, no matter how many supremacies there are, they will still die when they meet the Devil Monarchs. Only we can use the power of space to suppress them. Furthermore, we need to use restrictions to suppress them permanently. Jita said solemnly. When he saw Yi Qinghan frown, he patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry. If we meet the Devil Monarchs, Lord Qingshan, the Ice Queen, and Lord Diao will help. They all know about restrictions and can suppress ordinary Devil Monarchs easily. Therefore, our mission this time is not very difficult. Dealing with the Azura Kings is very simple." Yi Qinghan nodded. However, he was pondering in his heart. Lord Devour asked him to use the Slaughter God saber more often when dealing with the evil demons. It seemed like he had to secretly fight it when he had the chance. "You take a look. I will go and take a look at the situation of King Yanran and the Blood Knight Monarch's armies." Jita said a few words and teleported away. Yi Qinghan continued to stand quietly in midair, but her divine senses were sweeping in all directions. She was watching the intense crossfire from all sides. Swish! When Xiao He saw Jita teleport away, he quickly flew up and stood beside Yi Qinghan. He laughed like a fool. Yi Qinghan's divine sense continued to patrol around. Without turning his head, he asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Did you pick up a treasure?" Xiao He giggled again. He then glanced at the few female martial artists below and winked at Yi Qinghan. Then, he quietly said, "Boss, I find that Sir Xiao He is very popular. Many women are very enthusiastic about Sir Xiao He. Heh. A few girls even hinted at me to go on a date with me when I return. F***CK. Yi Qinghan nearly smacked him on the head. Helplessness filled his eyes. He looked coldly at the female cultivators below, scaring them into withdrawing their gazes and continuing to watch the battle in front of them. Only then did Yi Qinghan reply, "Idiot. Xiao He, have you forgotten your identity? As long as your aunt and I are here, even if you're a pig, there will be girls willing to marry you. If you really want to pursue a girl, you should conceal your identity and use your charm to conquer them." "Oh, I got it, boss." Xiao He wasn't a fool. As soon as Yi Qinghan said that, he understood it. At this moment, he recalled that those female warriors had told Yi Qinghan that they would ask about Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour. Now he felt bored. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan arched his brows, his face stern. He shouted at Xiao He, "Xiao He, back off. Go to the central formation. A big fish is coming. I want to meet him." Then, Yi Qinghan's body faded, and a big face appeared in the sky. Then the face changed, turning into a massive hand that pounded the sky on the left. This hand wasn't as big as the one on Soul Emperor Island. Apparently, Yi Qinghan had reserved his power, not using all of his space power. Yi Qinghan understood clearly that he had used all of his space power on Soul Emperor Island. After that, he had been unconscious for more than half a month. Moreover, at this moment, there was only one Azura King. He wanted to test its power first. The warriors down there woke up in just a blink of an eye. The God Emperor warriors on the side where Yi Qinghan had just slapped retreated. Then the venerables teleported, dashing toward that side. Thud! Yi Qinghan's palm swept past, and the demon Shi in that direction was like ice and snow meeting a red-hot iron pincer. With an unstoppable force, it tore a large hole in the dark sky in front of it. The devils, demon kings, and Azuras that the giant hand encountered turned to dust as soon as it touched them. The powerful space power crushed everything. Like a tear in a piece of black cloth, a huge figure appeared in the black fog ahead. It was several hundred meters tall, and its body was covered in tiny black scales. Each scale was triangular and arranged in a very strange way. Its body seemed to be surrounded by small snake-like scars. It was a ghastly sight at first glance. There were 6 sharp claws on its fingers, and black energy swirled around them. There were rows of spikes on its back, and at the bottom of the spine, there was a thick and long tail. There were far fewer scales on its head, and it didn't have ferocious teeth. Its eyes weren't blood red, but black and white like a human's. It was just that the evil and cold intent within was enough to make one's soul shiver. It also strangely had no devil horns on its head. If it wasn't for the black energy it spat out from time to time, and the evil feeling it gave off, others might have thought it was a special race of the divine realm. Everyone only glanced at the Azura king, but they were secretly startled. Then, that giant palm came crashing down. The palm that Yiqing Han condensed was at most a fifth of his full strength. It was much smaller than it was on Seoul Emperor Island, thus it only covered the upper half of the Abyssal's body. Thud! The Azura king was smashed down like a clay figurine by a giant stick. The several hundred-meter-tall Azura king didn't even have time to roar before its upper body above its abdomen was smashed apart by Yiqing Han's palm. The giant palm didn't stop. It continued to rush forwards, cutting open another deep hole in the black cloth that covered the sky. Whoosh! The four supremacies in the front were stunned for a moment before they immediately rushed towards the Azura king's upper body. The four supremacies' source power surrounded the Azura king and attacked the two giant legs at the same time. Without waiting for the Azura king to condense its body, the two giant legs were smashed into pieces and the Azura king was completely killed. Yiqing Han didn't move as he recovered his mind power. At the same time, he continued to investigate. In his heart, he heaved a sigh of relief. This Azura king looked very aggressive. If he used 1/3 of his spatial power, he would be able to kill it instantly. With Jita by his side, the two of them could take turns to attack. Even if they encountered a group of Azura kings, with the help of these supremacies, it shouldn't be a problem. As they continued to investigate with their divine senses, Yiqing Han flew down from the sky. A long black slaughter god saber suddenly appeared in his hand. His body's source power revolved around it, and like a dragon, he rushed towards an Azura in front of him. Since Lord Devour said to use the slaughter god saber more, then he would use it more. He wanted to see how powerful the slaughter god saber was. Chapter 1028. Yiqing Han's attack attracted the attention of countless people. Tens of millions of martial artists. The battle line wasn't very long at this moment. Only millions of martial artists were gradually advancing, with a central army at the rear ready to support them at any time. At this moment, the monarch attacked again. Everyone looked curiously, their divine sense locked on, hoping to comprehend something from Yiqing Han's attack. But many people couldn't understand Yiqing Han's attack. Yiqing Han's entire body was surrounded by the power of origin to protect his body. His attack seemed very simple, but with a casual slash, the Azura in front of him instantly turned into powder and began to corrode. Yiqing Han was very strong, there was no doubt about this, but why did his attack on the Azura's arm turn into powder? Was the power too great? Was it shattered? It had to be, otherwise it was hard to explain this strange imagination. Countless low-level martial artists looked at Yiqing Han with fiery eyes. Watching Yiqing Han in front of him, like a swimming dragon, rushing left and right, a long black saber. Everything that came into contact with it instantly turned into powder. Unstoppable. They couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Of course, there were some knowledgeable people who saw through the mystery and stared at the saber in Yiqing Han's hand. Many people recognized this saber, but no one dared to use it because the two venerables who used this saber in the past both died, dying of madness. This was not a rumor, but a fact that shocked the divine realm. Many great clans had records of this, because these two were famous venerables of the divine realm. Moreover, a monarch of the divine realm had clearly said that besides people from the demon world, this weapon would definitely kill anyone from the divine realm. Many people knew that Yiqing Han had used this saber for a long time without the slightest harm. They all sighed inwardly. Frigid Night Monarch was indeed strong, worthy of being the #1 freak of the divine realm. Look at the demonic weapon that no one in the divine realm dared to use. Wasn't it used very well in his hands? After half an hour, Yiqing Han withdrew his saber and continued to stand in the air, letting everyone continue to attack. In just half an hour, Yi Qinghan swept through a large number of demon Azuras. His efficiency was much higher than the Venerables. Of course, if he used spatial power, it would be even faster. Boss, are you all right? Yi Qinghan was expressionless, but Xiao He and Xiao He knew very well. Of Xiao He, Yi Qinghan's soul was clearly aware. Of Qi of killing intent was already in Xiao He of Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan. Of course, this bit of baleful aura was nothing to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's current soul was incomparably powerful. 600 years had passed. Although his soul had shrunk, its strength had increased by a lot. If Yi Qinghan held this saber, he would be affected by the qi of killing intent in the saber, and his eyes would immediately turn bloodshot. At this moment, if he continued to kill, in another 2 hours, he would definitely completely enter the crazed state he had in the baleful Yin stream. Of course, Yi Qinghan would not allow himself to enter that state. Although he might not be in danger, his main duty was not to kill the enemy, but to guard the place. Moreover, he was a sovereign now, so he had to maintain his demeanor. Therefore, he accepted the saber. After a short while, the qi of killing intent in Yi Qinghan's mind was completely eliminated. As he was about to attack again, Jida returned. Yi Qinghan hurriedly smiled and inquired about the situation. Jida laughed. In the northeast, Sovereign Yinran is leading the warriors of the Grace mainland and the 100,000 ice guards of the Ice and Snow Island. They are slowly advancing. In the southeast are the people of the Blood Knight Sovereign. Lord Qingshan is leading the 18,000 Green Mountain Iron Cavalry to the south. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. 18,000 Green Mountain Iron Cavalry? So few people? Hee hee. Jida laughed. Don't look down on these 18,000 Green Mountain Iron Cavalry. There are at least 1,000 Venerables, and the rest are peak grade 7. Moreover, the warriors of the Green Mountain tribe have special skills. These 18,000 Green Mountain Iron Cavalry are all riding on Black Blood Dragon unicorns. Their combined strength is even stronger than our Misty Army. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The immortal world was indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The two of them did not speak anymore. Yi Qinghan asked Jida to guard the place while he continued to take out the Slaughter God Blade and attack the demons. When Jida saw Yi Qinghan using the Slaughter God Blade, his eyes lit up and he sighed. However, he did not say anything. He did not ask Yi Qinghan anything either. Gradually, the opening that the Misty Army created became bigger and bigger. The entire Misty Army, except for a portion of the Reserve Army, stretched out the battle line and joined the battle to kill the demons. Yi Qinghan completely handed the task of controlling the army to Jida while he was busy killing the demons. Every time the evil aura started to gather in his mind, he would stop attacking. After clearing the evil aura in his soul spirit, he would continue to attack. A few days later, Yi Qinghan realized that the black line in his mind did not show any signs of spreading. There were no changes in his body. Other than the lightning that constantly struck his soul spirit, it was still the same. Thus, he continued to attack with ease. 1 month later, the Misty Army's battle line started to shorten. The entire army had already advanced 1,000,000 miles. On the left side, they had already connected with the Blood Knight Army. On the right side, the God Grace Army was in sight. The entire Star Sea had already been surrounded by the Immortal World's army. Furthermore, this encirclement was constantly shrinking. Yi Qinghan gently slashed an Azura into pieces with his blade. Then, he suddenly retracted his blade and rapidly retreated. There was no expression on his face, but there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. His hand gently caressed the Slaughter God Blade. Just now, he suddenly had a feeling that the Slaughter God Blade seemed to have come to life and even let out a soft cry. After muttering to himself for a moment, he carefully penetrated the blade with his divine senses. Ao. Once his divine senses entered the blade, Yi Qinghan felt as though he had entered a scene from Azura Hell. There were actually countless ghost-shaped monsters inside. Their bodies were translucent, and they looked very sinister and terrifying. However, they did not look like demons. Furthermore, these ghost-shaped monsters were actually killing and devouring each other. Yi Qinghan's divine senses only stayed inside for a moment, and his soul spirit actually felt a chill. Then his entire body felt a little cold. One could imagine how strange the monsters inside were. Yi Qinghan did not dare to continue killing. These few days, he had already lost count of how many demon Asuras he had killed. Lord Devour had said that the more you use a blade, the more powerful it becomes. Now that the Slaughter God blade had changed, perhaps Lord Devour's words had been verified. After returning to Jida's side, Yi Qinghan did not say anything. He only silently sensed the Slaughter God blade, and Jida also did not ask much. He knew that Yi Qinghan had many strange things on him. If he did not say anything, it would not be good for him to find out. Half a day later, the ghost-shaped monsters inside were still killing and devouring each other. However, there were much fewer of them now. One day later, Yi Qinghan realized that the number of ghost-shaped monsters inside had increased to 5. However, every single one of them looked extremely powerful and had a terrifying aura. When Yi Qinghan's divine senses probed inside, he felt his entire body turn cold. The 5 ghost-shaped monsters continued to attack and kill each other. If it wasn't for the fact that these 5 monsters had no intention of attacking Yi Qinghan's divine senses, Yi Qinghan would have heard Lord Devour's words and used his origin energy to destroy them. Ayo! 3 days later, a deafening roar sounded out from the Slaughter God blade in Yi Qinghan's hand. At the same time, the Slaughter God blade emitted a blinding white light. The martial artists who were enveloped by this light instantly felt their bodies turn cold. Their bodies could not move at all. Even Jida felt a slightly oppressive aura coming from the Slaughter God blade. His face turned solemn. Yi Qinghan looked at the Slaughter God blade in his hand. His eyes were filled with shock. However, his eyes were burning with passion as he exclaimed, "Is the evolution finally complete?" Chapter 1029. The specter in the Slaughter God saber had turned into one. The sound that came from the gigantic specter that had swallowed all the specters was from that gigantic specter. This specter was very powerful. Just by looking at Jida's expression, one could tell that it was very powerful. However, Yi Qinghan did not mind. He felt that the specter in the saber did not have any evil intentions towards him. In fact, it felt like it was connected to his flesh and blood. Weapon spirit. Yi Qinghan frowned. The Slaughter God saber was a transcendent grade divine weapon. There was no doubt about this. However, it did not have a weapon spirit. Now, a specter had appeared because it had killed the demon Asuras. From the looks of it, the Slaughter God saber seemed to have become even more powerful. Could it have developed a weapon spirit? Big Brother Jida, let me try. This saber seems to have undergone some changes. Yi Qinghan turned and said to Jida. Jida looked at the saber worriedly and said, "If you cannot control it completely, it is best to destroy it. After all, this is something from the evil devil world." Yi Qinghan nodded. His source energy revolved around his body. Then, he rushed forward into the demonic aura. However, he did not attack. He only used his hand, which was imbued with his source energy, to send the attacking demons flying. After rushing 100 miles into the Slaughter God saber, Yi Qinghan made sure that the divine senses of the martial artists outside could not enter. Then, he injected his power into the Slaughter God saber and activated the specter in it. Hiss! The Slaughter God saber let out a hissing sound. The saber trembled and emitted a blinding white light. When the demonic aura in the surroundings came into contact with this white light, it instantly disappeared without a trace. With Yi Qinghan as the center, a white shield with a circumference of several miles appeared around her. Within the white shield, the devil chi had completely disappeared without a trace, and there were dozens of devil kings and Asuras shivering in midair. In front of the Slaughter God saber, a gigantic specter suddenly appeared. It was like a king as it stood proudly in midair. After that, it turned into a gust of wind and swept in all directions. This, Yi Qinghan was tongue-tied. As the wind swept past, the dozens of abyssal Asuras within the white shields around him were directly reduced to dust. Before Yi Qinghan could react, the specter condensed on the spot and showed a flattering expression to Yi Ching Han, as if it was a guard dog raised at home, waiting for Yi Ching Han's praise. Go! Yi Ching Han was silent for a moment. With a thought, the specter turned into a gust of wind and rushed forward. It covered an area of dozens of meters. As long as the black wind blew past, the demonic aura would instantly disappear without a trace, and the demon Azuras in front of it would also be instantly killed. The effect of the black wind's attack was actually stronger than his will attack. However, this specter seemed to be unable to stray too far away from the slaughter god saber. It only moved forward for a few miles before retreating. It continued to show a flattering smile to Yi Ching Han, causing Yi Ching Han's hair to stand on end. With another thought, the specter flew out again and continued to pounce forward, easily killing hundreds of demon Azuras in an instant. This time, Yi Ching Han could no longer remain calm. He immediately flew back the way he came from. Although his heart was filled with shock, he did not show it on his face. Jita nodded his head, and Jita did not ask anything. Yi Ching Han took out his communication jade talisman and started to send a message to Lord Devour. The Slaughter God Saber had an artifact spirit, and it was a super powerful artifact spirit that looked like a specter. It was not strange for a transcendent grade artifact spirit to appear. What was strange was that this artifact spirit's attack was actually stronger than willpower. In other words, this specter's attack was comparable to a grade 9 artifact spirit. In other words, even if this specter's strength was not comparable to a demon monarch's, it was not far from it. If this specter continued to grow stronger, if this specter could no longer be controlled, if this specter betrayed them, if this powerful specter was not controlled properly, it would definitely be able to instantly kill the hundreds of thousands of Misty Army soldiers around him. At this moment, Yi Ching Han had a strong urge to destroy this Slaughter God Saber, so that this specter would not have a place to reside. Then, it would disappear from this world. The Slaughter God Saber was a great killing weapon, a double-edged sword. It could kill enemies, but it could also injure oneself. Thus, he immediately sent a message to Lord Devour. He told her everything in detail. If Lord Devour sent a message to destroy the Slaughter God Saber, then she would immediately destroy it. Lord Devour's reply was very quick. There were only a few words. Make a trip back to Soul Devouring City. Yi Ching Han did not hesitate and gave a few instructions to Jita. When Jita heard that Yi Ching Han was returning to Soul Devouring City, she did not say anything else. After that, Yi Ching Han asked Xiaohei to follow Jita while he used Netherworld Drip Spring to teleport back to Soul Devouring City. Netherworld Drip Spring teleported at full speed and quickly returned to the Myriad Water Manor. Yi Ching Han asked Supremacy Drip Spring to wait in the Myriad Water Manor while he teleported to Soul Devouring City alone. When Yi Ching Han released the specter from the Slaughter God Saber on the rooftop, even Lord Devour's brows furrowed slightly. Lord Jiu, who was beside him, felt a chill run down her spine. She did not even dare to breathe loudly. This doesn't look like a demon monarch or a product of the demon world. Instead, it looks like a monster from the Netherworld realm. However, it doesn't look like the Netherworld realm. This is strange. When you killed the devil, why did such a weapon spirit appear? Lord Devour waved his hand, and the pressure on Lord Jiu instantly disappeared. However, when she saw the monster in midair, her heart was still filled with fear. Lord Devour waved his hand and took the Slaughter God Saber from Yi Ching Han's hands. The Netherworld realm in midair instantly bared its teeth and released a powerful aura. It was about to pounce on Lord Devour. Lord Devour casually waved his hand, and a water-like ripple appeared in the air. The specter in midair looked as though it had been hit by a giant hammer and was sent flying. Yi Ching Han hurriedly used his thoughts to try and control the Netherworld realm so that it would not act rashly. In the end, the Netherworld realm actually flew back obediently and looked at Yi Ching Han with a flattering expression. It seemed as though it was laughing foolishly in silence. Lord Devour's divine senses probed the Slaughter God Saber for a moment before carefully observing the specter. After a moment of silence, he said, I originally thought that after this saber killed so many devils and absorbed so much energy, it would awaken the weapon's spirit hidden inside. This saber originally had the pressure of a transcendent grade divine artifact, so it should be able to deal more damage to the devils. I did not expect such a mutated weapon spirit to appear. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seems to have some intelligence. Little Han, why are there so many strange things happening to you? Then what should we do? Destroy it? Yi Han hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, he had obtained the Slaughter God Saber from the Lu Ocean Mountain, and it had saved his life countless times. It would be a lie if he did not have any feelings for it. However, if this was a ticking time bomb that could blow up people around him at any time, Yi Han could only harden his heart and destroy it. I don't need it for now. Lord Devour shook his head and looked at the dazed specter in the sky. He became silent. After a while, Lord Devour asked Yi Han to keep the specter in the Slaughter God Saber. Then, he took the Slaughter God Saber again. The Slaughter God Saber shook and let out a soft cry. It was about to struggle free. Lord Devour coldly swept his hand, and a white stream of air covered the Slaughter God Saber. The Slaughter God Saber calmed down again. She said softly, the Netherworld Realm's attack looks strong on the surface, but it is actually too weak under my willpower. Wait a moment. I will go and refine the interior of this saber. If the Netherworld Realm shows any signs of rebellion, this saber will instantly explode. This saber is the dwelling place of the specter. Once the saber is broken, the weapon spirit will immediately be destroyed. That's the best. That's the best. Yi Han was elated when he heard this. If he could do that, his strength would improve further. Would Jita be able to block the direct attack of his willpower and the Netherworld Realm sneak attack? Moreover, this weapon spirit might even be able to evolve? That would be fun. Chapter 1030. Lord Devour used 3 days to refine the Slaughter God Saber and instructed Yi Han to continue using it to see if the specter could evolve. Of course, if anything unexpected happened, Yi Han had to inform him immediately. Yi Han carefully examined the interior of the Slaughter God Saber and realized that there were no changes to the interior of the Slaughter God Saber. The specter inside was also obediently waiting inside. Yi Han used his divine sense to scan the Slaughter God Saber and felt that the specter's face was flattering again. It seemed to be even more intimate with Yi Han. Since Lord Devour had arranged everything, he bade farewell and left. He teleported to the Myriad Water Mansion and Li Quan before heading to the Star Sea. After Yi Han left, Madame Ju looked at Lord Devour worriedly and asked, Lord, can your small restriction make the Slaughter God Saber explode? For the past 3 days, Madame Ju had been by Lord Devour's side. She knew that Lord Devour had only casually refined the Slaughter God Saber for 6 hours before bringing Madame Geo to sit in the secret chamber for 3 days. Now that Yi Han had left, Madame Geo asked curiously, the Slaughter God Saber's material is even more special than a supreme divine artifact. How can it explode so easily? Lord Devour smiled faintly. His expression was extremely relaxed as he leisurely drank his tea. Madame Geo's expression changed as she thought about that terrifying specter. Lord Devour's small restriction could not explode the Slaughter God Saber. If the specter rebelled, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, when she saw how relaxed Lord Devour was, she did not know what to feel. Her lips moved a few times, but no words came out. After a long time, she finally said, My lord, if that monster betrays us, it will be a big problem. Geo, you have followed me for so long. Why can't you understand? When have I ever harmed little Han? Lord Devour looked at Madame Geo with an amused expression. He knew what Madame Geo was thinking inside. Although I can't explode the Slaughter God Saber, if the specter rebelled, my restriction will activate and give little Han some time to escape. As long as little Han and Xiao He escape, I don't care about the lives of the rest. Hiss! Lord Ju sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Han rushed into the Star Sea. Lord Devour had asked him to continuously use the Slaughter God Blade to try and evolve the specter. If Spectre had evolved and rebelled, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He would have escaped. However, given how powerful Spectre was, it was likely that countless of the Misty Army would die in an instant. Madame Nine knew that besides treating his fellows, Lord Devour was always cold-blooded and heartless. Especially to his enemies, he was like a cold wind. But who would have thought that she would be so heartless, and could even be said to be vicious? Sigh. Lord Devour shook his head, his eyes resolute. He sighed deeply. Agio, there are many things you don't understand. In your eyes, I seem to be a little vicious. You will understand in the future. This netherworld is too strange. I have to take a gamble. Lord Gio looked at Lord Devour's lonely back. Suddenly, she felt that it was a mistake to think that Lord Devour was vicious. This woman had been arranging many things in silence, moving forward alone in the dark night. She carried so much pressure, but no one understood her. Even her closest friend doubted her. Lord Devour didn't look at Lord Gio, but he seemed to know what she was thinking. He casually waved his hand, putting down the teacup. Looking at the wandering sea in the distance, a sweet smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He mumbled, I don't need anyone to understand me. I'm just doing what I should do for that man. After I'm done, I will go and accompany him. This is enough. Lord Jiu choked with sobs. She turned her head, sobbing softly as if she didn't want Lord Devour to see her crying. Very quickly, Yi Qinghan and Venerable Li Quan returned to the Star Sea. Misty Mist's army advanced tens of thousands of miles, and the encirclement started to close. Little Han, pay attention during this period of time. Mo Shanghuang from the northwest sent a message. Yesterday, they suffered a sudden attack from 1,000 Azura kings. If it wasn't for the Ice Queen bringing people over, their losses would have been incomparably heavy. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had arrived, Jita immediately reported the latest battle situation. Then, he looked at the slaughter god blade in Yi Qinghan's hand and couldn't help but ask, This blade, is there any problem? It's fine. Lord Devour refined it again. Yi Qinghan nodded his head as he spoke. After which, he transmitted a few words to Blackie and continued to rush into the black fog. He was prepared to use the slaughter god blade as much as he could so that he could completely understand and control this blade. If he could master this blade, it would be a great help to him. He released his divine sense and used the spatial fluctuations to sense the situation in the surroundings. Yi Qinghan was extremely cautious as he surveyed the situation in the surroundings. He didn't know how to teleport. If he was surrounded by the Azura Kings or met a devil monarch, it would be troublesome. Come out, spirit. Following which, Yi Qinghan swung his slaughter god blade in front of him, and a few meters tall, translucent figure appeared. However, its face was translucent, and one could see its eyes, nose, and mouth clearly. It looked like a human, but also like a beast. It was extremely strange. After the spirit appeared, it didn't attack. It only opened its mouth and squinted its eyes. It looked like a dog slave. With a thought from Yi Qinghan, the spirit instantly expanded and turned into a gust of wind that swept in all directions. It killed all the evil demons and Azura that were trembling in fear. Then it condensed on the spot and pouted its mouth as if it hadn't eaten its fill. With a thought from Yi Qinghan, the spirit slowed down and rushed towards a devil king in the distance. At the same time, his divine sense locked onto the spirit and observed it carefully. With a look, he was shocked again. When a specter attacked the devil king, it only used its translucent body to wrap around the devil king. As soon as it touched the devil king's body seemed to be corroded, turning into demonic aura that was instantly absorbed by the specter. Devour. Yi Qinghan recalled a book that he had flipped through in Floating City. There was a description of the Nether Realm's creatures. The Nether Realm's Nether Realm also had the same ability. When it attacked its enemies, it would envelop them and slowly corrode them. Finally, it would devour them and turn them into its own energy. However, wasn't his weapon soul devouring too fast? It was almost an instant kill. If the Nether Realm fought against human martial artists, would it have the same ability? Yi Qinghan suddenly raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze to the right. A cold smile appeared on his face. From the black fog on the right, a low roar came along with a strong pressure. An Azura king had arrived. Just in time, this was a good chance to test out the might of the Nether Realm. If it could really instantly kill an Azura king, then this Nether Realm would truly be heaven-defying. Go! The spirit that had been smiling foolishly in front of Yi Qinghan all this time suddenly received Yi Qinghan's order and immediately turned into a gust of wind. Without any fear, it rushed towards the right. And on the other side, a massive dark blue figure was faintly discernible as it rushed towards Lin Ming like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1031. Yi Qinghan had one side of his soul sense lock onto the specter, while the other side used the power of space to sense the surrounding situation. The nearby abyssal Azuras didn't dare to move as they sensed the aura of the specter and the Azura king. The situation was clear. Nether aggressively rushed towards the Azura king, not fearing it at all. It was as if this colossus in front of him was no different from an ordinary little demon. On the other hand, the several hundred-meter-tall Azura king revealed a hint of dread in its icy cold eyes. Without hesitation, it hurtled towards Nether. Nether turned into a ghostly wind and collided with the Azura king in the next second. There wasn't a fierce collision, but rather, it was like a giant fist smashing into cotton. Nether also revealed his true form and began to tangle with the Azura king. The Azura king's demonic energy shot out from its body. As long as a human martial artist touched this demonic energy, they would instantly be demonized. But as this demonic energy struck the specter, it was directly swallowed up by the specter. The Azura king brandished its claws and waved its sharp claws and thick thighs, attacking the specter with no effect at all. This situation was like a martial artist falling into the sea. The martial artist stretched out his fists and legs and smashed them into the water, but besides causing a splash, there was no response at all. Nether didn't attack the Azura king like it did the abyssal Azura king and corrode its body. Instead, it constantly swallowed up the demonic energy emitting from the Azura king's body. From the outside, it looked like two vixens were fighting. You grabbed my arm, and I pulled your hair, neither side able to do anything to the other. Yi Qinghan's eyes shined. Although it seemed as if the specter couldn't do anything to the Azura king, Yi Qinghan knew that if this continued, then the one to win would be the specter. This was because the specter was constantly swallowing up the Azura king's demonic energy. Demonic energy was the foundation of all life forms in the demon world. When the Azura king's demonic energy was completely swallowed up, the Azura king's death would come. However, Yi Qinghan also felt a bit regretful. This specter's striking power seemed formidable at the start, sweeping away all the abyssal Azuras. Yi Qinghan had thought that his striking power had reached the level of a demon monarch, but looking at the current situation, his comprehensive strength should only be above that of an Azura king. However, this specter seemed to have a very special ability. When the creatures of the demon realm attacked it, it almost didn't die, and it seemed like nothing had happened at all. He didn't know if he could smash it to death with the power of space. Less than an hour later, the Azura king's struggling speed began to slow down, and its body began to wither. As for the ghost, its eyes became increasingly bright. It opened its massive mouth and revealed a ferocious expression. The aura around its body became increasingly terrifying. After another moment, the Azura king's body began to fade away. With a deep roar that struck the heart, the Azura king completely faded away. Ghost let out a sinister laugh that reverberated in the surroundings. He swept his gaze across the surrounding demons and Azuras, and finally condensed in front of Yi Qinghan with a fawning and silly smile. Dog thing! Seeing this smiling face, Yi Qinghan felt disgusted and cursed softly. However, that smiling face became even more cheerful, as though Yi Qinghan was praising it. Yi Qinghan used his divine senses to carefully examine the ghost body again. He discovered that the ghost had swallowed an Azura king, but there were no changes. He didn't know if this ghost could continue to evolve or if it needed more demons to evolve. Laugh, laugh, laugh. You only know how to laugh. In the future, I will call you Dog Thing. Lord Devour had refined the slaughter god saber again, so Yi Ching Han didn't have any scruples anymore. He continued to let the ghost hunt the demons without restraint. He hoped that this monster could swallow more demons and increase its striking power. He waved his hand and shouted, "Dog Thing, attack at will and swallow all the demons in the vicinity." After wandering in the black fog for a day, the ghost with the nickname Dog Thing swallowed countless demons and Asuras. However, it didn't encounter any Asura kings. On the contrary, almost all the demons and Asuras in Yi Ching Han's direction were killed. This greatly reduced the pressure on the ethereal mist army. Buzz! The two figures beside Yi Ching Han gradually condensed. Yi Ching Han didn't mind and smiled at them. Yi Ching Han stayed in the evil aura for a whole day. Through the power of space, the ethereal mist monarch could roughly sense Yi Ching Han's figure. However, Xiao He was anxious. Ever since Xiao He turned into a human, Yi Ching Han had nothing to do. Under normal circumstances, he would cut off the soul connection with Xiao He so that Xiao He could control his own life. Xiao He didn't know about Yi Ching Han's situation, so he begged the ethereal mist monarch to bring him here. Jita also felt strange. What was Yi Ching Han doing? Coincidentally, he brought Xiao He over, and the two of them teleported over. However, when they saw the huge gust of wind in front of them, they got a shock. Jita was still fine, but Xiao He's mouth was wide open in disbelief. A gust of wind wantonly flowed through the black fog in front of them. Everywhere it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. It was like a big brush covered in white paint was brushing back and forth on a black cloth. The demon King Azura watched helplessly as the wind corroded and swallowed them. The speed of the wind was even faster than a machine gun firing at the refugees. Bo! Boss, what is that? Xiao He looked at the indifferent Yi Ching Han and shouted in fear. Halfway through his sentence, he hurriedly lowered his voice as if he was afraid of disturbing the monster in front of him. Little Han. Jita's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Then he thought for a while and asked, "Is this the Slaughter Godblade's artifact spirit? You dog, come over." Yi Ching Han smiled at the two of them and shouted into the distance. The gust of wind immediately changed direction and blew towards Yi Ching Han. Then it condensed in front of Yi Ching Han and looked at Jita and Xiao He with a murderous aura. Then it immediately changed its expression and smiled foolishly at Yi Ching Han. Its face was filled with flattery. Xiao He and Jita were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. They had seen the artifact spirit of a transcendent grade divine weapon before. Jita also had a few transcendent grade divine weapons. However, Jita had never seen an artifact spirit with human intelligence. Furthermore, it was able to show such an exquisite expression. Hee. When Yi Ching Han saw the two of them looking at him as though he was a monster, he rubbed his nose embarrassedly and smiled. Big brother Jita, you also know that this Slaughter God blade has a strange origin. The strange artifact spirit that it gave birth to has nothing to do with me. Don't look at me like that. Jita and Xiao He's eyes flashed with disdain. It was obvious that it had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. There were so many transcendent grade divine weapons in the divine world, but there were no problems with the others and only Xiao Chen's. Removing the seal on the sealed God Valley, using the Slaughter God blade, and comprehending the eternity of space. Which person in the divine world could do such a thing? Yi Ching Han was a genius that was publicly acknowledged in the divine world. Now, artifact spirit had appeared in the Slaughter God blade, and it was a monster. In any case, anything that was related to Yi Ching Han was not strange. Little Han, this artifact spirit has already formed a simple intelligence. Will it evolve? How strong is it now? Will it betray us? Jita asked worriedly again. There's no need to be afraid if it betrays us. My lord has already refined it. If it betrays us, the Slaughter God blade will explode, and this artifact spirit will be destroyed. Yi Ching Han knew what Jita was worried about and explained. Then, he looked at the artifact spirit in front of him and shook his head. I don't know if it will evolve or not. However, it has not evolved yet. Even after devouring so many demon world creatures, its strength has not increased. Currently, it is only slightly stronger than the Azura King. I wonder what will happen if it fights against the supremacy. Jita became silent. After a while, a determined look appeared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, we will continue to kill demons and see if it can evolve. If it can evolve to the monarch level, it will be a great help to us. If something happens, let's talk about it again." Chapter 1032. Kid asked Yi Qinghan to continue letting the specter devour the demons while he went back to oversee the situation. However, he was a little closer to Yi Qinghan, just in case. Xiaohe did not go back. He stayed by Yi Qinghan's side and watched the specter devour the demons with interest. His face was full of amazement, and he even shouted from time to time, "Dog, there's an Azura over there. Hurry up and kill it. Dog, you're a dog. You don't listen to orders. Dog, kill, kill, kill." These demon world dogs have killed so many people from the divine realm. Kill them all. Therefore, Yi Qinghan listened to Xiaohe shouting at the side every day. He could not be bothered with him and continued to command the specter dog to kill the demon Azura. During this period of time, the East Sea of the Star Sea was very peaceful. No Azura kings appeared. At the same time, Kid communicated with the sovereigns in other directions. He also discovered that since the last time 1,000 Azura kings attacked Mo Shanghuang's army in the northwest, the countless Azura kings in the Star Sea seemed to have fallen silent. After a month, there was still no Azura king. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Lord Qingshan ordered all the legions to speed up the cleanup. They strived to completely clean up the demon forces in the Star Sea in 2 months. They also reminded the legions to be vigilant at all times and watch out for sneak attacks from the Azura kings. According to the preliminary investigation, there were more than 3,000 Azura kings in the Star Sea. The last time they attacked the northwest, they killed hundreds of them. Including those killed by the legions, there were less than 1,000 left. Where did the other 2,000 Azura kings go? This question was like a sword hanging over the heads of the sovereigns. Yi Qinghan received Kid's message and became even more careful. He did not dare to go too deep. He only continued to let Netherworld devour the demons in the black fog that the misty army's divine sense could not detect. This dog had already devoured hundreds of thousands of demon Azuras, but it didn't show any signs of evolution. It only became more intimate with Yi Qinghan. Moreover, as soon as Yi Qinghan willed it, it would immediately respond. It seemed as if it had completely become a slave of Yi Qinghan, attacking wherever he pointed. After a few months, all the demonic beasts in the continents were finally cleared. This time, not only the demonic beasts that attacked the cities, but even the demonic beasts in the depths of the mountains were all cleared. The number of casualties from the demonic beast rampage had also been roughly calculated. The number of casualties in the god realm had reached hundreds of billions. Although most of them were low-level martial artists, it was still a painful lesson for the divine world. Countless martial artists lost their loved ones, countless tribes were destroyed, and countless small cities lost their city lords. The hatred of the god realm martial artists towards demons had reached a terrifying level. At the same time, he was furious at the Supreme Island for causing this. Countless battle gods even withdrew from the Battle God Pavilion. Countless martial artists in the Battle God Pavilion begged the chief pavilion master for an explanation. The Battle God Pavilion was established to kill demons and protect the people of the God realm. Now, as the sacred ground of the Battle God Pavilion, the Supreme Island caused this calamity. Moreover, after the incident, the Star Sovereign still didn't give any explanation. Countless low-level martial artists protested in the Battle God Pavilion's branches. Countless high-level battle gods also joined in. The pavilion masters of the various pavilions were extremely anxious. Countless messages were sent to the Supreme Island like snowflakes. However, in the end, all the pavilion masters received the same message. The chief pavilion master was in seclusion and would give the God realm an explanation after he came out. This explanation wasn't convincing at all. However, the elites of the various continents had all gone to the Star Sea. If there was another riot in the Battle God Pavilion, the God Realm would be in chaos again. Countless people would die. Therefore, all the sovereigns had no choice but to give out sovereign orders to temporarily appease the angry martial artists. Even so, countless sovereigns hated the Star Sovereign even more. The mistake that the Supreme Island made not only caused the God Realm to suffer heavy losses, but they also had to clean up after themselves twice. 1 month later, Lord Qingshan led the 18,000 cavalrymen and tore a hole in the black cloth above the Starry Sea. His army attacked the inner sea of the Starry Sea. There were still no demons in the inner sea. The sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. The demons seemed to be extremely afraid of the inner sea and didn't step in. This situation made Lord Qingshan extremely wary. After personally patrolling the inner sea, he gave out another order to attack at full speed. His 18,000 cavalrymen split into 2 groups and swept toward the east and west. 5 days later, the ice guards that the Ice Queen brought also pierced through the black fog and reached the inner sea. They also split into 2 teams and started to sweep towards the east and west. The demon army was also split into 2 and was surrounded by countless armies from the God Realm. It was as if victory was right in front of them. Yi Qinghan didn't find anything strange about the demon army. He continued to let the dog continue to swallow the demons. Similarly, he didn't meet a single Shura king. The dog didn't change at all. This made Yi Qinghan a little depressed. After eating so much, even a pig would gain some weight, right? This dog didn't change at all. Its body also didn't show signs of becoming real. If there was any change, it seemed like it was more flattering, more annoying, and more like a dog. Boss, you dog, why do I feel like you are becoming more and more like the guards in the Cold Heart Pavilion in the Fire Dragon continent? I really want to beat you up when I see your expression. Xiaohe was also a little annoyed. He also lost interest in commanding the dog and just stood at the side. Without the Shura King, there was no show to watch. Looking at Spectral killing the small fries wasn't exciting at all. Xiao. Suddenly, the space beside him fluctuated. Jita teleported over with a solemn expression. He said to Yi Qinghan, "Something happened. What's going on?" Yi Qinghan waved his hand to let Spectral enter the Slaughter God Blade and asked hurriedly. Jita sighed deeply and said, "Something happened in the West Ocean. An hour ago, there was an intense tremor in the sky above the West Ocean. There was also a terrifying pressure. Lord Qingshan said that the remaining 2,000 Shura Kings were all gathered in the sky above the West Ocean's evil wind island. They tore a giant space crack and forcefully allowed a Devil Monarch to descend." Devil Monarch. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. Xiaohe didn't dare to say anything. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment before asking, "Is a Devil Monarch so terrifying? We have so many grade 9 martial emperors. Can't we suppress a Devil Monarch?" "It's not that we can't suppress it." Jita shook his head and said, "Just now, Lord Qingshan and Ice Queen searched inside. They only found numerous Shura Kings, but not the aura of the Devil Monarch. If the Devil Monarch fights head-on, we won't be afraid, even if there are 10 of them. But if he hides, it will be troublesome." "Hides? Where can he hide? There are so many of us. Can't we find his true body?" Yi Qinghan asked in surprise. Logically speaking, the Devil Monarch should be able to find his true body easily. Once all the demons were cleaned up, where could he hide? "No, little Han, you don't understand." Jita's eyes were filled with worry. He looked up at the sky and said, "Demons are actually formed from the condensation of demonic aura. Didn't you see that after a demon is hit, it will instantly erode? The Devil King and Shura are the same. The Shura King also uses demonic aura to form a new body. As for the Devil Monarch, he is even stronger. As long as there is demonic aura, he won't die. Similarly, as long as there is demonic aura, he can hide within the demonic aura. Originally, the demonic aura in the God world wasn't strong. But during this period of time, the demonic aura in the God world's heaven and earth essence energy has become very thick. So, this Devil Monarch can hide anywhere in the God world, or he might be hiding right beside us. As long as he doesn't make a move, no one knows where he is." Chapter 1033. When Yi Qinghan heard the misty monarch's words, he felt a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end. He was not afraid of enemies in the open, but he was afraid of assassins in the dark. With such a ticking time bomb in the divine world, no one knew when or where it would explode. It was truly a terrifying thing. The Devil Monarch was the supreme existence of the Devil world. Furthermore, it had an almost immortal body. As long as it had the aura of a devil, it could revive infinitely. Furthermore, no one knew if it had any other powerful abilities. Even the Ice Queen couldn't be on guard all the time, right? If it was a sneak attack, the outcome would be tragic. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. He quickly kept the Slaughter God saber and threw it into the War Imperial Palace. Jita had said that the reason why the devils came to the divine world was to save their ancestor devil. A small part of the reason was because of this saber. It was still unknown if the Spectre Dog could evolve. If a Devil Monarch kept thinking about it, it wouldn't be a good thing. Big Brother Jita, what should we do? Should we rush to the Evil Wind Island now? Yi Qinghan's face turned solemn. If he didn't suppress this Devil Monarch, he wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. No need. Jita shook his head and said, "Wait for Lord Qingshan's news." He and the Ice Queen sent a message. They're searching with all their might. If there are any clues, they will inform everyone immediately and suppress the Devil Monarch. Continue to eliminate the devils quickly. You go and take command. I will do my best. Yi Qinghan nodded. Jita brought the two of them and teleported out. Then, a purple spear appeared in Jita's hand. At the same time, he shouted, "Reserve team, follow me to battle." Jita didn't bring a single venerable and let them continue to eliminate the devils. He only brought 100,000 ordinary 5th grade and 6th grade war gods. The purple spear trembled and let out a soft sound. It was obviously an overclocking divine weapon. However, Jita didn't let the weapon spirit fight. Instead, he casually danced in the air. As he danced, a light breeze blew. A light breeze caressed their faces, making them feel comfortable. However, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. Others could only feel a gentle breeze blowing past them, but he could clearly sense that the surrounding spatial energy was flowing along with Jita's spear. It quietly gathered around Jita's body and began to revolve around him in a certain position. The power of space can be controlled like this. Use? Yi Qinghan's knowledge had been broadened. He felt that the power of space was like a tamed dragon. It was divided into strands and very docile as it circled around Jita's body. Furthermore, it was extremely relaxed. Kill. Gid's silver robes fluttered in the wind. His scholarly aura vanished without a trace, and his entire body erupted with a tyrannical aura of slaying gods and demons. His body was like a dragon as he charged forward. Chi. With a wave of his spear, Yi Qinghan could feel that the power of space around him had turned into roaring dragons that silently attacked the black mist in front of him. In an instant, the black mist in front of him was crushed like gravel being crushed by a road roller. The demons hiding inside were also ruthlessly erased. Behind him, countless streams of space power continued to revolve around him, forming a cycle. Jita's spear danced like an elegant dancer as he danced in front of him. His movements were very elegant, and he didn't seem to have any lethality. However, wherever his spear pointed, the black mist was immediately torn apart, and the demon realm creatures inside died one after another. It was ridiculously strong. You can think of space power as a different kind of god power. The origin energy is the sharpest weapon, and the principle is the most powerful move. In this case, you can use the smallest amount of power to create the greatest lethality. Yi Qinghan recalled Lord Devour's words and thought about the way he used space power. Suddenly, he felt like a barbaric barbarian. He had god power, but he didn't know any martial techniques. It seemed like he had time to explore his own way of using space power. Only the one that suited him was the best. Yi Qinghan knew that Lord Devour and Jita didn't teach him because his comprehension of the principle was different from theirs. Moreover, it was easier for him to comprehend it himself and use it. with Jida leading the way and killing the powerful Shura and Demon Kings. The 100,000 Ethereal Legion behind him was very relaxed. It was like they were cleaning up the battlefield behind Jida. As soon as Jida took action, the speed of killing the demons increased. Yi Qinghan observed Jida's use of space power while checking the situation around him. Xiao He enviously looked at Jida's back. His pair of bright eyes kept turning around as he sighed. He was thinking about how many women would fall under his robe if he was so strong. Because of Jida's help, the Ethereal Legion's energy increased and their attack speed increased. The two huge pieces of black cloth above the starry sea were slowly being nibbled away by countless cultivators, becoming smaller and smaller. Star Sea West Sea. The majestic Lord Qingshan and the ice sculpture like Ice Queen stood proudly in the sky. Although Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan were like a monkey and a gorilla, looking from afar, Ice Queen didn't look small. But looking from afar, Ice Queen didn't seem small. Instead, her petite body gave off a majestic feeling. Although the two of them were standing in the sky, their divine senses were constantly sensing the massive black mist below them. Their cultivation bases were extremely formidable. Their divine senses could fuse with space power, so they could easily sense the situation below. The space cracks in the sky and the suction force from within seemed to have no effect on the two of them. Their robes didn't move at all. The two of them were solemn. Ice Queen even closed her eyes. The two of them had been standing in the sky for 3 days and had been checking the situation below. But it was a pity that although there were countless demons and Azuras down below, as well as over 2,000 Azura kings that were so powerful that they could strike fear into the hearts of countless people in the divine world, there was no sign of the devil monarch. Abruptly, Ice Queen opened her eyes. Under her snow-white robe, her proud twin peaks trembled slightly. However, Lord Qingshan didn't look at them. Although he craved them and wanted to play with them, he didn't want to die. Therefore, his eyes suddenly widened and shot out 2 golden beams of light that were almost tangible. The Shura King army below moved. Lord Qingshan looked for a while, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. However, he couldn't help but glance at Ice Queen's pair of prideful treasures. As a result, a chill instantly enveloped Lord Qingshan. He immediately frowned, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. With a hint of flattery, he looked down again and said in a loud voice, "I see Snow. You're smart. You've guessed correctly. This foolish devil monarch actually wants to save his ancestor. Should we follow him or watch from the sidelines? I am warning you for the last time. If you call me Icy Snow again, I will flatten that green mountain of yours." The Ice Queen's bone-chilling voice rang out. Then, her body disappeared on the spot. However, her cold voice echoed in the air again. Although the Star Sovereign soul is heavily injured, it's impossible for a trash like you to charge into the Nifa's abyss. Let's clean up these demons first.